WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers. The all-bridal weekend, March 20th and 21st. Hundreds of new engagement and wedding designs. 0% financing or 20% back on any ring purchase. Find out more at ScheibenJewelers.com. One of the moves the Browns made this offseason, the signing of linebacker Quincy Williams. In chatting with Ken Anthony today here on 92.3 The Fan. Williams and what he brings to the Browns, and also get a chance to play alongside young linebacker Carson Swessinger.
Pride, that's the biggest thing. Then the celebration, the atmosphere, the energy of the game, and then on top of that, the leadership. Defensive Rookie of the Year, I'm excited about that, so I get to play next to him and then also learn from him, and then also teach him some few things because he picked up on things early in the league, so I'm excited about that.
Meanwhile, reports say former Browns right guard Wyatt Teller come to terms on a 2-year contract with the Houston Texans, and word is that former Browns tight end David Njoku had to visit with the Ravens on Tuesday. Cavaliers off tonight, continue their 3-game road trip tomorrow night. Going to be Chicago to take on the Bulls. Cavs got the trip started with a 123-116 victory in Milwaukee last night. Evan Mobley, double-double, 27 points, 15 rebounds. James Harden also 27 points in the win for the Cavs. First four continues tonight down in Dayton. Pair of games in the battle of 11 seeds. Miami, who was 31-0 before losing to UMass in the MAC tournament, will take on SMU in a matchup of 16 seeds. Prairie View A&M will go up against Lehigh. Guardians have their third and final off day of the spring happening today in Goodyear. However, Joey Cantillo is set to work in a minor league game this afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon for the Guardians, it's the spring breakout game in Tempe against the Angels, followed by the Guardians at home tomorrow night to face the Royals. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
It's time to get your brackets ready. Follow the scores around the tournament during our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The Major League Baseball season doesn't even start for another week, 10 days. And already we've had the joy of baseball. The joy of baseball. I'm sorry, I don't think you can put too much into it. But we had the joy of baseball.
Did you watch the end of the game? Come on.
There were tears. There were tears flowing like crazy.
I mean,
the World Baseball Classic, a rousing success. I don't want to downplay it. I think it's outstanding. I think it's fun. I also think it's an exhibition. So don't get too carried away. It was a great.
It feels
watch.
like way more than an exhibition, Jeff. It just does.
Oh, but it's not.
It's I mean, you know, if you don't make the playoffs in Major League Baseball, is the regular season really just exhibition? I mean, let's be honest.
That's not the case. You play the regular season to see if you can get to the playoffs.
I'd rather watch. I'm sorry, man. If they could simulate this all the time, it'd be awesome. But they
Venezuela winning the World Baseball Classic, beating the United States 3-2 last night, doing it in the ninth inning, place going absolutely nuts, tears flowing like crazy from the Venezuelan players. I think the American players thinking, what the hey just happened? And the weird thing about it, Andy, it's, the national pride, especially to me, of the Latin countries is outrageous in a wonderful way.
Yeah, I love it.
If you think about it, I think you can look at it this way. And by the way, Dr. John Steinbrecher from the Mid-American Conference is going to join us at 10:20.
Okay.
He's been really busy. You know why?
He's got two teams, man.
That's
He's got
exactly
double
right.
the work.
But Dr. John's going to join us coming up at 10:20.
But two good paydays for the
Robert
Mid-American
Mays from the Athletic Football Show is going to talk Browns offensive line, and you're not going to like it, at 11:20. And our buddy Chris Rose, Baseball Today on John Boy Media, and, of course, the NFL Network, joining us at 12:20. I think a lot of it with for instance, the Venezuelan players is this. What's the goal in baseball? Get to the major leagues.
Oh, I thought it was to score more runs. Okay.
Get to the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
And for an American kid to get to the major leagues, it's really tough. But you're doing it in your country. You can basically drive and maybe go see your folks. You're not in a different land. It's not as big of a cultural challenge as it is for like the guys from Venezuela. We've had Omar Vizquel on the show a dozen times over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Omar moved to Montana when he was 17 years old.
Yeah, he might have actually been 60. I remember.
And who do you latch on to? The other Venezuelan guys.
Or the Latin guys.
But especially, your countrymen.
Yeah.
If you happen to be fortunate enough to have a countryman with you.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bond that's formed with the Latin players when they come here to the States to try and find their way in baseball that I think is a natural thing. Of course you're going to bond with your countrymen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of us against the world. I mean, they're playing in a different land, speaking a different language, getting used to a different culture. And I think it makes it that's a big part of the reason why the World Baseball Classic appears to be so much more meaningful for those players and those countries.
Yeah, I just have trouble. It seems weird to call it an exhibition because I think it's more than an exhibition to these guys. In fact, like I was reading Yahoo Sports had an article on this that said when it came to Venezuela last night, it goes without saying the teams on the field want to win, but the moment was visibly washing over the Venezuelan players as they celebrated. It was clearly one of the greatest days of their lives, and that's what you play for. I the word exhibition around these games seems odd when you talk about being able to play the game you love and having one of the greatest days of your life, and that's why you play. That's more than a World Series.
Maybe for them on the baseball thermostat. No, I mean you try to get to the major leagues. It's the pinnacle of baseball, and the pinnacle of Major League Baseball is winning the World Series. But it's a different measuring stick,
right?
And maybe to the folks in Venezuela, and I would understand it completely. It means a lot more because you might send your best players off to play in Major League Baseball, but they're not representing anything except themselves, their families, and their country, but not playing as a country.
Right.
You know what I mean?
If you've ever watched any of the Caribbean League, and just immediately after the Major League season, like the energy and the atmosphere in those ballparks, it's
a different deal. Yeah.
I mean,
it's a different deal. We're used to Major League Baseball. We know how Major League Baseball is played. We know the energy, and let's not kid ourselves. Playoffs in Major League Baseball, the energy is through the roof. It's phenomenal. I mean, go over to Progressive Field during the playoffs.
Here it is. Yeah, I get it.
Anywhere in our country, the playoffs are nuts.
I don't know. Sometimes they belittle the. I mean, we were belittling the wild card when it was one game, but I loved it when it was one game because it was all. I mean, yes, I wish it would be a best of three series, or it was at the time. I wish it would have been, but it was still like kind of like you're not even really in the playoffs. Oh, come on, you were in the playoffs when that stuff happened.
This is not to take anything away from Venezuela. If they played a 7-game series, maybe Venezuela wins it 4-0 over the U.S. Who knows?
Yeah, but they don't. It's one game. But they don't.
It's one game, and we know in baseball, in one game, anything can happen. And congratulations to Venezuela for getting it done. Love the emotion. It's really kind of a cool way, Andy, to kickstart the Major League Baseball season. I mean, doesn't it make you even more ready for the start of Major League Baseball, March 26th for our team?
I don't know. To me, it's kind of an apex, and then you fall off the mountain, and then you kind of you get opening day, and opening day is a celebration all around Major League Baseball, and then you kind of just drive into summer, and then you get to August, and then all of a sudden now you're at the playoffs.
Dan,
sorry, I'm not trying to belittle you.
Our boy is not looking forward to baseball. Apparently.
I am looking forward to baseball.
Opening day, everybody gets a hot dog, and then we're back in June.
But guess what? That's what it is.
No, it's not.
Oh, come on. How long will it take to match the energy that we just watched over the last week, Dan?
Well, that's a different deal.
I know, but that's what you understand. This is like when you watch the World Baseball Classic, it's the energy that you would love for this game to have all the time. You know it's not possible.
Impossible.
I know. But it like World Baseball Classic is kind of stuff that makes kids want to play baseball. Hey, look at this. Well,
it makes Venezuelan kids, Dominican kids, Puerto Rican kids.
Sure. Why wouldn't you want to?
Might not make American kids, because American kids want to get to the major leagues. I think the World Baseball Classic to American players is something like, hey, this is really nice. This is fun. Let's go win it. And they wanted to avenge finishing second last time out. They didn't.
I don't know.
But they lost by a run. Okay,
there was some pride going on last night when they tied that game up at 2.
Without question. I mean, you're not going to play as robots. But it's, the pinnacle in our country is Major League Baseball. And getting to Major League Baseball might be the pinnacle in many of the Latin countries, maybe in Japan. But, boy, when they get together and play for their country, it's a different deal because, for those countries, Andy, the best thing is sending your players off to be dispersed and play for Milwaukee, to play for Cleveland, to play for Houston.
So,
that doesn't.
So let me make sure, because I don't want
there's not the pride involved.
I want to make sure. Yeah, and so maybe the pinnacle for these guys that play for Venezuela is last night. Maybe even more so than winning a World Series.
Maybe from an emotional. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. But the absolute pinnacle is making $100 million. I mean, that's, if not, they would just stay in Venezuela and play baseball. But they come here, as they should, play the best players in the world.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think they care if you're making $100,000, does it matter where you're playing? I'm just saying, if you're making millions of dollars, does it matter where you play?
Well, you're not going to make $1 million if you're staying in Venezuela.
I'm saying, and when you come to the United States and you're a Venezuelan, okay, and you come here, do you really care where you're playing? No, you're just playing baseball.
Well, you don't even know. I mean, how many Venezuelan baseball players are coming to the United States and visiting all kinds of cities? Have you ever been to Venezuela?
No, I'm trying not to. I've been close. I've flown over it.
Neither have I. So it's it's that kind of a thing. I think
a couple miles away,
the emotion of the WBC is phenomenal. I think it's awesome. I enjoyed it very much. It's great to watch, and all it did for me was get me really excited for the start of the Major League season.
Yeah, I was excited for the World Baseball. I'll go back to regular season feelings as we get there. I like opening day. I love it. We get into it. We see what's going to happen. We'll try to wait and see when Travis Bazzana gets here, and then we'll see one of the guys they brought in. He'll be gone in a month, and I kind of know the story. So I know where we're going with Major League Baseball. Sorry that I'm not like you, Jeff. But I'm just telling you, we've seen this story before, and last night I thought was absolutely awesome. And to those players, especially the ones from Venezuela, it was more than just it was bigger than the World Series.
I don't disagree.
And the fans that were in the stands, and I wish we could just play with that kind of emotion though. I understand how many games there are.
What's the emotion that would bring that out though? That there's not that emotion. They were playing for national pride.
The enjoyment of watching a great play during time, like there are times during the regular season
too. You see that all the time.
Yeah, but you can't I got to wait till I get back to the dugout so I can celebrate this with my teammate in my dugout. Like, so what if you want to go crazy after a double and it was a huge hit and it was your first hit or something like that? Like, there's just so many things
I think there's more of that going on now in Major League Baseball than there used to be.
It's getting better. It still bothers me though. I can't stand it. And then then somebody comes back and throws at you. It's ridiculous.
Okay, there's Andy Baskin. His cheerful outlook at Major League Baseball.
It's not that. I'm not. I love the game.
Get ready for March, April, and May, everybody.
I'm not
Andy's
downplaying. Oh, all right. I'm done. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. It'll be Mennigan and Phelps for the next 4 hours.
Hey, there we go, Dano.
Congratulations, boys.
Dr. John Steinbrecher.
Because everyone has to think the way you do.
No, I'm not saying that.
Sometimes you force stuff, and it's like, okay.
Well, that's kind of what we do here is we talk about sports for 4 hours.
I get the talking.
You better have some opinions.
I do.
And if we agreed on everything, hey, Andy, what'd you think? Yep, me too.
Yeah. Next.
And there we go. Dr. John Steinbrecher is busy because he has 2 teams in the NCAA tournament. But he's taking time to talk to us, and that's next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
earlier today, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. A lot of things coming up today. Robert Mays from the Athletic Football Show is going to talk a little bit about Browns free agent signings. And he has some thoughts on the offensive line you might not like, but things that we've talked about here on our show. Chris Rose, Baseball Today, John Boy Media, and, of course, from the NFL Network will join us coming up at 12:20. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin.
Mm-hmm. Big weekend here.
The Mid-American Conference.
Yes.
For the first time since 1999.
Yes.
2 teams in the NCAA tournament.
Almost 3, yes.
Okay. 2 teams in the NCAA tournament, maybe almost 3.
Almost 3.
Maybe.
It's our alma mater. Can you get a little love for them?
Oh,
little?
Maybe almost 3 is like you didn't get in.
It's better than like what we've always been talking about, how one gets
I'm sure
in.
that the MAC has almost had 2 teams in many times.
We're talking about 3, not almost 2. We're talking about 3.
But the thing has always been they can't even get 2. But now they have 2. And Miami in the play-in tournament, and Akron playing against Texas Tech. Miami playing SMU. So the MAC trying to knock off those Texas schools. Dr. John Steinbrecher, the MAC commissioner, will be joining us as soon as we're able to connect with him.
Ah.
There it is. I'll just throw it out there right now. How's that? I mean, we can sit here and tap dance, or we can say, hey, we're having problems connecting with him. That's the deal.
Yeah, it's a big weekend, but it's a big weekend beyond that, too, because we were just talking a couple of minutes ago about how the NCAA men's Division I wrestling tournament's in town this weekend, too. And the host school is, or the host conference is,
the Mid-American Conference.
That's right. So they've got a lot of work going on this week, and maybe that's why the doc is, maybe he's in session right now.
Well, we're working on it right now. So there.
Yes. It's amazing how much money this stuff brings into a city. And you think about, how your downtown gets flooded with folks that wouldn't be here normally because you've got these gigantic events. And, this wrestling championship is gigantic. It really is. And you see all the hotels are going to be filled. All the restaurants will be filled down here. You'll start seeing, college. I would think it would probably start as early as tomorrow. We'll start seeing people starting to flow into downtown Cleveland. I can't tell you, I was just, when I was in Columbus last weekend, they had so much stuff going on. And every hotel was packed. And, all the restaurants were packed. Every time we walked into somewhere, there was someone from one of the major things that were going on over the weekend. I can't get over how this cheerleading competition just took over the entire city on top of state wrestling last week. And, when you get into those situations where, you look at state basketball right now where Dayton will have all kinds of hotel rooms filled out. But last week, looking at Columbus and watching, just seeing all these different schools and all the excitement that you get to a city, it really, it brings the downtown alive. And this weekend with the state or with the NCAA wrestling championships, it is going to bring the downtown alive. And it's fun. I love being a part of that stuff.
And we'll have that here.
Yeah.
And certainly our town does a great job on events like that. We see a lot of them.
Yeah. You look at in Columbus Sports Commission did a bunch of the stuff last week. I know I was at the state hockey tournament, and they were a big part of what was going on. The Blue Jackets did a fantastic job last week of hosting the Frozen Four for high school, and they really do. It's a tough venue to watch a state championship, especially after the prior 2 weeks where you were at a packed place at Kent and a packed place over at Brooklyn to watch the regionals here in Cleveland. But they really put on a full court press to make those kids feel like it's an NHL experience while they're down there. So I thought they did a great job last weekend, and it was a lot of fun. And it was an experience of a lifetime, I can tell you that.
It's a cool experience, and now we'll see what happens for the 2 teams that are in the NCAA tournament. The Miami Redhawks running the table in the regular season, which is that's stunning. I heard the mathematical thought on that. Mm-hmm. It was less than 1% chance of any team running the regular season.
Oh, yeah.
Numerically, it's ridiculous. A less than 1% chance.
Well, Paul Biancardi said that'll probably never happen again in our lifetime.
I would think that's the case.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is the commissioner of the 2-bid Mid-American Conference. He is Dr. John Steinbrecher. Dr. John?
How you be?
Hello,
Congratulations. How you be?
I'm doing well, thank you. Excited about the next few days.
I can feel the excitement. So when you find out you get two teams in the dance, and it's been too many years, I mean, what went through your mind right away when you saw Miami got in? Let's start there.
Well, I was obviously very pleased for their student athletes and the institution and all that. I was pleased for the conference. We've had teams positioned for at-large bids in the past. During my tenure, and every time we'd really been positioned for that, those teams had won the championship or the tournament championship. So it made it wasn't going to happen that way. And of course, you're a little bit relieved too. So a mix of emotions.
Is it bad that it took a near historic performance by one of your teams to get that second bid?
There's nothing bad, and no matter how you get to the NCAA tournament, it's challenging to get there, right? And the world of college basketball has changed in so many ways, and I would suggest that many of the metrics we use are not good indicators for how we compare teams, and that's going to be a challenge going forward if we don't make some changes. I haven't come up with an answer yet, but I guarantee you we're looking for it. But it just speaks to, if you're not in one of the autonomy conferences, it's tougher and tougher to snare those at-large berths.
You know, I've always just found it, and obviously I'm somewhat partial. You know, going to Mid-American Conference schools, covering Mid-American Conference schools. To me, it's much more entertaining on the big stage to have a team that is really deserving and had a great regular season and everything else as a second team out of a conference like the Mid-American, as opposed to the seventh or eighth best team out of a really big conference who you assume might win a game, might not win anything, and they're out and didn't have the regular season. I just think it adds a little more juice to it, Dr. Steinbrecher. But maybe I'm just way too partial.
Well, certainly the lens one looks through colors your perception, right? And I would tend to agree with you. I would guess that people who are fans of other things might have different views of it. But that's the beauty of the NCAA tournament, right? And that's the beauty of the selection process. The conversation for the past 6, 7, 8 weeks around Miami has been glorious for Miami. It's been glorious for the Mid-American Conference. Yeah. It's shown a very bright light on our league. I think people walked away going, top of that league can play some basketball. And now we've got some interesting opportunities here the next few days. We need to show up and put on some good performances.
Yeah, how do you? I mean, obviously, winning a couple games here in the NCAA tournament, or going as far as you possibly can, makes a difference. But in the future, how does the Mid-American Conference set itself up for more success down the road by scheduling and by doing some things like that? Can you see an easier path to try to get more respect for the conference down the road, and how do you fix that?
I don't know if there's an easier path. The challenge is, can you build a schedule that allows you to build the resume that builds credibility in your program, right?
Right.
And so can you pick up a couple of those tier 1 or tier 2 games? And inevitably they're almost always going to be on the road in the non-conference. It's going to be very, very difficult to get those. Second, we need to continue to take care of business in the non-conference and win the games we ought to win. You know what's different in our league this year than the past 4 or 5 years, really since COVID? We won a lot more non-conference games. We took care of the games we should win. And so we made a big step in the net this year. We're 5, 6, 7, 8 spaces up above where we've been for the past 5 years. Really, and again, I go back to COVID because something happened. For the decade leading into COVID, we were a 9 to 12 RPI/net league. Mm-hmm. COVID hit, we came out of it, and we fell off the table. And don't have a great answer for that. This year, we made really good strides. And you hate to say it's as simple as winning games, but it's winning the games you ought to win. and that was a key to everything. Obviously, Miami took care of that to the nth degree.
Right.
Dr. John Steinbrecher joining us, commissioner of the Mid-American Conference. The Red Hawks had national headlines all year. They're all over ESPN. Everybody's talking about them for obvious reasons and for very good reasons. The Akron Zips had just about as good of a conference season. Their only loss was in Miami to the Red Hawks. And they come into this tournament, John, with 5 seniors, lots of tournament experience, third straight year, and a matchup against a team that's missing their best player, a 5 against 12, and that's where everybody always circles what 5's going to get upset. What do you think about Akron's chances based on their roster, their experience, and their non-conference schedule? Because they played a good one.
They really did, and they had another phenomenal season. John Gross does such a good job, and it was you hit on something I was talking about leading into the tournament, that people seem to be kind of not paying a lot of attention to Akron. Yet they came into the tournament with the second longest conference win streak in the country. Now it's the longest conference win streak in the country. Have depth, have all the component parts you want. And they showed how tough they were. By the same token, again, I think what our tournament showed was we're a pretty deep league. We got a lot of good teams. Toledo was another team I'd kind of thought that this was maybe set up for Toledo to snare a championship, because it's been quiet around them. They had what for them was not as strong a year as they've had in the past, but still a pretty darn good year. A lot of good players, very well-coached team. I think Akron is potentially a very dangerous team in this tournament.
We think the same. All right, I know, we normally get to do this at least once a year and talk to you. Can you kind of give me the big picture, and I know I'm asking you to do this pretty quick, but the state of college athletics, where we're going right now, where this thing's headed, because, a lot of times we talk about the Wild Wild West and trying to figure it out between football or basketball or any other sports, but where are we going with college sports right now?
Well, here's the big question, and it's really aimed, and with no disrespect to these conferences and teams, it's aimed at the autonomy conferences. Do they want to be governed or not? And that's going to dictate how this all falls out. We had the House settlement, and then what came out of that were an array of things, starting with the College Sports Commission, which is providing oversight of the cap and is providing oversight of third-party NIL deals. Now we've got an institution and student-athletes suing the College Sports Commission. We don't have an agreement among institutions in the College Sports Commission. Do we want to be governed or not? And if we do, we'll figure out a way to get some rules to provide some guidelines. We need help from Congress. I think it's potentially coming. We'll see if the next month and a half if we can get something out of the Senate. I think there's a possibility of that. But that, to me, that's the overarching question. If we want to have rules, we'll have them. If we want to have rules for everybody but ourselves, because what's occurring is we want rules on the other team, but we don't want rules on us. Because if you say we're in violation of something, we're going to take you to court. We've got to figure that out. To me, that's the overarching question of all of this.
Great point.
Do you think people want rules?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because rules bring clarity at the end of the day. If I'm reading the headlines right, coaches are calling for them, ADs are calling for them, presidents are calling for them. Okay, if you ask for them, then let's get them. Let's get in a room, let's knock it out, and let's get on our way. We'll see if we can get there or not.
This time of the year, you guys are going absolutely bananas. You had the Mid-American Conference basketball tournament in town, men's and women's, and now you're hosting the NCAA wrestling championships. How are you pulling all this off?
A lot of high energy drinks right now. You know what? The city's going to be crawling with wrestling fans through the weekend. Really starting with matches tomorrow. This is one of the great NCAA championship events. It's kind of like wrestling homecoming week. It's just phenomenal. and the intensity and the quality of these student athletes is unbelievable. Penn State's going to come rolling into town, and they're going to be a force. It'll be interesting to see if someone can challenge them. But again, this is one of those championships. It's the second time we've hosted it, and it's among my favorite. It's last time we hosted it, we set records for attendance and revenue that still stand. Because of the reconfiguration of Rocket Arena, we won't top the attendance, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to set a new mark for revenue. It's going to be 4 days of just great wrestling. There are a few tickets here and there available, but it's largely a sellout. I stay in touch through Rocket Arena to see what is left, but pay attention. This is going to be great theater for the city of Cleveland.
Yeah, what does it mean for you and the Sports Commission, obviously? And, I don't know if anyone ever thanks you for having the league office here in Cleveland, but it is a big deal. And I think, people in college athletics can, or at least people that see it and cover it, can respect the fact that having the league office here in Northeast Ohio and in Cleveland is a gigantic. So I don't know if anyone's ever thanked you for that, but I'll thank you for that. And then what does it mean for the city of Cleveland?
That's kind of you. Well, again, it's one of those, it's another feather in your cap. It gives you a chance to introduce people to Cleveland who've never been here. And if you haven't been here before, I'm not a native. I moved here. So I had a picture of Cleveland moving in. Mm-hmm. Got here and said, wow, what a place. Same thing there. Incredible economic growth for the city on this. This is an event that's probably going to bring $20 or $30 million of economic return to the city. Think about that. And I think about all the events we've brought to the city with our great partners, the Sports Commission and Rocket Arena. I mean, we're well north of $100 million of economic development that through our partnership we've brought to this community, and it's just phenomenal. And then for our staff, it's great professional development. Yeah, there's some economic upside for us, but it's a chance for us to kind of strut our stuff and show that we know how to manage and run world-class championship events.
Dr. John, good luck with it.
Good
it starts
luck.
tomorrow over at Rocket Arena. That'll be fun. The NCAA wrestling, and you got two teams in the NCAA men's tournament. It's going to be a big weekend. Best of luck, and thank you for your time today.
Good luck, Doc.
Good to be with you.
Dr. John Steinbrecher on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, the Mid-American Conference front and center. Last weekend downtown, this weekend downtown. It's a biggie. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
92.3 92.3
smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Miami Redhawks play-in tournament. Akron Zips, first round, ready to roll. Mid-American Conference Wrestling or NCAA Wrestling Tournament hosted by the Mid-American Conference coming to Cleveland starting tomorrow. And that's over at Rocket Arena. Call now. Tickets still available, perhaps.
He said there's hardly any left, though.
Well, that would mean that the tickets are still available.
Oh, is that how that works?
Well,
okay, well, thank you.
If there are still some available, I guess they're still available.
I mean, the doc sounded like
it's going to be a big crowd, yeah, and almost sold out.
You got any smoking, non-smoking? What do you got? You got some good tickets for me? Smoking, non-smoking. Don't you remember back? You'd say, I got tickets, I got smoking, I got non-smoking. You don't remember any of those?
I don't remember the smoking part of it.
Really? Yeah, you used to be able to smoke. Have you ever seen pictures of the old Cleveland Arena?
I know, but I never knew, one way or the other there.
Yeah.
Regardless, Dr. Steinbrecher was just with us, and not only is he the commissioner of the Mid-American Conference, but he's a real strong voice in the national scene when it comes to college athletics. And we asked him about where college athletics are now. And obviously with NIL, with our government getting involved in some of this stuff, it's kind of been all over the place.
It is 100% all over the place.
And here's what Dr. John had to say about all that.
Well, here's the big question, and it's really aimed, no disrespect to these conferences and teams. It's aimed at the autonomy conferences. Do they want to be governed or not? And that's going to dictate how this all falls out. We had the House settlement, and then what came out of that were an array of things, starting with the College Sports Commission, which is providing oversight of the cap and is providing oversight of third-party NIL deals. Now we've got an institution and student-athletes suing the College Sports Commission. We don't have an agreement among institutions in the College Sports Commission. Do we want to be governed or not? And if we do, we'll figure out a way to get some rules to provide some guidelines. We need help from Congress. I think it's potentially coming. We'll see if the next month and a half if we can get something out of the Senate. I think there's a possibility of that. That's the overarching question. If we want to have rules, we'll have them. If we want to have rules for everybody but ourselves, because what's occurring is we want rules on the other team, but we don't want rules on us. Because if you say we're in violation of something, we're going to take you to court. We've got to figure that out. To me, that's the overarching question of all of it.
Do you think people want rules?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because rules bring clarity. If I'm reading the headlines right, coaches are calling for them, ADs are calling for them, presidents are calling for them. Okay, if you ask for them, then let's get them.
And I think he's right about that. I think people do want rules because it gives you a structure in which you can work and put some parameters on things, Andy, that are usually helpful from a competitive standpoint. And I think they're lacking right now. NIL has gone through. It's silly. You have schools suing players to return NIL money.
Yeah.
You can see the point maybe coming where players sign 2-3 year deals with schools. You can't. Wouldn't think.
Right.
Take an NIL deal to go to a school. And that they're going to pay you that NIL money, thinking, "Oh, good, he's here for 2 or 3 or 4 years or whatever it is," and then bail and go to the next one the next year. That's where the wild, wild west part of some of this comes in, and that has to change.
What it sounds like to me is eventually, and I think we've talked about the super conference idea is that the NCAA works for Division II, it works for Division III. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I would say it does.
I think the NCAA works for Division II and Division III.
Well, you know why? Because in Division II and Division III, though it's still expensive to run athletic programs, it's not like it is in Division I, where there's incredible dollars flying into the product from all kinds of different sources.
I mean, truthfully, and I'm not trying to belittle it, but the schools, I think when we talk about D2 and D3, schools try not to be defined by their athletic programs in D2 and D3. Is that a fair? Is that a fair? Yeah, you'll take great pride in your athletic program.
A lot of D2 and D3 schools have athletic programs to get students.
Yeah,
I mean,
and fill dorms.
It's a big, right.
Let's be honest.
It's a big part of it.
Yeah, and that's also true at Division I. I mean, we talk about the education part of college, but let's be honest. They're also landlords. Universities are landlords, and filling dorm rooms are as important as filling classrooms. I know no one really wants to say that, but that's the truth.
If at, say, Big Ten schools, MAC schools, other larger institutions, how many athletes are there on campus? 400, 500, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
And Ohio State has how many students? 50,000? And think about the budget that goes in to deal with about 5 to, let's say, 1,000 students. Such a small percentage, but such a large investment, and that's where some of this has to get reined in and just regulated to some extent, I think. And right now, it's just as wide open as it's ever been.
It kind of feels like, and I'm just based on what we were just talking to him about, that you're going to end up, and I'm not trying to belittle any of the other conferences. It just feels like you're going to end up with the Big Ten and the SEC. And
everybody else.
And if the everybody else wants to be governed, they'll be in the NCAA, and the Big Ten and the SEC will go do their own thing.
Which, you've thought about for years. Like, well, why don't you just go do your own super conference or something like that? And maybe that's what ends up happening, down the road. But is that in the best interest of all of college athletics? Does it matter if it's in the best interest of all of college athletics?
It's a good point.
The amount of money that's being spent is just absolutely silly, and it's a little nuts. Robert Mays is going to join us coming up at 11:20, and he has some thoughts on the Browns' offensive line that you're going to want to hear. But coming up next, what is the Browns' plan here this offseason?
No.
Oh,
I thought I was looking forward to talking to you about
I want
this.
your input on it next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Right now, FanDuel is
CBS Sports. Hi, Clark.
Hey, good morning. That's quite a unique greeting.
Thank you.
Don't tell me, Clark, you haven't made up your own jingle over the years in the shower.
I make up many.
I have not made up any jingles.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Live radio. Schedule change. Robert Mays from the Athletic Football Show is going to join us at 11:20. He couldn't wait to get with us. We couldn't wait to get him on the air, so he's joining us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Robert, good to have you with us again.
Hey, Robert.
Good to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it very much. You can follow Robert on X, by the way, at Robert Mays, M-A-Y-S for the last name, at Robert Mays. Free agency, Browns. They have big holes at wide receiver. Couldn't wait to get into free agency so they could fill some of those, Robert. Oh, wait a minute. What are they thinking at wide receiver, Robert?
It's a good question. The problem is that wasn't the only hole, right? I mean, when your entire offensive line is hitting free agency in a single offseason, that also becomes a little bit of a priority. And so at least they have playable guys at receiver. At least they have guys we've seen be NFL players, even if Cedric Tillman's been banged up a little bit. So the idea that the line took precedence is maybe not surprising. And thankfully they have 2 first-round picks to fill some of these. If they'd find maybe a tackle with one of those, they find a receiver with one of those. The offseason's not over, so I'm not necessarily surprised to see them go the direction that they did, considering the state of the roster before we really got into this.
Robert, is the offensive line better now than it was before? And what does it say about a general manager that walks himself into a position where he needs at least 4 new offensive linemen?
Even a year ago, I remember looking at that situation and just feeling like, what are they going to do with this? You talk about the contracts, the money that's now going to hit, like with some of the void years and everything else. Are they going to restructure some of these? Are they going to sign these guys to extensions to avoid some of that? And so the fact that the clock just kind of ran out on all of them, it was surprising to watch it unfold like that. Whether the line is better, it's hard to say simply because injury is such a factor in this. In the best case scenario, a line with Wyatt Teller and with Jack Conklin, it may be better than what they have right now, but it's been so long since those guys were consistently available. And, a guy like Titus Howard, he's a nice, flexible piece where he can play multiple positions. Zion Johnson is a youngish player who's potentially ascending. And just based on availability, you could make an argument that maybe the group is a little bit better. Unfortunately, you can't really say the same thing about Elton Jenkins. He's obviously had his injury issues over the years. But I think right now what I would say is this is an acceptable outcome when you also consider the draft capital that they have compared to where they were 2 weeks ago.
So what's left? You're looking for a left tackle. Is there a left tackle that you think is worthy of being picked as high as 6? Are there 2 or 3? Because 1 or 2 might go off the board before the Browns actually pick at 6.
I'll tell you right now that I'm the wrong person to ask about the NFL draft right now. This is it's the last thing I come to, and so I'm very open about the fact that when it comes to the draft, I'm very far away from being an expert. Based on what I've seen, it seems like there is potentially going to be a tackle or a receiver available for them to draft there, and they could find a receiver later in the first round. So everything I have read so far that is not really based on my personal opinion is that a tackle at 6 could be an option for them.
All right, I'll ask you the fun one. What do you think of the quarterback situation here? Because we're trying to figure out that if they're happy with going with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders having a battle at cap, that's kind of what it feels like right now.
I think that is kind of what it feels like. And I think they were probably interested in some of the other potential options on the market this year, like a Malik Willis, but the price probably got a little bit too rich when you consider what sort of team you're looking at this year and whether they're going to be in a position to draft a quarterback next year. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Miami's decision-making, where Miami was in a spot where they're probably not going to be very good this year, but they thought that they had a pathway to a future starter in Willis. And so even if you're tearing it down around him, is it worth taking a swing on a guy like that? The Browns were in a position where they're probably saying, if we think we're going to be in a position where we might want to draft a quarterback in 2027 anyway, why would we eat into this year and next year's cap to pay for a quarterback that may not even be part of our plans? And so I think too many teams that have uncertainty at the position and probably understand they're not going to be competitive over leverage themselves to find a quarterback where it's like, we just need somebody. It's like, you got guys on the roster. Like, you can live with Shedeur and Deshaun Watson for a year to understand that you're probably going to find your actual solution in 2027. And so if that's what they end up going with, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I think it's a totally fine way to approach the position in the short term.
Shedeur's in the last year of his contract coming up here, and then it's over. Browns can, without obviously there'll be some financial ramifications, but they can move on if they want. What should people expect from Deshaun Watson in the final year of this deal, and with a new head coach and a new system?
I think they should expect nothing. Your expectations should be underneath the ground. Like, it doesn't matter. I think that's where I sit with this. Like, this ship has sailed so far. Like, it doesn't matter what Deshaun Watson is in 2026 for the Browns. I think it's just a matter of, are you at a place where the offense is, I'm not even say competitive, where the offense can be functional with whoever's playing quarterback. Like, walking into this season hoping that you're going to get anything out of Deshaun Watson after the way that this entire thing has gone, I think would be misguided. Like, we're way, way, way past that point. I think this is about playing out the string and this team going into 2027 with a relatively clean slate and a fresh start, and you figure out what everything looks like moving forward.
What are your thoughts on Todd Monken taking this thing over? Because, again, you're talking about the clean slate, you talk about those things, but, you lose your defensive coordinator, who they wanted to stay, but came in second place for the head coach's job. And now, the defense is relatively coming back intact, with the exception of, Quincy Williams coming in to play linebacker. I don't what do you think the Monken effect is going to be? I guess that's probably the best way to put it.
I think Todd is a really good offensive football coach. I think he's been a really good offensive football coach for a long time. I think there are two different ways that this could potentially go as I think about the archetype of coach that Todd is and how this season might play out. The best case scenario, and I've made this comparison since he got hired, like, I think if you're a Browns fan, the best way that this can work out is that this is like Bruce Arians 2.0, where you have a guy that is a longtime assistant, waited for his chance, and surprises some people in terms of how good of a head coach he ends up being in his 60s. The downside of this, and I think the worst case scenario is this one of those kind of interstitial hires for a bad team where you're hiring Todd Monken as a step to hiring your head coach that's going to be here as you really kind of pull yourself out of the muck. And I don't know which one of those it is. If you told me that this was a 1-year thing and they're looking for a head coach again next year, just based on the current state of the roster, the level of quarterback play they're going to get, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But I have enough respect for Todd Monken where I absolutely can see the other path working out, where the offense is a little bit better than we expected. You're maximizing the players on that side of the ball, and you can talk yourself into the idea of, okay, when we get a quarterback in here, we do think this is the right guy to oversee that process.
Robert Mays joining us from the Athletic Football Show. Expect nothing out of Deshaun Watson. What should we expect out of Shedeur Sanders?
I think the hope should be that he's a little bit better than he was last year. You saw some flashes, but overall the quality of quarterback play was pretty poor for most of the season. And some of that is the state of the offensive line. Some of that is the state of the offense overall. But again, I think if I were a Browns fan heading into this season, I would not hold out any sort of hope that either of the guys that are going to make up the quarterback room this year are going to be answers for you moving into 2027. Like, it hurts to hear that heading into a year where there's really nothing to attach yourself to other than just like plugging your nose and making it to the end. But it kind of feels like that's where we are. It was always going to be a messy end when the Deshaun Watson thing didn't work out, and we're working through that messy end right now. And so I don't think any sort of like realistic or hopeful expectations for the quarterback room are in your best interest if you want to be like a satisfied Browns fan by the end of this season. I think you got to keep your eye on the prize, and that is the 2027 offseason and everything that may come after that.
If you're Todd Monken and you've seen what Andrew Berry has done so far this offseason, and you see some new offensive linemen in, but not a whole lot else on offense, what do you think?
I think it's going to be a challenge, but you always knew it was going to be a challenge. I don't think this team was going to spend outside of their like drastic needs. This is we're just trying to keep the lights on sort of off season. Like, you're trying to find offensive linemen to get you to a playable point as an offense because you had none. I don't think they really have the flexibility or the appetite to be spending on a lot of positions where you need upgrades. I think you just need guys. Like that's how the offensive line looked heading into this thing. So is it a good offensive roster? Absolutely not. Would I be concerned if I was an offensive coach? Absolutely. But Todd Monken knew that coming in. Like, I don't think anything that's happened over the last 2 months should be surprising to you if you were taking this job.
All right. So what should Browns fans expect for next year? I look at it, I'm like, the defense is going to be good, and I have no idea what's going to happen with the offense. What do you think?
I think that's right. I think this is always the last 2 years, right? I mean, and this sometimes it's hard to have like really realistic and modest expectations for your team, but I think often that can be the best thing you can have. Like last year, the entire outlook for the 2025 Cleveland Browns, in my opinion, was how do the young guys look, right? For the first time in forever, you have gotten to draft a lot of players. How do those guys look? How many, when we finish the season, how many of those guys feel like realistic building blocks for your team moving forward? And the answer was a lot. The answer was most of them. You know, if you look at what Quinshaw Junkins was last year, what Mason Graham was last year, what Schlesinger was, Harold Fannin, I mean, they got 4 to 5 real contributors from that draft class. And that's kind of where this team is. You're starting from square one enough where those are the little wins that you have to start taking. And I don't think this year is that much different. You know, look at the young pieces you have on the roster. Look at all of the young pieces you're going to have coming out of this draft with those 2 first-round picks. And by the end of the 2026 season, are you in a spot where you're thinking, all right, we've got like 8 to 10 young players that we feel really good about. Our team wasn't very good. You know, we won 5-6 games this year, but we're picking in the top 5 again. We're going to have a pathway to draft a new quarterback, and we have a young collection of guys that we just didn't have a couple years ago because we weren't making any picks. If that's what you're saying about the Browns by the end of the year, and either you feel good about Todd Monken being the guy who's going to oversee that, or there's enough light at the end of the tunnel where you can coax like a very promising head coaching candidate into your building, if all of those things come together, that's success for the Browns. I don't think it's going to be a painless journey as you move toward the end of that season, but I think that's an okay place to land at the end of it.
Robert, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Robert.
Of course, guys.
Robert Mays, The Athletic Football Show. And you can follow him on X at Robert Mays. It's Robert, M-A-Y-S. He said expect nothing from Deshaun Watson. Doesn't matter what Deshaun Watson does next year. He said if you put the thing on the right path and get a different coach in here the following year, if you're looking for 2026 to be anything for the Browns, you're going to have to convince Robert. Certainly sounds like.
He made me feel like it's more of the same from last year.
What do you think? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. You're on the Fan. Well, if you had some optimism about the Brown season and you listened to our last segment with Robert Mays from the Athletic Football Show, Robert may have taken a garden hose and showered off that enthusiasm a little bit. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan behind the glass, and Meredith taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092.
I didn't take it completely like that. I took it as a
reality check?
Yeah, it was just kind of, okay, look, you know what you had last year. You know what you have going into this year. You know the changes you've made so far. You know the potential things you might be able to do coming up in the draft. Don't go into the season next year with, gigantic high hopes. And if something decent happens, it's going to happen. But chances are you're probably building towards the next season. And I think the reality of what we're watching is what's coming into play.
Yeah.
I thought that the interesting point was...
Don't you agree with him, by the way?
Yeah, it was hard for me to argue with him on any point, and I thought the one point that he made that was really good was think about the fact that we did have a rookie class that contributed in a positive way that gave you some optimism towards the future. If you think about it, truthfully, Jeff,
there's some guys there.
Go back to last year's draft and ask yourself, who played an important role? That's every one of them, and who might have been the two guys in the draft that maybe, I don't want to say underperform because that's not true, but give you the least amount of hope, and that's probably the quarterbacks. Or they give you the most amount of hope if you look at Shedeur. So, and then maybe you even ask yourself, why did they draft two quarterbacks? Because I do it every day. Why?
Is that what you start your day with?
I do. I'm like, I do my blessings.
You look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror.
I'm a good-looking guy.
No.
Why did they take two quarterbacks?
Yeah, I don't do the good-looking guy part.
I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And doggone it, people like
me. I normally go, there used to be muscle here. What's going on?
Okay, now that we got that out of the way, why the hell did they take two quarterbacks?
Why did they
good.
take
My voice
two?
is warmed up for the day. We're good to go.
Why did they take two quarterbacks? I just don't understand. Well, if they just would have taken one, it changed the whole scenario.
It's like vocal exercises before a performance. Why did they take two quarterbacks?
Why
did they take two quarterbacks?
Yes.
Yeah, you get it going. I asked him about Deshaun Watson because we had the external veteran option thing that apparently seems like a complete misnomer now.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not buying it.
So even though Todd said it, even though Andrew said it, we haven't seen it yet. Unless you're clearing a path for Kirk Cousins to come in here, or you're going to bring in Carson Wentz just so you have somebody you can trade coming out at the end of training camp, I don't know. Nonetheless, there isn't anybody here. And right now it would appear that it's a battle between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Mm-hmm. And then there's still Dylan Gabriel here. And, you wish Dylan the best because I don't care who it is if somebody can play well. But we asked Robert, what about Deshaun Watson in the final year of his contract? What happens here with Deshaun? And here's what he had to say.
Your expectations should be underneath the ground. It doesn't matter. I think that's where I sit with this. This ship has sailed so far. It doesn't matter what Deshaun Watson is in 2026 for the Browns. I think it's just a matter of, are you at a place where the offense is, I'm not even say competitive, where the offense can be functional with whoever's playing quarterback. Walking into this season, hoping that you're going to get anything out of Deshaun Watson after the way that this entire thing has gone, I think would be misguided. We're way, way, way past that point. I think this is about playing out the string and this team going into 2027 with a relatively clean slate and a fresh start, and you figure out what everything looks like moving forward.
That's a thought that we've had. I won't, not the early part of that, but the latter part where you go into 2027. We know it's expected to be a draft that's better than this one for quarterbacks, and see what you get. See what you get in free agency, blah, 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 blah. All that said, Andy, expect nothing from Deshaun Watson this year. I get that, except...
I think that's the way to go into it. I just don't know that, but realistically, you have to expect something.
Well, maybe. Let me ask you this. It's this. He's going to be on the team. He's going to be getting reps. And I would think he's going to have the opportunity to play.
Yes.
And so
I think the opportunity to start is there for him.
I would think so too. And I agree with him. It doesn't matter. But does that help you build anything if you have no expectations? And again, this concept I just completely can't wrap my head around. Deshaun Watson sitting there as a backup quarterback to Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel. I have a hard time thinking that he is going to sit there and watch somebody else play quarterback. Not because he can't handle that or anything else. It's that, well, this was the guy you brought in to be the guy. If he's healthy and performing at any kind of a level at all, I would think he's got to be the guy.
I can't argue that. I think you're 100% right. And I don't know if you're going to look at this thing the way it seems to be presented to us, you're going to walk into the season. I don't know how you don't walk into the season saying, Deshaun, here's every opportunity to win this job. Right now, it's yours. And, we like Shedeur. We know where we're going with this thing. Or at least we think we know where we're going with this thing, I should say. It is probably one of the most confusing and I'm trying to think of the words. Nourishing is not the word I'm looking for, but I want to be able to take hold of who the quarterback is going to be and move forward. Like, if it's going to be Shedeur, I wish they would just say it was Shedeur, but they haven't. That's what the problem is.
They haven't said
They
anything.
don't have to.
That's the problem.
They don't have to.
Nor should they.
Right. They don't have to.
Because who knows what presents itself.
If we have learned anything, this team will tell you nothing until it absolutely has to.
Let me bounce this off of you.
All right.
Todd Monken was brought in because of his offensive skill, and we just heard, Robert Mays really likes him as an offensive coach. Robert, unfortunately for Todd Monken, probably vocalizing what we all fear, and he said, and if you get things back on track and make it a more appealing thing for a better coach next year, I thought,
what?
Well, he insinuated, 1 year and done, and you make it better. Maybe a better climate for a different type of coach. That said, do you think Todd Monken has a better chance? And he's right now his two quarterbacks, let's be honest, are Shedeur and Deshaun.
Right.
Okay, and the external veteran option, one that can start. There's still only one guy out there who could do that. And it's Kirk Cousins, and I don't think he's coming here.
Okay.
And I don't think the Browns want him here, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so does he have a better chance, he being Todd Monken, of coaching up Deshaun Watson and getting Deshaun close to what he was in Houston? Or does he have a better chance of coaching up Shedeur Sanders and getting Shedeur close to what Deshaun Watson was in Houston?
I think he's got a better shot of coaching up Shedeur.
Why?
Because he's younger, and maybe he doesn't have the same I don't know if this is fair or not, but maybe he doesn't have the same preconceived notions that Watson would have when he walks out on the field. That it might be easier to take a lump of clay and make it into something great than it is to have something that has already kind of been there and there's no reshaping it. I don't know. I tend to now in that scenario. I would lean towards the younger guy because there's always the ability to learn, and what you don't know yet. Then Deshaun knows. Like, Deshaun's been there. He gets it. He understands. He's had success in the league. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. But in your scenario that you just put together, I would lean more towards Shedeur Sanders in that.
I don't know the answer to it. My perspective on it, though, is this: if Deshaun is healthy, okay, if his Achilles is back, if his shoulder, because of the Achilles, has had even more time to get back to what it was, from a game standpoint, from an offensive system standpoint, if Deshaun has health, and let's say even 80 to 90% of his normal health, of what we expect him to be, I think he's got a better chance with Deshaun. And why? Because Deshaun has already showed that guy was capable of playing quarterback at a really high level in the NFL. He's already shown that. I think it's a question as to whether Shedeur can ever reach that. If he can ever reach what Deshaun did in Houston. And I honestly, Andy,
maybe this just comes down to attitude.
Well,
if you're talking about teaching,
see,
and coaching guys
Shedeur
up.
has more time on his hands as far as to get it on track in his career. Deshaun has 1 year. And if Deshaun doesn't show something next year, do you think any team's going to sign him in 2027? I mean, take a look at the quarterbacks who are out there now and who are available. There's some guys out there who have had some success. You know, Carson Wentz was on his way to an MVP season when he got hurt. You know, he's put up big numbers. He still needs a job. There are other guys out there. And I would think we're going to see, and not that it's going to matter, we're going to see the most motivated Deshaun Watson that he's ever been in his entire life.
I tend to agree. I agree with
his
you.
entire life.
Or else he's done.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's coming into it thinking, I'm done already. But that's you'll find out real quick.
Well, and Andy,
I would hope if he's tried to rehab.
That could be, though, don't you think?
Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility.
But
especially
we see all the videos.
Right.
We see all the work. He doesn't look like a guy who's acting like he's done.
No. Which could be good for us.
Well, it could
to
be.
get some sort, I know you don't want to hear it, ROI on what he has brought to Cleveland. Which hasn't been a whole lot.
I understand that. I think the guy just needs to the guy has to try to salvage his career if he wants to continue playing football. Now, he has a lot of reasons, dollars, to not continue playing football.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already been paid.
Yeah.
I mean, he can sail off to the sunset and never worry about anything financially the rest of his life if he's taking care of things. And that includes settling lawsuits. Even though that cost him, he's got money left. I mean, how much do you need? But I would think we're going to see the most motivated Deshaun Watson ever. What does Todd Monken have a better chance of doing, folks? Getting Deshaun Watson back to close to Deshaun Watson level, or getting Shedeur Sanders up to Deshaun Watson level? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your
Tuesday. Cleveland Monsters back on the outside, going to be on the road in Belleville to face the Senators. Monsters looking to bounce back after losing yesterday afternoon in Toronto 4-2. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Chris Rose is going to join us at 12:20. We'll talk a little baseball. Also talk a little Browns.
You know, Jeff, as I like to tell you every day,
yeah,
you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from all of your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Robert Mays from the Athletic Football Show was with us at 11 o'clock, and Robert said, I agree, expect nothing out of Deshaun Watson. He did say it doesn't matter what Deshaun Watson does next year. I wonder about that, only because are you trying to win football games, and if he's your quarterback, you want him to play well enough to win some football games. But I'm kind of wondering, Todd Monken brought in here to help fix the offense, obviously is an offensive guy. Robert likes him a lot as an offensive coach. Does Todd Monken have a better chance of getting Deshaun Watson back close to what he was, or getting Shedeur Sanders close to what Deshaun Watson was? You know, Deshaun was a Pro Bowl quarterback. Can you get Shedeur up to a level where it's like, wow, that's pretty good. That guy looks like he could be our starting quarterback. Could he get Deshaun back to, wow, that's kind of what you had in mind when you made the outrageous trade and the outrageous contract years ago. 216-474-0092. Jay is in Saybrook. Hello, Jay.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey,
All right,
how are
thank
you?
Hey, I just wanted to say, I think talking about the quarterbacks,
Yeah.
I think the best case scenario, Deshaun wins the job from last year.
Can if you're talking to your buddies at the bar, that's fine. But
normal bar conversation you can't really put on the radio.
yeah,
So we hit a little button and we take care of that.
it's like cleaning it up.
We did, didn't we?
We did. Nice job cleaning it up.
Yeah. It's always fun to watch Dan like immediately jump toward the dump button.
Yeah, it's a joy. Love every bit of it.
You feel it. Feel the energy coming out of that.
Yeah.
Very few things are better.
Although, I mean, yeah. It wasn't wrong. It wasn't like he was.
No, he wasn't wrong
He
at all.
wasn't going down a wrong road. It's just.
It was like cleaning up the, you know what he said, basically.
Yeah.
7 words you can't say. Pick all the millions of words in his fine language besides those 7.
And those are the ones, yeah. Those are the ones you kind of try to avoid. This offseason, to me, has been kind of strange so far. There's a lot to go. I don't think we can make judgments about what Andrew Berry has done completely yet. You know, as Mays said, as we have said, he brought in some different offensive linemen. Are they better? Well, they've been more available in recent years, so that alone makes them better. Caliber of play any better? I don't know about that. You know, Wyatt Teller was a Pro Bowl guard.
Yeah.
You know, Wyatt did a fine job. Jack Conklin was a Pro Bowl tackle. But for whatever reason, Wyatt wasn't starting here anymore, at least late in the season. And the team, before he signed with Houston yesterday, had clearly made the decision to move on from him. And Jack Conklin, same thing. And you know, Ethan Posick, what happens there, we'll find out. You know, we'll find out what happens there. But you've brought in guys who are more available. At wide receiver, you haven't done anything.
Nothing, Jeff. You haven't done anything.
I'm curious about that.
Tell me you don't have FOMO for the rest of the league. Fear of missing out. Like, it just feels like everybody's doing something and we didn't do anything.
Okay, you want proof of that?
Yes.
According to our friends at Spotrac,
Yes.
Okay. Our friends at Spotrac say there have been 27 wide receiver free agent signings here during the new league year. So it's been going on for about a week and a half only. And as far as I can, I think 3 wide receiver trades. Michael Pittman going to Pittsburgh, Jalen Waddle yesterday going to Denver, and DJ Moore going to Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
That's 30 wide receiver transactions, Andy, so far since the start of the new year.
30, okay.
30.
And I'm just trying to sniff around this. I don't think any of them have been in Northeast Ohio.
Of the 27 wide receiver free agent signings, 18 involve guys who changed teams. Okay, nine guys kept their own free agents, but 18 changed teams, and then you have trades. So that's 30 transactions, and not one of them involving our team that, from all accounts, needs help at wide receiver. And my only thought here is this. I'm not going to say, well, that's terrible, because there's a lot more to come. Okay, there's a lot more time. I don't know if there are more moves to come, but there's a lot more time. So I think you have to withhold judgment. You know, he could make a trade. If he makes a trade and drafts somebody, okay, done. There you go. Mm-hmm. But I just wonder, it's like, well, what's the plan at wide receiver? Is it just to draft a rookie and bring him in, and that's going to be good enough?
Is that it? I don't think so, Jeff.
And as a rookie coming in, first of all, you have to nail it, which they haven't done in drafting a wide receiver. They haven't nailed a wide receiver draft choice. Have not done it.
When's the last time?
Well, this front office hasn't done it.
Yeah.
And then you have to think, can that guy play? And is one guy enough? You know, is one guy enough to add to this group?
What do you think?
No, I don't.
I think they need at least 2.
I would think
at
you
least
need 2. And if you want to go, if let's say you draft 2, and you don't add a veteran, it screams to me what Robert Mays was talking about, which is, hey, this whole thing, and this might be okay. The whole thing is gearing up toward 2027. Not just the draft, but the season. You're going to give it another year of building. 3 wins, 5 wins, who knows how many wins in 2026, with a chance of having a better roster to compete with in 2027. But that's a tough sell, Andy. I think it's a tough sell. And if you're Todd Monken, well, you don't want that. This is your chance.
Tough sell for the fans or tough sells for the players?
Fans. Yeah. Players' tough sell is this. Are they paying me? Okay. I mean, the Browns had no problem bringing in veteran offensive linemen if they wrote big checks.
I'll be honest. I'm asking what would drive you to buy a ticket. I'm not trying to be like Myles Garrett is very easy.
I would watch regardless.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's our team.
Right, but let's just say you're on the edge and you're like, okay, I'm going to watch at home or I'm going to go. And
watching at home is still being engaged.
I know. I'm trying to think of a better way to. But what drives you to want to buy a ticket? And Myles, without a doubt, is probably the easy, clear-cut answer.
But so you watch a guy get 2 sacks a game and they lose. That's
I'm going to be honest. The number 2,
not wildly entertaining.
The number 2 reason to buy a ticket is Shedeur Sanders.
Maybe.
I make an argument. I make an argument for anywhere else. I don't know that I can.
I'm not buying a ticket based on any one individual on this team. I wouldn't, or most
so
teams.
Let's just say you're in the marketing department. You're going to put billboards up. Who's on the billboard?
Well, that's easy. That's Myles.
Yeah, it's Myles.
Myles, Denzel, Schlesinger. It's almost entirely defense. There's nobody.
You're putting Shedeur on there, probably. You probably are putting Shedeur on there.
I think that's a mistake.
I don't think it's going to drive people away from buying tickets. It might it might drive people to want to buy tickets.
I don't think you put guys on billboards until they've really accomplished something. And Shedeur's on his way, hopefully, to accomplishing big things in the NFL. But he's not there yet. And that's why I wonder, it's starting to feel very much like, okay, we're not telling you, but we definitely are rebuilding. And the idea of competing this year is quaint But I think with this defense, Andy, you have a chance to compete this year, which is why I find some of the offseason moves already befuddling, especially on the offensive side of the ball.
Or lack of moves. Is that what
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I don't understand why they haven't found one wide receiver out there that they like.
One guy who can play.
That might be affordable, even if it wasn't a big name. No, they don't think there was one free agent wide receiver that was worth bringing in.
Well, there's another guy who, and this week we kind of set the tone like, okay, these guys are still available. And again, there are still some guys out there who are available. But this week alone, Christian Kirk signed with the Niners. Niners are a pretty good offensive team, right? Hollywood Brown signs. Hollywood can play. And Sky Moore, who's been a bust with Kansas City and was with the Niners this year, he signed this week too. And he's just a guy who, with the ball in his hands, he mainly did return stuff. And I'm not saying I wanted Sky Moore, but I'm just saying other teams have found some value here in some guys that they wanted to bring in. And our team hasn't done that. Still some big-name guys available, Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel. If they signed one of those guys,
change your whole attitude.
It would change everybody's attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think if you get much further down that list, Juwan Jennings is a guy who I think could help you. But remember what Shelby Harris said about him post-game? They played the Niners, and Shelby said, I understand why somebody punched him in the in the mommy daddy.
Yes.
And he said, I'm surprised somebody hasn't punched him in the jaw. I would think that's a tough guy to bring into this locker room.
For sure.
So that would be interesting. And then after those four guys, I think everybody is a crapshoot, a wide receiver. You bring somebody in and you might have a guy who can fill a spot. But maybe they have great hope that the four guys that
Did I throw you?
No, you didn't throw me.
Did not expect me to say Luke Florio. I'd like to see him get a shot. I'm not asking him to be a number one wide receiver.
And I get that, and good for him. And Gage Larvidan as well.
Yep.
Can't have too many 5'8" wide receivers. It's a good thing. But I would think
work ethic.
Corley, Tillman, Bond, Judy. That's your core four, for lack of a better way of describing it. And I think you need to supplement it a little bit. 216-474-0092, the number to join us, as Robert May is not optimistic about the quarterback, and it doesn't look like there's anybody else on the horizon. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
is the Rocky Colavito statue?
We know, but does John Colavita know? And do we run the risk of watering down the NFL product by playing more games on more nights? It's all coming up on the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app.
Rolls off the tongue.
So let's see. We heard external veteran options at quarterback repeatedly. Haven't seen one of those. We knew you needed offensive linemen. Got those. Got some guys who can start. We've been talking about wide receiver and everything else, and haven't seen any of those. You got a wide receiver or tight end who can block.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
And
you've got one who can catch already.
You got a running back who's coming back from an injury. Hopefully he's okay and everything else is good. Can you trust this process that they're actually trying to put a team on the field next year offensively that's better than what they had last year? Or is it just you bring in Todd Monken and he's going to fix everything? Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Let me answer that in a second.
That's Andy Baskin.
I will first tell you that we close in on the upcoming NFL draft. You can check out the fan off-season special every Tuesday night. Hopefully you listened to it last night. From 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and in the draft. And as you can listen and get ready for all this stuff, you can do it right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. You can watch every episode live on YouTube, too. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Can you just be patient and let this thing go and trust Andrew Berry to add some pieces to this offense? My buddy Dave says, don't worry, they're going to draft 2 quarterbacks.
That's great.
Excuse me, 2 wide receivers. And he says, with these 6th and 7th round picks.
Oh, great. Great.
Thanks, Dave.
That's some optimism.
That's cheery. 216-474-0092. Jim's in Strongsville. Jim.
Hey, Rocket. Hey, Train. Listen, I happened to look at the calendar today, Jeff.
Yeah.
And I was stunned. You realize the Browns do not, in fact, play a game for 6 more months?
I've heard that. Yes.
Okay, so there is time. Here's what we got to look at. Yes, I think they are going to upgrade some of these positions. But, guys, the bottom line is that, I wanted to first talk about the Deshaun stuff. You guys have brought up Deshaun. And, look, I think if Deshaun gives you the best chance to win, it's more of an indictment on Shedeur Sanders than it is an endorsement of Deshaun Watson.
I don't know that I agree with that. Okay.
Well, look, listen to me here. We've seen this before. When he was 25 years old, he sat out a season. He came to the Browns, and what do we think? He looked physically diminished that first year with the Browns after just sitting out a year. Now he's 30 years old, coming off of major surgeries, major rehabs, and we're expecting him to what? I mean, you know what I mean?
You know what? I don't know, Jim. Are we expecting? I'm curious. I will say that.
I mean, I'm curious too, but that comes back to what you guys said earlier. The expectations have to be 0.
Yeah.
So I look at it this way. I get what you guys are saying. I understand everything. And Jeff, when I look at all the teams that are signing wide receivers or making moves, they're contenders. And I know you said we have a defense that we contend for what? What are we? Look across the league. You got New England, who's a young team. You got the Broncos, who are a young team. You got Buffalo going to get back into it. You got new coaches in Pittsburgh and Baltimore. You've got Jacksonville. Well, compete for what? I don't understand. Compete for what? Maybe if one of those teams falls off of a cliff, maybe you get in as a 6 seed, as a 9 and 8 6 seed, or probably more like an 8 and 9 6 or whatever seed, and get thumped in the first round. Don't get a quarterback next year, and then we just sit here and complain about it all once again. I know it sucks to have to sit here and wait for the Browns to go through this season that really doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Embrace the fact that they're just trying to build the team as best they can this offseason to set themselves up to get a quarterback next offseason and to continue to build them. It sucks, but it's where we're at, especially when my ticket agent called me this morning to ask about my payment. Did not feel good about that.
Ooh.
Yeah, did not feel good about it.
Did you have a conversation with your ticket agent?
They don't, dude. Listen, the Browns don't care. The Cavaliers and Guardians are like treat their fans really, really well. The Browns treat us like they just expect us to show up.
Wow,
it's just the way that team is.
Well, give them one reason to be better. Give them one thing how they can be better.
I think they've already gotten better.
No, I'm not talking about the team. I'm talking about your experience there.
Just care a little bit more. Care about the fan experience. Care about, like, you know what I mean? I know people who have season tickets to all three teams, and it's just night and day versus what the Browns do versus the Cavaliers are probably the best, and the Guardians come in second. I mean, everything to them is about making their fans feel appreciated, making their fans feel like it's all about, like, building up the fan experience. And honestly, guys, I know it sounds stupid, but yeah, make me feel good about spending all that money. Kiss my butt a little bit. I mean, I'm sorry. I know that sounds stupid. It sounds stupid, but I mean, you know what I mean? Act like you really appreciate the hey, we know that things are tough, but I'm just, everybody I talk to that has tickets to multiple whatevers, they all say the same thing. They're just like, the Browns just kind of show up, throw their team out on the field, and expect you to show up and pay.
Jim, we care here at Baskin and Phelps, so I'm going to pass this along.
You mean Rocket and A-Train?
Little salt water, a little salt water and vinegar. Warm it up a little bit and gargle. It'll take care of that cold right away.
You're making me paranoid. You say this every time. Now I got to go see the doctor and make sure I don't have some kind of cancer.
Hey, just make sure you're okay. Thanks, buddy.
Goodbye.
Now's not the time for ticket folks to be calling season ticket holders, is it?
Well, unless your payments do.
Yeah, I know, but
so
it's like, hey, we brought in 3 offensive linemen. That's a tough sell right there, my friend.
It's probably a little bit easier when you have the number 1 pick in the draft or something, or you do something extremely popular.
Yeah.
Might make it easier to pull those bills out of your wallet.
There's still time to there's still time to get things better. You know that, I know that, we get that. But boy, Andy, it's going to be a tough sell if they don't pull something off. And I think it's putting Todd Monken in a tough spot. Hey, you're the offensive guru.
All right, so
here's the same stuff that we rolled out last year. Please do something with it.
They're going to pull something off. I don't.
At the very least, it's a draft choice.
All right, so let me throw it this way.
Boy, that's tough to put on some kid you might draft with a 6th overall pick. Hi, can you be the answer to an offense that wasn't very good?
It's 1 of 11, but so that's I don't know how you, unless you're drafting a quarterback who touches the ball for half the plays a game, if you're lucky. I don't know how you can't control your impact, whether you're running back or wide receiver. And that's, obviously it's on the coordinator at that point. But do you feel now more confident if they go offense at 6 because they've made the acquisitions on defense? Can you now, is it an easier sell?
What acquisitions?
You're right. I'm sorry. Do you, offensive line. Sorry, I messed that up.
Okay.
Do you feel like they could, I don't know, I'm just trying to think, throw you a curveball, I guess, at 6, now that they've kind of settled in on what's going on?
You mean a curveball like as in the best defensive player on their board?
That's actually, I
do.
It. Yeah,
I do, and I'd understand it. I would understand it. Because at this point, Andy, I don't know why I feel this way, but I kind of do. Part of it is, I think it's the overall lack of attention to the wide receiver position other than a couple of trades that this regime has had. If they draft a wide receiver at 6, it almost feels like a panic to me.
Really?
A little bit. Even
if it's best available Buckeye? I know you don't want to hear that, but fans do.
Well, that would be a really stupid thing to do at 6.
Well, it depends who it is.
Best available Buckeye is a stupid thing to do. Best available player, that would be okay.
But best available player probably will be a Buckeye at that point.
Well, maybe. Maybe it's David Bailey, pass rusher from Tech. Andy, honestly, you can't base the 6th pick in the draft on where they went to college.
Jeff, do you think this team has ever drafted anyone based on hype, based on knowing that they would be able to sell tickets?
Well, sure. Every team has. You're not doing that with the 6th pick in the draft. Jim's in Cleveland. Jim.
Am I on?
You are,
Jim.
Congratulations.
There's no prize.
You win absolutely nothing other than to let people know what you think.
Last week, you guys were talking about drafting Buckeye receivers, and Andy, you said that Jeffy was blue in the face. I was wondering if that was a Michigan blue.
Oh, I don't know. No, he just generally.
Let's get Braylon in here.
It's not scarlet, I can tell you that.
6, grade 24 down to the Cardinals for.
Yeah, that's not
and
happening.
I'll be happy with the draft. Well, we need linemen, just all the way out, offensive linemen.
Did they
you
have
just
to
picked up a bunch?
And Deshaun Watson, I think I did the math, and it's like $500,000 per pass attempt as a Cleveland Brown. It's a ridiculous number, but he's there, and we've already spent the money, and we're going to be stuck with it for a minute.
Well, one more year.
I missed. Who'd you say you're taking at 6?
Jim hung up on us.
He hung up. I thought he said it so quick.
He had to go greet Buckeyes who were coming into town. You do. I know you love yourself some Ohio State Buckeyes.
This has everything to do with talent.
You know it's a bad idea to take a guy at 6 just because he went to Ohio State, right? Now, it might be if it's the best guy in their board, fine, take him. But you don't pick a guy who you have less rated than somebody else because he went to Ohio State.
But he could sell more tickets.
Well, that doesn't matter. You're going to
Does it? Does it? Does it matter?
Andy.
Are we trying to sell tickets here, or are we trying to win football games?
Andy.
Jeff?
You've spent most of your life here in Northeast Ohio.
I have. Almost the
you and I both
know
of it. Cleveland fans will support a winning product, and it doesn't matter where they went to college.
I totally agree with you on that. Yes, without a doubt.
So
call Campy.
Pick the best guys.
Yeah.
Pick the best guys.
But I'm telling you, there are 3 ways to look at the draft. Best available player based on need, and best available Buckeye. And that's how this world rolls around here in Northeast Ohio. So maybe it's not the whole world, but it's just the area that probably got covered by the boom yesterday.
I disagree with you, but that's okay.
It's okay. It's all right to disagree. Otherwise, it would be a very boring show, as you said in the first segment. Cheers.
I will tell you, I was so sure, and it still might happen, that Andrew Berry would make some kind of a free agent signing at wide receiver. Some kind. I didn't think they were going to go out and get Alec Pierce. I still think they could go get Stephon Diggs. But see, the Browns, because of what the Browns haven't done, even if these guys might want to sign in Cleveland, they might think, well, they haven't done anything on offense yet. That's not going to really work. And if a wide receiver looks at the quarterback group and thinks, not so sure. That could be part of this as well. Who knows? Maybe they've knocked on doors and the doors haven't been answered. Hello, who's there? Hi, I'm Andrew Berry from the Cleveland Browns. Sorry, nobody home.
You may not know me, but
nobody home. Chris Rose, NFL Network. Baseball Today on John Boy Media. Miami Red Hawk. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
88.
Guardians have a rare day off from spring training today. They'll be back in action tomorrow night to play host to the Royals. Guards have 6 games left in Cactus League play before they kick off opening day a week from Thursday in Seattle to face the Mariners. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, what's that song? That's right. It's the song you're going to hear in Dayton, Ohio tonight as the Miami Redhawks, 1 loss, take on SMU in the play-in game. The most proud Miami alum I know joins us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline from the NFL Network, from Baseball Today on John Boy Media, from American Gladiators and BattleBots. He's Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Well, it's a big day. It's a big day, gentlemen.
Big.
Let's
Mr.
go.
Singer-songwriter, one shining moment. Yes.
Yeah, that was fun to do.
Look at you go.
That was fun. Yeah, people don't know what he's talking about. I paid homage to the combination of March Madness and the conclusion of the wonderful World Baseball Classic by cutting my own rendition of One Shining Moment. You can find it on your John Boy Media social media outlets. And mine as well.
I'm currently putting it out on ours to let people get to yours. How's that sound?
Oh boy!
Didn't know that you had the editing skills too. What a guy!
Well, that's my buddy Alden Stone, a rising star in this business. He is graduating shortly from Butler University. Will be working for the Cincinnati Reds shortly in their social media department. And talented kid and a grinder. So he put that all together.
Very nice. That's wonderful news. Let's talk about the WBC. The passion is fun. It's great to watch. Yep. I think I've called it an exhibition, and I say that only because one game crapshoot. Keep your fingers crossed. It's baseball. You never know. But Chris, it sure is fun to watch.
Heck yeah, it is. And I think people get whatever they want out of it.
Yeah, that's well said.
You know what?
That's
Jeff
well
and I had
said.
that argument this morning. I agree
that's well
with you.
said right there.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, we get so caught up, and I asked the question as well. I had Miguel Rojas filling in for Trevor Plouffe on Baseball Today because Trevor was in Miami covering the WBC, and Miggy Rose from Venezuela. So we talked about it. This is a guy who has tremendous pride in his country. He was wearing his Venezuela jersey. He was watching with his family. He said, listen, I don't expect people in the United States to understand what it means to me and my country. And when you do put on this uniform, it is something different. And, in our country, I think it can be a little confusing these days to be a fan, particularly when our teams put on the red, white, and blue. Because unfortunately, everything comes down to a political decision. And we just can't enjoy sport for the sport of it. It has to be this. It has to be that. It has to be this angle. And if people think that way, then I can't align with them. Like, why can't we just enjoy the moments for what they are? And whatever that is to you is perfectly fine to me. And when Julio Rodriguez or Juan Soto or Kike Hernandez comes out and says, to me, winning the World Baseball Classic would be bigger than winning the World Series, to them it might be. To you, it might not. That's that's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I keep asking myself, how can we tap into some of that and get that spread throughout the Major League Baseball season? Because
So
I'm telling you, I
actually
love watching that stuff over the last week. It's just awesome.
I do too, and I asked Miggy Rowe about it. I said, because he goes back and he still plays winter ball when he can in Venezuela, and he said, listen, for 60 games, that's what it's like. He said the music's going. He goes, now we can't do that for 162 here. He goes, it'll drive all of us nuts, and he's a guy who has immersed himself in all of it. And I said, well, so what do we do? He says, there are times where we can take bits and pieces about it. He goes, but the thing you have to remember about the World Baseball Classic, it's like hitting the fast forward button on the baseball season and just getting to the good stuff in the playoffs. And even that pace of it is accelerated because it is one and done when we get to this round, to the quarterfinals and then moving forward. He said, you don't deal with the grind of 162. And he said, that's why I could never equate winning a World Baseball Classic. As much as I love it for my country and everything else, I don't think I could equate it to winning a World Series, because when you have to put in the work for 6 months just to get to the dessert table, he goes, that's something that people just can't appreciate.
That's cool. Your Miami Redhawks tonight.
Yes.
Andy and I, and we are so programmed that the MAC gets one team in. As soon as they lost in the first round and UMass knocked them out of the MAC tournament, we thought, oh my God, are they not going to make it? They're not going to make it because they didn't. But they end up. I think the NCAA did the right thing. They deserve to be there. They are there. Now let's see what happens tonight against SMU. You had to be pumped that they did get in.
Oh God, yeah. But I thought they were going to get in after that loss to UMass. Look, here's the thing. I'm not here to get inside baseball too much on you, but we don't have a lot of bigs. They apparently have a 7'2" guy who's really good. That worries the you know what out of me.
Yes.
But this is a home game. You know, it's 40 minutes from campus, so this is a big deal. I was in Dayton the year that Miami topped Damon Stoudemire and Arizona a year after they had made the Final Four, where you know how the players and the coaches, they're up on the dais a day before the games doing their interviews. Remember that?
Yes,
where
sir.
They do this? Well, Damon Stoudemire was there, and then they go, what do you know about Miami University? He goes, man, I don't even know where the hell it is. So we ended up kicking their ass. And we were playing that on the news the next day, which was really fun. So
it is fun.
Yep. There you go.
I'm looking forward to it. How much do you get into this? I mean, you cover so many different things, but I mean, when you get a chance to kind of grasp onto something like this, I mean, you got to be loving this.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what to tell you. I can't wait. I'm super excited. My nephew Andrew is driving down right now from Cleveland to go to Dayton, and this doesn't happen to us. And the women too. I mean, they're in the tournament for the first time since 2008, so it's great for Miami. I just hope that this might be the first time that people are seeing them on a national level. I really hope that they play effectively, because I don't want people saying, well, see, they shouldn't have been in the tournament. Like,
agreed.
Yeah, that'll happen if they lose, but
yep, I agree.
It's been a remarkably rewarding season for a lot of us.
So riddle me this, my friend. And Chris Rose is joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. The Browns brought in some offensive linemen whose, if availability improves you, they're improved on the offensive line. And the guys that they're replacing were some pretty good offensive linemen who ended up not being available. And so whatever you want to do on that debate. Are you okay that they've not done anything else on offense other than sign a blocking tight end? Can we be patient and wait and see what Andrew Berry has in store, or might this be it? Other than the draft, obviously.
All right, so I mean, we can't fix everything in one fell swoop. You just can't. I don't believe it. They've got a lot of draft picks, which they're not going to hang on to all of them. I don't think. I think there will still be some maneuvering. We've talked about the depth, the apparent depth of this wide receiver class. And if that's it, and you add 2 new receivers, that's good. You're going to have to live. You can't revamp the entire room. That's just not possible with the way you can roster build. Could they have gotten somebody? Yeah. I mean, were they going to outbid the Raiders for Jalen Naylor and pay him $35 million, 23 of which was guaranteed? I'm not so sure, but I don't know. I mean, I still think that there's guys you could trade for. I think there's guys in the last year of contracts, whether that's a Christian Watson, a Jaden Reed, guys like that maybe some teams might be a little hesitant to extend, where you could get somebody, you could get them in your camp, and you could end up extending them before they do become free agents. I think that's a possibility still.
Christian Watson would be really intriguing.
Yeah,
I like that idea.
Yeah. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I
He's
do too.
Such a difference maker when he's on the field. But those last
when he's on the field,
several words are tough.
Yes.
So I asked Jeff this a minute ago that with the way they built up the offensive line through free agency and trade, would you be okay if they hang on to 6 and don't trade it? Would you be okay if they drafted somebody on defense with that 6th pick?
Well, I think it really depends on who it is. I mean, I think if it's David Bailey, that's really intriguing to put somebody opposite Myles Garrett that can get it done. The Downs factor is interesting. That's fascinating to me too. Everybody really believes that he's going to be, he could be one of the top 2 or 3 best players in this draft, and that's saying something. So I mean, it feels like a long shot with the holes we still have on that side of the football.
Right.
But I do lean toward. Listen, if you can get your hands on a blue chipper, if you think a guy is that good and not just that good at his position, not a bad way to build a football team.
I would agree with you on that. Chris Rose joining us. The word was Stephen Kwan was going to get some looks in center field. That now appears
more than looks.
Yeah, that now appears to be plan A, B, and C. What have you thought?
Well, I mean, I think it screams, what have we done with that, with the entire outfield?
Yeah.
Like, what is the game plan? I think we're just grasping at stuff. We're just saying, all right, we're trying to get our best bats on the field, and even if we have to take the best defensive left fielder and try him in center, and maybe some of it is, hey, if he can prove that he's an adequate center fielder, right, and maybe even more than adequate, does that up his trade value if we get to that point in the middle of the year? Yeah. I think all of it is on the table with the decision makers here. I don't love it. I haven't talked to Steven since he's moved to center. I talked to him the day before the announcement came, so I knew it was happening. But I'll be interested to talk to him. They're out here for the second series. And so I'm curious. Do I believe he can be a capable center fielder? Yes. But it doesn't matter if the guys to his left and right aren't producing in the batter's box. That's what it all adds up to.
Do you think was he excited about moving over center? Because I think he ended up with what I still think he got a couple starts. He got like 3 starts in left field during spring training.
Yeah, well, was he excited? Steven's a guy that will do whatever you ask of him.
Right.
He wasn't like, yeah, I'm getting a look in center. He was like, yeah, they're gonna they just talk to me, and it sounds like I'm gonna get a shot in center. So that's who he is. I mean, when they talk about like he's the same guy every day, every time I've been around him, he's been the same person. So he wasn't like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this.
Sir, American Gladiators BattleBots.
Yes.
Explain.
All right, so American Gladiators, we just made the announcement, is coming back officially April 17th on Prime Video, on Amazon Prime. So we shot the series last summer. For people that are our age, it's right in our wheelhouse. For people that are a bit younger, ask your older siblings, cousins, uncles, aunts, parents about American Gladiators. I think we struck the perfect balance of paying homage to the original show while also kind of putting a new spin with some new games. And the Gladiators were fantastic. They're just awesome. They are good people, and they are great at what they do. And I had the good fortune of calling all of the events, and it's crazy. So I'm just super excited with it. And also, we're going to bring back BattleBots as well on a
baby.
YouTube series. So we're going to go out and shoot that coming up in the middle of April. If you're out in Vegas and you want to see it over the weekends, go check out the dates on the website and social media. And Andy Baskin, you'll be happy to know it'll be back.
I know. I'm excited. Hey, back on who did you do Gladiators with? I thought I read you were a little Cleveland tie there. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, The Miz.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't crazy. Okay, I thought you were doing
The
The Miz. Yeah.
and Roxy Diaz were the two hosts, and The Miz was great because he is He's the perfect host for this stuff. And he's just a dude, too. He just hung out with everybody. And, you know, it's great to, like, see sometimes big stars. I'm going to pull back the curtain here a little bit. Sometimes the big stars go back to their dressing room. You don't see them until it's showtime. He hung out. He chopped it up. We talked a lot of Browns, a ton of Browns.
Wow.
And, you know, he was accessible. People wanted to come up for a pic. You know, these young people, particularly, like, we shot it over in France. These people who are like, oh, my God, that's The Miz.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, so it was
That's
great.
cool.
It's
That's
great.
really
That's the way you should treat people, and that's the way he did. I love every bit of that. But he's an Ohio guy. He's a Cleveland guy. What do you expect?
There you
That's
go.
what we do.
Good luck to your Red Hawks tonight.
Appreciate it, guys. Let's go get that dub.
All right, buddy. Chris
Talk to you.
Rose.
Talk to you, Chris.
From Miami, among other places, joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. How about that?
Miz.
How about that?
Miz and Chris Rose together.
I like what he said about the WBC. Hey, whatever you want to make of it, do it. Go for it.
He's right. He was right.
We have a couple of guys who were in the
him
WBC.
in the first segment.
Yeah, we had a couple of guys who were in the WBC. One of whom will be in Columbus at the beginning of the year, but for how long? Baskin's favorite topic next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody.
training. They'll be back in action tomorrow night to play host to the Royals. The Guards have 6 games left in Cactus League play before they kick off opening day in Seattle to face the Mariners a week from tomorrow. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, Jeff, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's good to know, Andy.
It's always good to know, Jeff.
That is good information right there, my friend.
That's why I'm here. They call me the good information guy.
Good information. I'm proud of you for that. Well done. I'm Jeff Phelps. That would be Andy Baskin.
Yes, yes.
Travis Bazzana has been sent down to AAA. That's already... Fella, you're going to start the season down there, but you're going to stay in Major League camp the rest of the way, which is good. And we're talking about the guy who was the number 1 overall pick by the Guardians 2 years ago. And that's all well and good. He stayed with the major leaguers after coming back from the WBC with Australia. Went 1 for 3 yesterday, Andy, in the win over the Reds. Hitting .294 this spring. Spring training. I know it's only spring training, but hitting .294. There are 2 things to me that could make this season a rousing, other than winning, winning, getting to the playoffs. 2 things could make this a rousing success. If Chase DeLauder is healthy and productive.
Yep.
And if Travis Bazzana gets up sooner rather than later and is as good as we hope he's going to be. He doesn't have to be Mike Trout as a rookie.
No.
He doesn't have to be Nick Kurtz. He has to just be pretty good and answer the question, hi, can you play second base for a long period of time here in Cleveland? If he can answer that question and hit, and obviously by playing second base, I mean he's hitting.
Right.
That would make this season so much fun.
I agree. I want him. I want him up here now. I just kind of see. I was talking about the storylines, and his storyline is probably going to happen when one of the 2 middle infielders gets banged up, or something happens, or they just. Unfortunately, you know how this game goes. In 162 games, someone's probably going to have to get hurt for him to get up here sooner than later. And
which of course is possible.
And here's
it happens all the time.
Jeff, the question is, are you bringing him up just to let him kind of get his feet wet and then ready to send him back down? Or when you bring him up, do you just want to bring him up? That's the question.
I want to bring him up and have him never look at the minor leagues again.
That's where I want to be too.
Now, the one thing about him, he did play college baseball extensively, was very good. He's not your typical 21, 22-year-old hotshot. He'll be 24 in August.
Right.
And so I would think, Andy, the year to establish himself is this year. To me, it's not next year. You drafted him. You draft college hitters because they're supposed to be close. And I would think that we're going to see him this year, and then I can't wait to see how he does. I think he has a great opportunity here. I believe he'll be the starting second baseman at least by the All-Star break. He could be the starting second baseman by June 1st. Heck, Andy, he could even be the starting second baseman by May 1st. But I would think, and I think it's this, if he goes down to AAA and he's hitting 350, let's just say his swing looks great, he's producing like crazy, I don't think it really matters much what Gabe Arias or Brian Rocchio are doing. You're going to bring Travis up and put him in the lineup the minute that you deem him ready to go. You're not putting him on ice because Arias is doing what he's always done and Rocchio is doing what he's always done. And I like Rocchio a lot, and I think Arias has some worth. But the minute Bazzana's ready to go, he's here.
I'm not questioning that at all. I think the question is what roster spot's going to have to open up for him to come up here and then have the chance to establish that. And so, you're like, is it short? Is it second? I just don't see them bringing him in as the third guy early on in the season. Again, if he's here, play him. I don't know
if
why
he's here, and he's playing all the time.
Yeah, so
he has to.
Yes,
he has to.
When have we ever had a number 1 overall pick?
That'd be once.
Yeah, and he's it.
He's it.
I don't know what kind of pressure that's going to bring. I don't know if we're going to have higher expectations for him. Unfortunately, because we compare to other sports, which we shouldn't do in baseball, I don't think. But I am excited for him to get here. I think he's had a really good spring. I think he got a great taste with the World Baseball Classic, playing for Australia. Spotlight's on you, and now the spotlight will really be on you. And, we have expectations, and I hope he's able to fulfill all of them. But if he doesn't, I get it. It happens. It's baseball, and sometimes picks don't work out the way we do because we have a problem comparing to other sports when it comes to drafts.
Yeah, baseball.
And baseball is different.
Baseball's a little fluky. It really is. But honestly, Andy, I think he needs to land here, and he needs to succeed here.
Land and stick, just like gymnastics.
Well, otherwise, this is going to be a real blemish on the front office. I mean, you had the number 1 pick in the draft. Now, and yes, baseball picks can be fluky. But when one of the guys you passed over has already, hit 30 bombs in a season.
I know.
And there are other guys on the way. Other guys have already made the majors who were taken after Travis Bazzana. You didn't draft him to be a middle infielder. You didn't draft him to hit 250 and hit about 8 home runs. You passed up a guy in Nick Kurtz who already has shown that he's, one of the best power hitters in the game. He has to get here, and he has to stick. We talked to Chris about Stephen Kwan in center field. That looks like it's happening. I'm glad. Chris made a great point about it, though. Okay, you move him to center. What's happening in left and right? That's where DeLauder has to be the guy. He has to stay healthy. He has to be able to step in there and be what they think he's going to be. There's a shelf life on being a prospect, isn't there?
Yeah, it depends when you come. If you come through the minors, or you come through college. But yeah, I agree. The shelf life definitely changes depending on where you're drafted and at what point you come in. And at some point, you turn the page. I think though the Guardians / Indians historically hang on to their guys as long as they possibly can until they absolutely positively feel like there's no way they're going to be able to play in the big league club. Don't you? Especially the higher draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think there's any. They don't want to say they made a mistake when it comes to drafting guys.
I don't think they hang on to them because they think we don't want to admit a mistake. I think they hang on to these guys because they think there's still something there. And when they determine there's not something there, they'll move on because hopefully the next guy's on the way. But you can't.
And it's the lifeblood of our organization because they're not filling the hole in the dam with Band-Aids.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to have guys that are homegrown that are able to fill the spots.
I would agree with that. This team is just screaming for 3 guys, I think, to be real contributors this year. Bazzana.
Yep.
At some point. DeLauder, hopefully right out of the chute. And Rhys Hoskins. You signed.
What about Valera?
I'm not as concerned about Valera or Angel Martinez, who's had a great spring.
Mm-hmm. Is he going to make the roster? What are they doing in Southfield?
How does he not make the roster? I would think he's going to be a platoon guy in left field with Valera.
If Valera's healthy, that's
and Martinez can play every outfield spot, and he can play the infield. I wonder how things shake out. Maybe with Martinez and Schneemann, I would assume David Fry's going to make the team because he can catch and might be the backup catcher. You're going to keep 3 with Hedges? I don't know.
Stuart Fairchild has been a weird kind of story. You got a righty there in a lineup full of lefties.
Yep. And he's a veteran outfielder who's been around.
Who I don't think we've said his name once.
Well, we don't know what.
And maybe we won't after today. Who knows?
He's not the guy that you think is going to have a huge impact on the team. Maybe we're wrong. But
yeah, I don't know.
If you keep Martinez and Valera, there's 4 outfielders. You'll keep 1 more. Will it be Fairchild? It might be.
Kafis can go back down, but he could also play first. So I don't know. It's going to be weird. It's not weird. They just have this glut in the outfield as we're, a week away?
They have a glut in the outfield, but it's a glut of guys with question marks. That's not
except
good.
for Quan.
Yeah, that's not. And Quan now has one. Can he be a really good center fielder?
If you put him in left, though, there's no question mark, right?
No question mark.
So,
but then who would you put in center? You want to keep DeLauder healthy. You don't want to play him in center. Keep his legs healthy. Put him in right. Use his arm.
Yeah. Yep.
We'll see. Getting close. March 26th, the day it all gets started. Anxious for that. It'll be good. Quincy Williams was on the morning show. Who's Quincy Williams? He might be the most engaging member of the Cleveland Browns, and we're just starting to figure that out. He's the linebacker they signed to replace Devin Bush. We're going to hear a couple of the thoughts he had about his buddy, the new defensive coordinator, who he was with in New York with the Jets. It's pretty strong stuff, and it's coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The NFL Draft is just 6 weeks away. Hear all the latest rumors on the Browns' first-round picks right here.
The Cleveland Browns select.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
New Browns linebacker Quincy Williams reunited. The man who seems to like him an awful lot. We'll hear what Quincy has to say about that man. He's defensive coordinator Mike Rutenberg. That's coming up on Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin.
Hey, 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code DASH, D-A-S-H, D-A-S-H. That's DASH at 92.3 The Fan before 2 o'clock, so you got an hour here, for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from our friends at Mr. Hero. You know, when it's cold outside, stay put and let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash. Or order online for pickup, and they'll have it ready for you when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. The word is dash, D-A-S-H. Go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win that 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. It's all from Mr. Hero and 92.3 The Fan.
The Browns had Devin Bush in free agency. The Browns lost Devin Bush in free agency. They signed him a little while ago, and he came in here, did a nice job, and then signed bigger money contract with the Chicago Bears. So good for Devin. Congratulations to him.
Mm-hmm.
But new defensive coordinator Mike Rutenberg, the minute he needed a linebacker, made a phone call. And that was to a guy that he was with in Jacksonville and in New York. So lots of history between Mike Rutenberg and Quincy Williams, linebacker who signed as a free agent with the Browns. So what does he do? He basically comes in and he fills Devin Bush's spot. But Rutenberg, the new defensive coordinator who was in Atlanta last year, pass game coordinator, comes in, needs a guy, calls a guy that he's comfortable with. Williams was on the morning show with Ken and Anthony today, and he talked about his relationship with his new defensive coordinator.
When I first met him, he asked me what I wanted. It's kind of crazy. Most times you hear a coach, he tell you what he wants from you, and I paid you to come here. But when I first met Rudy, he asked me what I wanted out of this game. What did I want from the team? And I told him I wanted to be all-pro. That was basically me trusting him because he said it, and I got the all-pro nod. So then when he called me and said the same thing, like, yo, do you trust me? You want to go all-pro again? And I said, yeah. So it was just a trust thing. So I came to the Browns with him.
Calls him Rudy. Like that.
It's pretty awesome.
Rudy.
It's about trust.
It's like my brother, he says. That's my dog. Which, you know, now that they're in Cleveland, that works even better.
Yeah, either there or Georgia. Not exactly Murray State, but okay. We'll take it. You think you're so witty sometimes.
No, I don't. I just
you look
said
at me, you're so, it's like you're tragically unhip. You're like, he's his dog, you know? Like okay.
I'm tragically unhip, Dan.
Yes, he is. Fair? That's a fair. I'll say I'm tragically unhip. I don't have a problem with that.
It's just more one of those like, hey, a coach came in and wondered what I wanted to do, and we're over here worrying about words.
I'm sorry.
The point.
If you're a coach, how can you so quickly endear yourself to a player? Ask the player about himself. Sorry, it's as easy as easy can get.
Well, he laid it out. He said the way it feels everywhere else is you go somewhere else and they're like, yeah, we're paying you. You're working for me. You're doing this. That's not, I think he took us a little bit inside football.
Well, it's smart
that we didn't hear. I hardly
it's
ever
smart.
hear that.
You want a player to play hard for you? You want a player to like you? You want a player to respect you? What do? Ask him about himself. Hey, Quincy.
See how he orders a meal.
What do you want out of this career? What are you thinking? Oh, my God. He cares about me. That's wonderful. I'm in. Rudy's my dog. Seriously. I'm not being facetious. I'm serious.
I think what he's telling you
think
is
that's brilliant.
At most teams, it goes the other way.
Yeah, most teams it might.
We got Dan Mennigan working here. Oh, great. Dan, make sure that sounds good. All right. Don't talk to me unless there's a problem. Right?
Yes, Mr. Baskin, right away.
Yeah.
And you just got a glimpse behind the scene here at the Fan.
Too much cream in this coffee. You're better than that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baskin. I'll pour it on my head by myself this time.
That's true.
That sugar I taste, I want an artificial sweetener.
Sorry, Mr. Phelps. Please don't pour it on my lap. I don't have any more pants.
I was doing an
Where's
India
this saccharin? There's not enough saccharin around here.
That said, Quincy Williams had more to say about his dog, Rudy.
I know things you'll have to see. Number one, I mean, the talk is talk, bro, but don't nobody really care about it when they until the ball get kicked off anyway. So, I mean, we can talk all we want, but I can tell you right now, and I trust him, and you can watch my game. He's the reason why my game also has been taken off too, though. You can just see the progress from when I first got into the league and I didn't play linebacker at all until I got to the NFL, and I'm an all-pro linebacker, and I've been playing in the league at the top level, coming from Murray State, a small division school, not knowing a lot of linebackers. He basically taught me everything. So, and I'm hard-headed. So if you can teach me, I feel the most confidence he's able to teach everyone.
That'd be a ringing endorsement, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This sounds like it's going to work. I like how fast they picked him up, too. Bush was gone. Williams was in. Boom.
Well, you had to get a guy.
Well, I know, but it wasn't, they weren't like wide receiver. You may have said we had to get a guy, but they haven't done that. Well, linebacker, they knew what they were doing exactly.
But, yes, I'm not going to compare the two spots, but Devin Bush did a nice job here, and it's like, we got to fill somebody quick. Who do you know? Quincy Williams. That worked out well, didn't it?
Yes.
Made a Pro Bowl once, so that's a good thing. And now he'll come in and do what linebackers do. He'll make a lot of tackles. He's been available most of his career. In other words, pretty good health. So that's a good sign as well. I like the fact that he told Ken and Anthony that he didn't play football until he was, I think, 10 years old, and he was a swimmer. He did swimming. But then, his brother plays football, and so he had to keep up with his bro and then got into football a little bit.
Yeah.
The fact that the Browns did go out, Indy, and do what you said, immediately fill a hole, I think is good. It's a unit that is certainly worth protecting and not leaving any open holes. I like the idea of not even having, okay, Devin's gone, boom, done. We're good there. We brought in Quincy. Everything's good to go. Now you enhance that unit. And how do you do that? I would think you do that by perhaps taking somebody at 6. If you get an absolute beast sitting there defensively at 6, I could wrap my head around it. And then find some guys a little later on in the draft. Find a guy in the 3rd round, 4th round, who can come in and be contributors to the defense next year. That's the one thing I think that you must do is continue to enhance the best part of your team. Just can't let it sit there and, no, we're good. As Tyvis Powell told us numerous times, they did that after Jim Schwartz's first year. It didn't work too well. What'd they do? They put more resources into it for his 3rd year. Look what happened. Much better defensive effort. Much better defensive effort.
I'm looking forward to watching Quincy Williams play. I can tell you that because the energy, and he also, I don't know if he also alluded to wanting to make sure that he got to know the city because he thought that things that he does in the community are just as important off the field as what he does on the field. He wants to know those fans that are going out there to root for him every week. And he didn't have to say any of that this morning, too. He was like,
no.
The first thing I want to do is just kind of get to know the people who are sitting in the stands because I'm there for them, and I'm ready to be a member. Who is the Dog Pound and how can I be a part of that is what he was kind of getting at this morning. I was really impressed with the things that he was saying about wanting to be involved in the community. So I know that doesn't score touchdowns, and it doesn't. To me, though, it's the little things. Do you know where your feet are? I think I ask that a lot of times when it comes to some of the athletes that are here in town. We were talking about that during the World Baseball Classic conversation. Those guys, they know where they're what country they're in, but do they really know where their feet are? Like Omar was a guy that got to know where his feet were right here in Northeast Ohio. But
usually on the bottom side of the ankle.
See, Dan?
Yes, Andy.
Do I have to put up with this every day?
I don't believe so, Mr. Baskin. But please don't pour any more coffee on me. I think I'm waterlogged.
Saccharin, man, give me some saccharin. No, I appreciate guys that appreciate the people that are buying the tickets. Sorry, hate to be that guy, but I kind of am sometimes. In case you haven't noticed,
No.
Love where you live until they kick you out. That's what I say.
And then find another place.
Yeah. And then
fall in love with that one.
I love that one.
Then go fall in love somewhere else. It's a simple little way to go through life.
It's a simple little way. Is there a position on defense that you're thinking right now, we need something more?
Defensively?
I don't think you can get enough pass rushers. If they find somebody, like for instance, Alex Wright. You drafted Alex as I believe 21-year-old kid out of UAB, and he has slowly developed into what we think is going to be a pretty good defensive end. I think he's already there. If they can find another guy, 22-year-old young defensive guy in the draft, who they find in the third, fourth, maybe even with one of those fifth-round picks, and they nail it, and you add another good young player to that defense who can grow with the rest of this unit, I'd like to see it. In particular, I would say another defensive end. I think that would be great. And you might want to punch up safety a little bit. I'm not going to go Caleb Downs. But if you found somebody you really like at safety, can't have enough hammers back there, can you?
No. And you always have to be leery of injury to make sure that
they tagged Ronnie Hickman, so he should be back.
Slot corner would be mine.
You think so?
They need cornerback help, especially at the end of last year when guys started going down and you started seeing that the third and fourth string were not good.
Well,
you probably needed a little bit of help on that one, and especially with the fact that everybody's moving to 3 wide receivers on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I think having a better slot corner would be a good idea because you no longer have Greg Newsome. You no longer have MJ Emerson. You probably need someone who's a little bit more of a proven commodity on that defense. That would be where I would look. But frankly, if that's kind of your issue, you're in pretty good shape.
You probably could use another corner. Don't you think? Another backup corner?
Well, slot corner.
Yeah.
Who Dan wants. I would agree with that.
Either side.
MJ Emerson's a free agent. Would you bring him back?
They would know that medical better than anybody.
I know.
Yeah.
Would you bring him back?
That kind of tells me something that they let him walk initially, coming off of that Achilles injury and the fact that the year before the Achilles injury was not good.
But the year before that, he was real good.
Right. So it makes you wonder if the league figured it out.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but they would know better than anybody, guys. And the fact that they're like, you can go out and talk to some other teams and figure out a different deal makes you ask some questions.
6'2" corners are nice.
Not depending on those 6'2" corners.
As long as they can, you got to be able to cover.
Trust me, I've seen a lot of 6'2" corners who can't cover.
Yeah, but by golly, if you're 6'2" and can cover, as Martin Emerson did earlier on in his career.
Now you're Richard Sherman territory.
Yeah, exactly right. He's a free agent. We'll see. I think Dan's onto something, though. What do the medicals say? But he's still out there, and I wouldn't mind seeing them bring him back. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
the day off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow night to play host to the Royals for Cactus League play. They have 6 games left in the preseason before they kick off opening day in Seattle to face the Mariners. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket and Phelps. Coming up at 1:40, apparently Rory McIlroy has put together his Masters Dinner Champions thingy menu. So we're going to hear what's on the menu coming up.
I didn't want
at 1:40.
If I won the Masters, what would be on the menu?
I don't want to know now. It's at 1:40.
I know. I'm a little torn on some of the things I'm putting on here.
Frito Scoops?
No. You can have that on yours.
Frito Scoops.
That would be on your Masters menu?
Put it there. Just put it on there.
Just have Frito.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps.
As long as it's mildly classier than Scotty Scheffler.
How many?
All we're asking.
What did Scheffler about this? I can't remember.
Scotty Scheffler was a trip to Chili's.
Did they go to Chili's?
Pretty close. If you pull up that menu, it basically looks like the menu of a Chili's.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing.
You can pull it up.
There are a lot of little things going on in the National Football League.
I'm stuck on dessert, by the way.
That I wanted to pick your brain about and get your opinion. And Andy, I know one of them is going to drive you up a wall, so that's going to be really good.
Great.
I always love it when things drive you up a wall. It's one of my favorite things.
Great.
David Njoku, Browns tight end, Chief, great guy, very athletic, good receiver, decent blocker.
Yeah.
Like David, talking to the Baltimore Ravens.
You're right. I don't like it. I thought you were going to come back and ask me, would you re-sign him? And I was be like, yes.
Yes, I know you would. So would I, by the way. He's talking to the Baltimore Ravens.
Can we stop it? Why don't you just offer him a gig and come back here before he goes to the Ravens? Of all places, you're going to let him go to the Ravens.
Dano.
Come on.
Njoku talking to the Ravens.
You already told me you didn't want him here.
Exactly, Dan.
You know
That's
what,
the
though?
problem.
Thank you.
Oh, come on. This team can about face in about 30 seconds. All I have to do is go.
We drafted Harold Fannin. He's our guy. David, good luck.
Right, but
we're going to split things up between the tight ends.
Here's a guy who
little bit
can
more than
block
we
a
did.
tight end.
if
That's our
somebody
free
came
agent
up to
signing.
you and said, Andy, we appreciate your service at this time, but we're not paying you. Go find someone who will pay you. And then came back to you and said, Andy, we'll pay you 75% less.
Oh, no. I'm not coming back.
There we go.
Then pay him back. Wait, pay at least what he was making.
Andy, we'll pay you 50% less.
Wow. Sounds intriguing. Not.
I can't stand the idea of a good Browns player going to the Baltimore Ravens, but he's probably going to end up somewhere. If it's Baltimore, good luck to him.
Well, they lost Isaiah Likely, right?
Yeah, he went to the Giants, back to the John Harbaugh reunion.
Tell me you couldn't see him playing for the Ravens. I could.
Njoku?
Yeah.
Yeah, they could be a good. He and Mark Andrews together? That'd be a really nice tight end combination.
Thanks for making me ill.
Hollywood Brown, who I think is a really competent wide receiver, former Baltimore Raven, was in Arizona, was in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Hollywood Brown signing with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Correct.
A team with Super Bowl aspirations signs a wide receiver who was out there. Now, would Hollywood Brown have come to the Browns had they jumped in? We don't know that they didn't, but we never heard that they did.
Right.
That's the kind of guy, Andy, that I would add to this group and think, okay, we just upgraded our wide receiver room.
Yeah, well, that's not happening here, though. So.
Are you surprised they didn't make a play for this guy? He's the kind of guy, Andy, that I thought they would try to go get. A guy who, and I threw his name out with Christian Kirk earlier in the week. These guys are pros. Are they the second coming of Lance Allworth? No. Are they the second coming of Jerry Rice? No. Are they competent and maybe better than what we have? Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And they go to other teams.
Brown also talked about the Ravens put out a story saying that he had
thought about going back there.
Yeah, thought about going back to Baltimore. So
I think this is the case where the nickname is actually better than the player.
Yeah, but
I think everybody knows Hollywood Brown because his nickname is Hollywood.
But Dan, he's been a productive wide receiver. I'm not looking
when he's not hurt.
I'm not looking for star. I'm looking for productivity out of that position.
He's also only 28.
And well, that's it, Andy. He's not like he's 34.
No.
He's not on his last legs.
He hasn't been he's been fine, and I wonder if they look at
how many of our guys have been fine?
Well, right, but I wonder if they look and go, all right, if throwing a C+ at this, is it really going to raise my grade that much? Is me throwing 1 C+ in here really going to make me eligible?
I would think he would have been a nice addition.
I think he would have been.
He would have been a good addition here. Come on,
I think he would have been an addition.
Question.
I don't know if nice would be the word.
He would have. He would have been. He would have played.
Yeah,
he would have played.
You'd probably sit him as the number.
Jerry Jeudy, Hollywood Brown, and then fill out the 3 top guys.
I mean, sorry, do you disagree that he wouldn't come in there at least be the number 2 wide receiver?
He would have. Definitely played.
Jeff doesn't like the label.
Congratulations, you're the top of the Delta Pledge class.
Yeah, well,
how much
so what does that say about everybody else on the roster?
It is the Delta Pledge class.
But wouldn't you rather had that opportunity to Carnell Tate or Boston from Washington or to Tyson from Arizona State?
But you still can.
Yeah, who's stopping you on that?
See, that's
but then
the
why
thing.
am I signing him if I'm taking opportunities?
Oh my God, we had 3 guys that can catch.
We have 3 or 4 guys, and that's it. So you're gonna need 6.
I'm doing this through the mindset of Andrew Berry. That's taking opportunities away from Cedric Tillman. And that's
oh my God! Get someone an opportunity and then worry about taking it away. Come on, man. We need somebody can catch the ball, not just somebodies.
Or if I'm waiting for the Brandon Ayuk situation to solve itself. I mean, that's the other side of this. Is maybe they're keeping their powder dry for the Brandon Ayuk situation.
And you know what? I think he would be a nice addition. Let's say he would be a nicer addition than Hollywood Brown.
That would make the grade point average eligible.
What are you doing, Pinto?
He's not posting videos of himself speeding at over 100 miles an hour. And if he's healthy,
you know what? They should just build.
And if he wants to show up, although he might fit in really well here with his light foot.
Yes, idea. Build a racetrack around the new stadium.
There it is.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, they've got a racetrack in the parking lot at Disney. Why can't they do that?
Either that
or
just a firm stop recording yourself doing silly things.
You're an idea man, Chuck.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's not bad.
But yeah, maybe that's the reason that they, at least if you were going to tell me, hey, you can either have Hollywood Brown and you give him 1 year for $6 million.
That's all you need.
Or keep your powder dry for Brandon Ayuk. I'd keep my powder dry for Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Got a better idea.
You could always just bring them all to camp and trade somebody late.
For what? A bag of balls?
A 6th or 7th round pick.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
I mean, all you got to do is bring him in.
Oh, lovely. Here's another 7th round pick.
How about an oval raceway at the site of the current stadium?
Stop.
Well, I'm just saying. Give these guys the opportunity.
Rod Woodson is a legendary Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yes, he is.
And Rod Woodson is done announcing stuff. He's still doing stuff. He said the Steelers should basically go to Aaron Rodgers and move along at quarterback. He said, you don't need to sit around and wait for Aaron Rodgers.
He's right. They need to move forward.
I agree with him. Now, but if Aaron Rodgers wants to come back and play, fine. I don't understand. I'll be honest. If you have to sit and decide whether you're going to play again, you probably should just say, thanks, everybody, I'm out. But with Mike McCarthy coming into Pittsburgh, there's an immediate familiarity.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers said really good things after Mike McCarthy was hired. It's not like he's saying, are you kidding? I couldn't stand that guy in Green Bay. Why would I come back to Pittsburgh?
Right.
He said good things.
Yep.
And if I'm the Steelers, I'm picking up the phone and just saying, hey, Aaron, what do you say here? Because Kirk Cousins needs a team. And we'd be more than happy to have him as our starter if you don't want to return. But we don't want Kirk to sign in Arizona. And we don't want him to go take a deal in Vegas with the Raiders only to get replaced by Fernando Mendoza when he's ready to go, which is one of the rumors out there about Kirk Cousins. If I'm the Steelers, I'd press him a little bit. And if Aaron gives me the, I don't know. I wouldn't sit tight with Will Howard and Mason Rudolph. I would go try and sign Kirk Cousins or find somebody else out there and bring somebody else in. You could still do that, and if Aaron Rodgers comes back, then you have 4 quarterbacks in camp, and you do something about it. But
when Will Howard starts at the beginning of the year, you'll see why Andy was right.
Oh, Andy was right.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. Oh, Will. But I would move along if I'm the Steelers, and then if Aaron Rodgers wants to join the party, let him join the party.
Okay, I'm done wasting time with him. If I'm the Steelers, I don't need to be that franchise. Unless they really want him. And if they really want him, then just say he's your starting quarterback. We're working on a deal. As soon as we ink this, you'll all be informed. I wouldn't even play games with it. Why? They're the Steelers. They don't need to play games.
Well, and you have a new coach.
Yeah.
It's time to move along and do some things. But I would think McCarthy might like to have Aaron Rodgers for another year. Aaron was okay last year. He wasn't Aaron Rodgers like he was in Green Bay. But he also, I think, played better than he played in New York. And now he's got Michael Pittman along with DK Metcalf. He has two great big wide receivers to throw to.
I want to sit down with Omar Khan, the general manager, and Mr. Rooney, and just look at them and go, what's the plan here?
Yeah. Hey, are you sitting around waiting for a 43-year-old quarterback?
I just, because I feel like that needs to be a question. Like, okay, what plan do you have going here? Do you think you have a roster that is capable of winning the Super Bowl? Which direction is the arrow pointing when it comes to your roster? And if you think it's down, like I think the majority of the NFL believes that your roster is pointing down, then why don't you just lean into the skid instead of trying to do this weird, we're over the hill, maybe we can piece this together, one last ride. Okay, never mind one last ride. No, one last ride. This year is the last ride. No, next year. Now this is the one last ride.
Dano, I think they think with McCarthy coming in, easy on the McCarthy, easy on the McCarthy hate.
There will be no slamming.
But they brought in Rico Dowdle too, who McCarthy was with in Dallas when he had a 1,000-yard season at running back, and then he was good in Carolina last year. So he comes in with Jaylen Warren. They have two really solid running backs. They pick up Pittman to go along with DK Metcalf. Either one of those guys is better than anybody the Browns have. And so they've got two pretty good wide receivers there. I wonder, I agree with Rod Woodson. Hey, Aaron, you want to play or not? You in? I'll let you know. No, you won't let us know. We're going to go get Kirk Cousins. Let's go.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins in that offense with McCarthy thrown to those two guys. And I'm not saying that Kirk Cousins is any great shakes, but bring him in. If Will Howard beats him out, then trade Kirk Cousins. If Mason Rudolph beats him out, okay, fine. But I just don't think after they brought in Dowdle and after they went out and brought in Michael Pittman in a great trade, by the way, that I wish the Browns had been in on, that I just wouldn't wait for Aaron Rodgers.
I agree with you on Michael Pittman, and I agree with you on Aaron Rodgers. I just don't know what the hell they're doing.
Exactly.
It just feels like
Which is why they shouldn't wait.
Which is why they shouldn't wait.
No, I know what Cleveland's doing. That's easy. Well, I know exactly what Cleveland's doing. This is year 2. This is year 2 of the rebuild. This is the 2-year rebuild. This is year 2 of it. Buckle in. It's not going to be pretty.
Super Bowl
I know
window
what they're doing. The Steelers.
I'm sorry, correction. Super Bowl window 2?
Oh, no. Rebuild year 2.
A rebuild year 2.
Yeah. I know what the Browns are doing. That's easy. I don't know what the Steelers are doing. They're kind of like this, oh, no, maybe if everything goes right, we have a chance to win a playoff game. I just don't understand it. It's like, guys, it's time to tear this thing down. And it's time to rebuild it.
But Dano, they suddenly have some pretty good skill position on offense.
Skill position, yes, but look at the age of the defense, though.
Well, that's what the draft is for, my man.
Well, good luck, because you're going to need more than one draft to do it. You're going to have to go do that Saints draft or that Seahawks draft that completely turned everything around, and that's tough.
What did you think when you heard the news that the new executive director of the NFL Players Association is the guy who was the Players Association president and resigned after the former executive director resigned, and he's former Brown center J.C. Tretter? What'd you think? I'm not sure what to think about that, because J.C. left that spot and came back, and now he's back in. When he left that spot, it just seemed like, okay, well, that ran its course, and that's not going to work. And now he's running the whole show. Majored in it in college, majored in labor relations.
Yes.
I think he'll do a nice job.
I think he will too.
But I was surprised after he resigned that he's now stepping back into that position. What are you serving in Augusta, Rory? It's next on Baskin and Phelps.
play host to the Royals. Guards have 6 games left in Cactus League play before they kick off opening day in Seattle a week from tomorrow. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
One of the most pretentious events in all of sports coming up early April. It's snooty, it's pretentious, and we love it. It's the Masters.
Oh, yes.
Honestly, gosh, I just love that tournament. It's like, hey, yeah, we don't want rappers, so make the rappers green, okay? We don't want them to show up on camera.
Muirfield, same thing.
Yeah, well, where do you get the idea?
Masters.
That's right. Look at the pine needles. We're in the straw now. But boy, it's not just pine needles. It's perfectly manicured pine needles.
Oh, I should have noticed that. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And one of the great traditions of the Masters is not that the guys get to put on some cheap green jacket. It's the champ gets to pick the champion, and the champion's dinner is not like there's 200 guys there. It's a small gathering. But the defending champ gets to pick the menu each and every year that they have at the Champions Dinner. And it's on Tuesday of Masters Week. We just double-checked that.
Yeah.
Because I thought there's no way it could be on Wednesday. You can't load these guys up with this great meal and then tell them to go out and walk Augusta for 18 the next day.
For sure.
Got to let it digest.
Yep.
But Rory McIlroy won it last year.
Look at it. You looking out for their digestive system.
Well, Andy, it's really important. You don't want to have digestive issues while you're at Amen's Corner.
Jeff?
You don't want to be saying amen at Amen's Corner.
Jeff Phelps and your large intestines.
Just here to serve. Just like Rory McIlroy is going to be serving this coming up at the Champions Dinner on April 7th.
Little dinner music with us?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Mennigan here with your menu.
Hang on.
See, Andy calls for this stuff like 2 seconds before.
I mean, he is Spin Master Flash back there.
Is he ever?
He can make stuff happen quickly.
Dan's in this little room. We say he's behind the glass.
Yeah.
It literally is behind the glass. But they redid this room. There it is.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Mennigan Supper Club.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome.
But
welcome
there's so much gear in that room. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Over here in the panic room.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, here's the Rory McIlroy dinner.
And Rory gets to pick what's on the menu.
He picks what's on the dinner. So your appetizers, we'll play a fun, quick edition of Would You Eat This?
Okay.
Peach and ricotta flatbread with a balsamic hot honey and basil on top of that flatbread.
Come on, Rory. Already you're losing me.
I would have eaten. I'd eat it. I would.
Yeah, I would
Rock
too.
shrimp tempura.
No.
With creamy spicy sauce.
Oh, really? No. Rock shrimp tempura.
Sadly allergic to seafood.
Yeah,
I'll bet that would be really
only
good.
seafood I eat is Swedish fish.
I'll bet that would be really good, and that was really
goldfish.
funny. That was really funny.
Bacon wrapped dates with goat cheese and almonds.
You lose me on the date. Yeah.
Yeah. How about just the bacon?
Yeah, just the bacon
Just
wrap.
go bacon.
Grilled elk sliders with caramelized onion jam and roasted garlic aioli.
These are all appetizers?
Ugh. These are the appetizers.
This is why you don't do this on Wednesday. The appetizers are a meal, and who needs to eat an elk?
I don't know if I've ever had elk. I would eat it.
Who needs to eat an elk?
All right, your first course.
So
after
those
the
are
appetizer.
4 very serious appetizers, and not a carrot in the bunch.
Your first course is the yellowfin tuna carpaccio. With a foie gras, toasted baguette, and chives.
No, out.
What is swordfish?
Yellowfin tuna.
Yellowfin tuna.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, allergic to seafood, or else I'd probably give it a whirl.
Again,
So
only
your-
eat Swedish fish.
Your main course here, gentlemen, is a choice of a Wagyu filet mignon or seared salmon.
Wait a minute. I thought the tuna was also. So you get
that's
3
your
choices?
Your first course is the tuna. This is your main course.
It's the first course.
Uh-huh. This is your first course.
First course, yeah.
Is that like
the front
another
nine.
appetizer?
So it's like a little
the front
smaller.
nine.
It's like a little smaller type of thing. Kind of a little bit bigger than an appetizer.
All right.
It's uppity.
So then you get a Wagyu filet or salmon.
Or seared salmon.
Okay.
With sauteed Brussels sprouts, glazed carrots with brown butter, and crispy Vidalia onion rings.
Oh, I'm in.
Every bit of that works.
I like the sides.
Every
I would
bit of
give it
that
the
works.
sides there,
And
yeah.
your dessert is a sticky toffee pudding with vanilla ice cream and warm toffee sauce.
Oh, yeah, I'm in.
So pretty good.
I think Rory did a pretty good job there.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Upscale stuff.
The Brussels sprouts, you gonna put a little bacon in there and crisp those babies up?
Probably.
All right, good.
Especially compared to what Scotty Scheffler served last year. So for those of you who don't remember, why don't you come on down here to what we have at the Augusta National Country Club Bar and Grill.
Okay.
With the cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp, Papa Scheffler's meatball and ravioli bites. Your first course is a Texas-style chili. And your main course is a choice of a wood-fire cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish, which is served with style macaroni and cheese, jalapeno cream corn, soy-glazed Brussels sprouts, gotta get a veggie in there somewhere, and chipotle lime roasted potatoes. And your dessert is a chocolate chip cookie.
I'm sorry, that all sounds just as good as Rory's. That sounds great.
It does, but it's the master's dinner.
Cowboy ribeye, man.
But it's the master's dinner.
All right, you ready for mine?
All right,
I am.
Let's get AB's master's dinner.
I went beef tenderloin off the top.
There's a shocker. Is that for an appetizer or is that for the meal?
Oh, I just went right for the meal. There is a restaurant in town. I don't know if I can say the name of the restaurant, but they make a corn brulee, which is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Okay.
I wish I could say it goes perfectly with steak. I'll say that. All right. Salad to start. Twice baked potatoes. I went with the twice baked potatoes.
Twice baked, huh?
Yeah. And then just to make it easy, I went French silk pie for dessert.
Well, that's really nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I threw one together real quick.
Oh, okay, great.
Your appetizer has to be some great fried chicken wings.
I'll do wings for mine.
You can do a wing bar.
Or I'm doing little tiny cocktail wieners in crescent rolls.
Oh, those are good.
Dude, those are
good.
I make those. I'm good. That's like one of the few things I know how to make.
God, I'm hanging out with a couple of us.
I have a friend who makes this. I have a friend who makes this appetizer.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's little piece of chicken.
Yeah.
Cut up, wrapped in bacon.
Oh,
with a little sugar on it.
Oh.
And then you bake them in the oven.
Oh,
oh my God, they're unbelievable.
You had me at bacon.
Well, that would be great. Add that to the list. So I'm going chicken wings and I'm going those little bacon chicken things.
Sorry.
I'm going to go prime rib.
Okay.
And or grilled salmon. If you want both, you can have it.
Okay.
A really good prime rib, grilled salmon, garlic mashed.
Sure.
And then Brussels sprouts with a little bacon and fried up. You can mix in some carrots like Rory did.
Right,
I thought Rory's vegetable was just fine. That was good.
Yeah, these guys are playing Masters. We're playing Airport Greens. It's great.
And then for dessert, got to go cherry pie.
I'm not going cherry pie.
Got to go cherry pie.
You
can have ice cream on the side.
Apple?
All right, you get your choice of two pies.
I don't know. I have visions of being a kid watching those denture commercials where they were eating cherry pie and then
all of a sudden they take them out of their mouth and put them in a bubble thing.
Yeah, man, totally freaked me out. I can't eat cherry pie ever since.
You say, how was that cherry pie? It was really good.
Unless I was listening to Warrant.
Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show came from Robert Mays, and he was talking about the Browns' strategy with their offensive line.
The money that's now going to hit, like with some of the void years and everything else, are they going to restructure some of these? Are they going to sign these guys to extensions to avoid some of that? And so the fact that the clock just kind of ran out on all of them, it was surprising to watch it unfold like that. Whether the line is better, it's hard to say simply because injury is such a factor in this. You know, in the best case scenario, a line with Wyatt Teller and with Jack Conklin, it may be better than what they have right now, but it's been so long since those guys were consistently available. And, you know, a guy like Titus Howard, he's a nice, flexible piece where he can play multiple positions. Zion Johnson is a youngish player who's potentially ascending. And just based on availability, you could make an argument that maybe the group is a little bit better.
Robert Mays joined us at 11 o'clock. Chris Rose was with us today. Dr. John Steinbrecher from the Mid-American Conference. If you missed a moment in our show, those interviews, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, by all means, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Head. Smarter Today, thanks to Robert Mays. A lot of great thoughts in there. Give that a listen, 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast.
MK.
I will second that. Robert Mays was excellent, and I'm always smarter when I listen to him.
AB.
I'm smarter because I know what you would what you would eat if you had the master's meal. Also, Dr. John Steinbrecher talking about the state of college athletics, I thought was excellent.
I did too, and I like Dr. John's thoughts as well about two teams in the Mid-American Conference getting into the NCAA tournament. I liked his thoughts about the Akron Zips. He gave us a hint into what he was thinking without coming out and saying it. But he said Zips could do some damage in this tournament.
I think he's right. Get your brackets done.
Well, we've talked about that. Senior team, third year in a row in the NCAA against a Texas Tech team losing their top player. They happen to win going up against an Alabama team that John knows well because of his relationship with Nate Oates, their coach, and they're missing one of their top players. It's just going to be fun to watch, and we're obviously pulling for Akron and Miami as the Red Hawks keep going tonight.
Yep.
I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. You know who's next. Yep, the folks that are going to help you get home. The Afternoon Drive right here on 92.3 The Fan.
No, I
if you
can't
really
even.
put your mind to it, I think you could.
You're right about that.
Like, yeah, halfway decent at golf. That's harder than getting good at the pole.
I like to believe if I dream it, I can do it. It's a U-sized thing that weighs 7 tons.
Yes.
And hit with the force of...
Also, I weigh 7 tons.
And you also hit with 250 tons of TNT.
That's true. Many people have said that. You don't think I got Vanessa all by accident, do you?
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, cooking up a hump day edition of the show. Much news to get to. Browns, Cavs, maybe Guardians. We'll see if we have enough time. World Baseball Classic. I'm just saying sporting events now. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, the newly re-elected Supreme Leader. Pushing the buttons today. Giving the bad Browns takes occasionally, periodically. JK, LOL. We love you, Mac. We got Jake Murrin doing some producing, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. They are hot about Baskin and Phelps right now. They've never been hotter about Jeff Phelps' wide receiver takes. If you missed any of the show, you shouldn't, because you can watch all of us, all 5 hours on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe and make sure to like our videos because we like to be liked. And we got Matt Corelli, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm kind of digging that Phelps has got people pissed today.
I like this. So Phelps says enough things in a show that'll get just to everyone irritated and agitated, and all, like he drops bombs throughout the show. You just have to be paying enough attention. And the problem is that oftentimes it just flies under the radar until you have a day like today, and really a week where we can just kind of keep track of what Phelps has been saying.
I think it's that Phelps is very subtle. So Phelps is very dry, and so people sometimes don't. As you've said, flies across the radar. But him making the case that that drafting a wide receiver at 6, which we're going to get into in greater detail later in the show, would be like an overreach. The day after, everybody else is talking about Monroe Freeling as an overreach. I do like it. He's moving the conversation and pissing people off. I'm here for it.
This is why how you say things matter in life, right? Because if I were to come up here and be like, taking a wide receiver at 6 is such an overreach. What the hell are the Browns doing? It's much different than when Phelps goes, taking a wide receiver at 6 is a little bit of an overreach. And I don't know what the Browns are really doing.
Is that your Phelps impression?
It hits a little bit different. It hits a little bit different. I'm not the impression guy.
That's true.
I don't do impressions around here.
I do them poorly.
No disagreements are coming from me on that end.
Thank you for just letting that one sit for a minute.
No disagreements are coming from me on that end.
Can we just agree that, like, 60% of the picks the Browns could make at 6 right now feel like an overreach to somebody?
Yeah, we're going to find somebody that hates, no matter what happens at 6, unless all of a sudden you have some scenario where, like, Mendoza doesn't actually get drafted number 1 overall. Something crazy happens. There's not somebody at 6 the Browns are going to take that is going to be universally across the board loved. I do think it's going to be more like, oh, hey, at 6 overall, yeah, it looks like they needed a wide receiver. They took a wide receiver. There we go.
And that's a commentary on the draft, and it's not really and where the Browns pick as opposed to anything about the Browns.
Exactly right. There's nothing the Browns can do to win that.
We'll have more on this and Jeff Phelps sound. Maybe compare JP's impression of the other JP, as he's now going to be referred to.
Not an impression, just a me lowering my voice is all that is.
It felt like a good impression there. SNL is calling.
I really don't believe
Which is good because it is cooked right now. It needs.
They just want
anything
for the Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yeah. Oh, now he's a doctor. You know what I'm saying?
You see, now that one's pretty. That one's pretty good. Marcelo's helped you out in your Sebastian Maniscalco
just
impression.
Not a. Hey, but he went to college in Cleveland and then claims he's from Cleveland, so he basically isn't from Cleveland. I'm sorry. This is not about Marcelo Hernandez and what a poser he is. Very funny, though, if you like that kind of humor. That's a fun one, isn't it?
That's enough to make him cry if you heard it. But yeah, that's fine.
That's like 70-year-olds.
Like that type of humor.
That's like 70-year-olds in 1970 would say about the original SNL. It's fine if you like that kind of humor. Oh, it's such a good one. Now, this being said, yesterday we had a little bit of Robert Mays downplaying and making the case that the Browns got worse this offseason, which is hard when you don't really subtract any key pieces. And if you do, you actually replace them with arguably better players.
Well, he was hanging on to Njoku, and we haven't replaced Njoku yet.
Man, I'm going to really miss those 350 yards last year.
I didn't want to see you take a shot at Njoku like that.
He's 350 pounds now. He moves like a left tackle. He moves like I do. Okay. That's actually not true. I'm sorry, David. That was mean. This being said, Robert Mays was on with Jeff and Andy today. I mean, heat-seeking missiles they are, and talked about best and worst-case scenarios for Todd Monken in year one.
The best case scenario, and I've made this comparison since he got hired, I think if you're a Browns fan, the best way that this can work out is that this is like Bruce Arians 2.0, where you have a guy that is a longtime assistant, waited for his chance, and surprises some people in terms of how good of a head coach he ends up being in his 60s. The downside of this, and I think the worst case scenario is this one of those kind of interstitial hires for a bad team where you're hiring Todd Monken as a step to hiring your head coach that's going to be here as you really kind of pull yourself out of the muck? I don't know which one of those it is. If you told me that this was a one-year thing and they're looking for a head coach again next year, just based on the current state of the roster, the level of quarterback play they're going to get, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But I have enough respect for Todd Monken where I absolutely can see the other path working out.
So it's a little wild that he's like, I have enough respect for Todd Monken that I'm not going to completely say he's going to be one and done in Cleveland and get fired after 1 year.
Meanwhile, laying out the entire plan for how that happens. I think if you follow the NFL enough, the plan does exist. And I think that's what Robert is attaching himself to. The idea that, and this is almost the same way Shador fans have to look at Shador. You got 1 year. You got 1 year to show us you know what you're doing, you understand how to run a team, and we'll go from there. And yeah, you do have to have a little bit of results in the meanwhile. That's got to be part of the idea, because anybody can go out there and win 2 games and call it a year.
It's just really, really rough if we're talking about the Browns playing for a quarterback in 2027. And everybody thinks they're just stink on crap. Pete Prisco saying they're the second worst team in his power rankings in the NFL to then be like, Todd only got 3 wins this season? What the hell, Todd?
So there is one wrinkle to this, and the wrinkle would be if the accepted plan from the Haslams all the way down is that this is in fact a year that they're just planning on sucking, and there's nothing then, like Monken almost gets a preemptive Peterlin pass from the powers that be for how this
Peterlin pass.
Thank you. For how this year operates and how this year goes down. Like, and if that exists, we're just not privy to it. If that exists, then yeah, you could stink up the joint and still have a job next year.
If I'm just going to plant my flag on this, if Todd Monken is one and done, I don't even know. I don't like think of all the meltdowns that I've had on air, but here and before when I was at Knights, and nothing. It will all pale in comparison to my reaction next January. Todd Monken could come out and he could do unspeakable things at the 50-yard line, and I'm still going to think he gets a year 2. Because you don't hire head coaches for 1 year.
Freddie Kitchens.
And yeah, no. I need.
It's like in recent memory with this ownership.
I need Jimmy Haslam to show me that he has grown from the days of Freddie Kitchens, Hugh Jackson, Mike Pettin, and Rob Chudzinski. I need it. Because I swear on all that is holy, if we're back to a new coaching search every year, I'm going to start to say things like maybe it's time we just move the franchise again.
Okay.
Because it is just cataclysmically stupid. 2 years is not long enough for any head coach, let alone a first-time head coach. 1 year, you basically hired the guy, and it's the Max Crosby, Eric DaCosta situation. You had immediate buyer's remorse, which means you probably screwed up more than that guy did.
Well, and so here's the other wrinkle on this, too, and this kind of works in favor of like what we're talking about with Mendoza in Las Vegas. Clint Kubiak was a very highly sought-after head coach, and so you think about it, like if you end up in a spot where you all of a sudden have Arch Manning because you're the number 1 overall pick, and Arch Manning has this fantastic year, guess what? You get a bump up in people that want to come be your head coach then. Like this is part of the wrinkle of all this, and then, I don't know, let's keep the train rolling down the tracks. Let's say Andrew Berry gets fired after this season, new GM in place, also doesn't lead well for Todd Monken keeping his job for, like, I don't think it's an impossible scenario where he only gets the 1 season. Would I bet on it? No, I wouldn't bet your money on it. But is it an impossible scenario? I don't think so.
So I don't think it's impossible, which is why I'm getting heated about it. To me, it's like Deshaun Watson playing this year. It's like there's just enough credibility
there's just
to
enough that could happen there.
That when I really start to think about it, it really enrages me in a level, even if the probability of it happening at this point is low. Now, if you said, of all the head coaches hired this year, who's got the best chance to be one and done? Well, I got to go to Cleveland Browns history and say it is Todd Monken, despite the fact he deserves better than that. Or if you're going to grade him like you did with Kevin Stefanski, and I guess it was or wasn't on wins and losses, the least you can do is take a real swing at a significant starting quarterback.
I mean, I like that you got the loyalty to Monken. I don't have that yet. Like, I'm not there. And maybe
I think
yours
it's
is
loyalty to logic. You just don't hire head coaches to coach for 1 year and then go, oh, he can't do this. You don't know. Like with Freddie Kitchens, you knew. Todd Monken isn't out there doing what Freddie Kitchens was doing. Like, Todd Monken is a serious coach. Todd Monken is a respected coach. You treat him like Freddie Kitchens, and
well, at least we know they gave him a 5-year deal, right? And so
he'll be getting paid.
He'll be getting paid for a long time after the fact, and he can at least sleep well with that. Which I would imagine Monken didn't see. Monken had no leverage in any of this. Like, they didn't even have to do a 5-year deal for him. That was almost like a in good faith gesture. We'll give you 5 years. They could have said we'll give you 2 years, and he still would have taken the job because he wanted to be a head coach.
216-474-0092. Robert May says the best case scenario is Todd Monken as Bruce Arians. We like. The worst case scenario is that he is a one-and-done a la Freddie Kitchens. Is he a one-and-done candidate? We've got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, as we do every Wednesday at 3:20. We'll get her take on the Robert Mays sound. We'll also get her take on the now absolute daily Donniebrooks we're having about 6 and 24. Paul Fritchner, rebound rundown, talking some. I actually put together my bracket.
Oh, I still haven't done it.
I did it internally because we have one internally.
Yeah, but do we get a prize for it or not? I noticed we did the Shamrock guessing game. I didn't see what the prize was.
The prize is you get to say you're better than everyone here.
I think that was the prize.
Yeah.
I don't play for those prizes. Let Odyssey know I don't play for those prizes. You got to give me a gift card. You got to give me something. I'm a company man. You know that.
No, it doesn't sound like you are.
I don't think this comes from all the way up top. I feel like this is someone just trying to do a cheeky
somebody
fun
you see
game
every day.
I
People you actually work with.
I don't participate in games with no prizes.
Okay.
I don't participate just to participate. I need some scratch in the game.
Can we remove his placard above his locker over there that says company man?
Yeah, maybe I'm not the company man I thought I was.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just not. But you do this
like
whole
5
game.
minutes. I just clicked into what the matchup says, and then I kind of based it off that.
Now you're doing this March Madness bracket to play for what? For fun? Couldn't be me. It couldn't be me.
Between this and Pay It Forward, you are a real Scrooge sometimes.
I got to get the juices flowing.
Yeah. Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock. I'm not even touching it.
Oh, yeah?
Is Todd Monken a one-and-done candidate? At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, and appeasing the Browns locker room in Todd Monken's hopefully not just one-and-done year. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there at
Have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes there. Ashley Bastock in 1 hour's time. We'll talk with her about Robert Mays on the midday show today, saying Todd Monken is a one-and-done candidate. Feels like that's a uniquely specific issue to the teams that hired, to Cleveland, of the teams that hired head coaches this offseason. The one thing that is not uniquely specific is the Browns looking at the 2026 quarterback market and saying, yeah, we're good for now. It feels like several teams, Arizona might be one of those teams. Miami might. Miami actually did sign a quarterback. They're just passing in every other way. The Jets seem to be passing time till 2027. And when we had Albert on yesterday, Albert Breer, if you missed him, he was at 5 o'clock. You can use the rewind feature to listen back to that. But Albert talked about the 2026 positioning from the quarterback perspective with the Cleveland Browns.
I don't know if there was a ton of sense in cutting Deshaun Watson. We might as well see what the guy's got. I don't know if there's some great hope that Shedeur is going to be the future of the franchise. And I actually would agree with the idea of, like, punting if you don't think that the guy that's going to be there for you is a franchise guy and not forcing him. Like, I think the worst thing you can do is force a first-round pick on a quarterback or force something at quarterback that really is going to not help you in the long term and maybe keep you off the market and looking for one in the short term. And it just feels to me like all of these teams are sort of keeping their powder dry for next year.
So I think it's really interesting if you put that and then juxtapose it to what Albert said about Malik Willis signing in Miami, where he was basically like, well, you have to sell to the locker room that you're at least trying. And it's like, well, okay, these things, I mean, you can look at the Tua situation and the Deshaun situation, and they are in lockstep with each other about dead cap. And I kind of look at it and go, well, if you're going to punt on 2026, you could at least absolve the Browns fans of their biggest quagmire, which is, am I going to have to watch Deshaun play again?
Well, yeah, and so that kind of brings that poison pill that we've talked about for last year entering this season, or really entering last season. It kind of brings it into play. The Malik question I just find fascinating, and I thought the answer then from Albert was just as interesting and not one I expected. I mean, when we asked the question, hey, so why are they signing Malik Willis? Why are they signing this quarterback that they think can be good to that type of contract if you're basically jettisoning everybody off? And the answer is, well, you have to at least give an attempt to the players in the locker room that you're trying, that you want to win. You have to give that frontal face gesture that you're trying. It's like, do you really have to? Like, I don't know that that's true. And I look at some of the other teams you mentioned, like, is signing Geno Smith for the Jets, is Garrett Wilson looking at that and saying, "Well, boy, they're really giving it my all for 2026"? No, he's like, "All right, we don't have a plan for this year."
I think players tend to talk themselves into things. I think we've learned that with, like, when Joe would come out every year and he's like, "I think RG3 is really going to have a chance." I don't think Joe was ever lying. I think Joe Thomas and I think the locker room believed in that plan, because they didn't really have a choice.
Like, are they just a bunch of Coach Rizzes out there? Is that the idea? Coach Riz is just eternally optimistic?
I think the culture of football and the culture of locker rooms is that there is a lot of just kind of manufactured belief because, well, you're going to have to play one way or another.
Because then it's really easy to sell them in general. If that's true, and I tend to believe you're right on that, then you didn't have to try that hard with Malik Willis. You didn't, because like the Cardinals aren't trying that hard with Jacoby Brissett being thrown out there. Like the teams we're talking about the Browns competing with for that number one pick and that basically the worst record in the NFL, they're not trying that hard at all.
Well, I think what's interesting about this is with Miami, they're not making any other move other than whatever they're going to do in the draft to try and compete this year. So the Malik Willis thing is just a complete non sequitur to the rest of their plan, which I feel is the inverse of what the Browns are doing. Like when you go out there and you spend a lot of guaranteed money, not that I really care about guaranteed money, but when you spend a lot of guaranteed money on veteran offensive linemen and high-ticket guys, you're saying you have an intention of being a certain amount of good this year.
Older guys, too, at that. Like, it'd be different if there was a bunch of 23-year-olds and they're like, all right, this is for 2 years down the line. That's our gift for our quarterback later. Got some old offensive linemen.
Keeping the defense together and replacing Quincy Williams with Devin Bush instead of just saying, we'll let the young guys play and we'll see if we can find our linebackers over the next 2 seasons. Like, honestly, restructuring Denzel instead of trading Denzel, not trading Miles a year ago. I'm not trying to relitigate any of that, but all of the Browns' moves have signaled we're going to try and do something this year except quarterback. And that's what I think is really interesting. Like, I've made the case you owe it to the players. Why? Because you've got a bunch of veterans on this team. You have a veteran offensive line now. You've got a predominantly and ready to go defense, but a veteran defense that's ready to go. Like, even offensively, like, people are panicking. The offense isn't any better, guys, because they're going to add a wide receiver or two in the draft. And once you see the completed product, you're going to look and go, "Oh man, it really is just quarterback that stinks or might stink." I think that's what's crazy. Is that the Dolphins are like
I hope we do get there, by the way. I don't know that we will, but I hope we get there.
The only way we're going to appease the locker room, the Dolphins are saying, is Malik Willis and nothing else. So and the Browns are saying, we're going to do everything to appease the locker room, but not a quarterback.
Okay, but is that Miami looking at what happened with the Browns last year and some other teams where once the quarterback situation was what it was and you just didn't get any production out of it, you couldn't evaluate anybody. And so, like, is that what the Dolphins are thinking? If Malik Willis, he might not be in the greatest situation, but at least we can evaluate the pieces around Malik Willis if the quarterback's at least functional?
I don't know anyone's looking at the Browns as a model.
No, the Browns are the ones that screwed up.
Or even like a warning sign.
Like, the Browns are the ones that screwed up. Like, we're looking at what they did and say, wait a second, last year they couldn't get anything. Do we really know what Judkins is as a player? I have no idea at this point. I'd like to believe he's a good running back. I truthfully have no idea because of what that offensive line was.
I lean towards he's a good player. I know the stats ended up, the deep analytic stats ended up looking what they look like. He still had a couple of really good games.
But it was incredibly hard. Do I know what Isaiah Bond is with certainty as a wide receiver? I have no idea. I have no idea of what I don't even know with certainty that Jerry Jeudy was as bad as he was last year. Like, there's a lot of that offense that when you had a revolving door of quarterbacks and inconsistent play at quarterback, made it really hard to evaluate what that team is elsewhere outside of the quarterback spot. And so maybe that's what Miami's thinking in this spot. I really don't know.
So what I will say about this idea and appeasement of the locker room is I do think the Browns' biggest mistake last year is they were bad at every facet of offense. They couldn't block. For most of the season, it was run blocking and pass blocking. They couldn't catch the damn ball. They couldn't get open. Some of that I do think was schematics and what an absolute joke of an offense they tried to put together last year. Some of it was the talent. I do think it's fair to question Judkins and Dylan Sampson, even though I'm actually excited to see what they can do in a real offensive line. And then you couldn't really evaluate the quarterbacks based off what was around them. So it became the ultimate catch-22 of, we're trying to build an offense. This is the thing that we do. This is what we do well. We either block well or we have incendiary playmakers that score a bunch of points for us. We run the ball incredibly well. The Browns had nothing offensively to build on. And I think, like, it's weird to me that you're like, we're going all in on that offensive line to raise the floor. We're going to really chase some wide receivers here. And the quarterback spot, it's like, listen, I think we just got to ride it out with these quarterbacks. That's just it's maddeningly inconsistent with what you're doing across the board for the rest of it, which is also probably going to harm your chances of getting the quarterback in 2027. There's a weird catch-22 thing going on here, and it's the opposite of what's going on in Miami. And it's like, I think if you want to get to the number one pick, I think Miami's doing the thing the right way.
You're almost like juggling a lot of plates, and it makes it hard because then it's telling them to pick a lane is what we're trying to get them to do here. I don't think they've gone crazy far in investing in the offensive line, but like, even within all that, you could have made this look a lot worse if you wanted to. You could have got 5 guys just off the street. You could have made it look a lot worse. They definitely could have. And so I don't know. It's so odd to me. Like, they're leaving like the chance open that Shador is just awesome at this, and in 4 games shows them that, and then they can go ahead and actually do something this season, it's a very small crack that they're leaving open, but I feel like they're leaving it open for that slight possibility. And then if it isn't and they don't take off, then they can immediately close that door and just move on to 2027 and go from there.
I think the interesting thing about Shedeur is, I think on one hand, provided he does everything he should, and I don't have any reason to believe he won't, I think he's going to be naturally better after a full off season, even in a new offense. I think that's going to be really good for him.
Yeah.
It happens with a lot of quarterbacks. You get more comfortable the more you are in the NFL. 2, I think if Shedeur's a quarterback, well, you gave him, I think as long as they're healthy, biggest modifier ever, as long as they're healthy, I think you gave him at least a passable offensive line, and I expect at least one more weapon here. So, okay. But also, you're still going to be looking at this and going, all right, but how good can he be? Like the whole knock on why he was a second rounder was, we think he can be eventually the 16th best quarterback in the NFL. I don't know. That's like, he can take a step forward this year and you still stall, like you have just enough success and he stalls just enough that he's still a significant question mark after this year. And also, you're looking at the quarterback market saying, oh, there's not a veteran out here we love. Oh, and we're the 15th pick in the damn draft.
It's definitely on the table, yeah. And it's the part of this game, and I know Andrew Berry loves his games. He always talks about all the board games he loves playing. But it's a part of this game that I feel like they're hurling towards, and I don't know that they've necessarily accounted for it in a great detail and way.
I think they have, but I just think it's just weird.
Well, what's
They're
their
just
answer,
in a weird
then?
spot.
What's their answer? If they get to 15th overall as their draft selection and they don't do the job of getting to a spot that's good enough for quarterbacks, now, are they just going to take whatever quarterback's there at 15? Is that the idea?
I think their answer is we're smarter than you.
You get the 5th best quarterback off the board?
I think our answer is, well, we tried. Like that seems to be like, hey, we have great verticals, we have great this, we have great that. There doesn't really seem to be any accountability or interchange when they fail massively. So I think they're just comfortable with, hey, we're going to do this our way, and we think this is going to work out. And the frustrating thing for me is every time it looks like they have an intention, they miss it by that much, right? Like it was apparent last year was a year to stink. And you end up getting the 5th pick and not the 1st pick in a 1-quarterback draft, right? Oh, hey, we're going to wait for 2026 to get our quarterback. And now they're selling the same thing. But I think by the end of the offseason, where you look at this roster and go, the roster's actually better. So what your hope is there's 7 draftable quarterbacks next year?
Well, this also plays in the idea that I think people think that they're just like these draft wonderkins now because of last year. And I don't know that that's true either. Like, so we'll see. We'll see what they do in the draft. We'll see how much better they're able to get. And we'll see what type of additions they make. You can always find ways to make your team suck during the season. We saw them do that last year.
Yeah.
I just want to find out if they're giving it a real chance for like 4 or 5 weeks, and then if it doesn't look good, that's when they all of a sudden start pulling some of the shenanigans they did last season.
I think they're giving the season a chance. I think they're giving the roster a chance because I don't think the roster outside of quarterback is that bad. And I think that's what I'm just puzzled by it. And I can't point to one thing and say, oh, you should do this because this would make you demonstrably better, right? At quarterback specifically. But doing nothing feels like a punt when you're not punting everywhere else. And so I would just love to hear like the internal pitch meetings to each other and to Jimmy Haslam of how you're going to grease this wheel when you do go 7-10 or 8-9 next year. And you kind of look at Shedeur and go, well, he played, like you don't have something definitive step forward with Shedeur.
I just wonder if they look at 7-10 or let's say whatever 8-9. I wonder if they almost look at that as if it's some awesome accomplishment. Because if they're barreling towards that, I almost get the impression that they feel like that's a good year. That's a good step forward in success. Let's keep what we're doing and let's keep going down that road.
216-474-0092. So the Dolphins signed Malik Willis and did nothing else to appease that locker room to make him believe they're trying this year. The Browns have continued to put resources for this year into this team, a team that was a 5-win team last year, and all of a sudden you're starting to have some pieces on offense. How much do the Browns have to appease the locker room, or have they already done it? Or do they have to do anything with the quarterback room to go ahead and appease the locker room? And down goes America. That leads off Quick Hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
flu-like symptoms or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back with you. Missed a moment in our show. Use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Again, Ashley, coming up in about 40 minutes, we'll talk about appeasing the locker room, showing the locker room you're trying to compete in 2026 while having those wandering eyes on 2027 for the quarterback spot. But let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
In a stunning moment of irony, Venezuela defeated the U.S. 3-2 to win the World Baseball Classic last night in Miami. It's the second straight second-place finish for the U.S., who came into the tournament with the best odds to win it. Venezuela had the fourth best odds. What level of letdown is this that the U.S. lost?
It's not really a letdown for myself. I was watching these games. I got invested in the tournament, but ultimately, it wasn't like I was like, hey, red, white, and blue, need to pull this one down. It's a one baseball game tournament at that point. Like anything, that's what we love about baseball is anything can happen in one game. And so, not disappointed. Am disappointed in Mark DeRosa, though. Mm-hmm. Don't love the idea that, Venezuela's got Palencia out on the mound, and they're going back-to-back days with Palencia, and they're doing all they need to do in order to try to win that game. Meanwhile, Miller is, the quote after the game by DeRosa was, out of respect for the Padres. And it's like, shut up, man. Like, I hated that. I hated every bit of that. I get it. You got to worry about these guys' arms. You got to worry about how much they can play and can't play. I just thought Team USA was way too cautious, where clearly Venezuela, the Dominican, like all these other teams were just kind of letting it fly, and I just didn't love that from DeRosa.
Yeah, I think this U.S. team had a bit of entitlement to it, and just the way they talked about winning, and honestly, the whole vibe of the team was weird. I know I'm not trying to make too much of the Aaron Judge speech, but like even Paul Skeens, who was in the Air Force, said like 2 weeks ago, hey, serving in their country is the greatest honor, but this is like a close second. And I was like, oh, that's just not right.
It's just not right. You're playing a baseball game.
And you put
it's
it
not even close.
I do think it's leadership, though, because I think leadership sets the tone. And I think DeRosa, his tone this whole time stunk. If he's back, I'll be honest with you, I might check out on the next World Baseball Classic from the American side because I think he's a bit of a chud.
No chance he can be back. Here's the thing. All these other teams, the Dominican, Venezuela, all these teams, Japan, all these ones we can talk about, seemed like they were having a blast, having the greatest time of their lives, like just enjoying it. Whereas Team USA, like, it seemed very stiff. It seemed like they were having a miserable time.
Except
and they were
Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper, how about that home run?
That's a baller.
I mean, that's just a great moment for him. But even in that moment, like I expected Bryce to go crazy. Like some of those home run celebrations in this tournament have been unreal.
That was an insane bat flip from Bryce Harper.
Watch what he does with his body language, though. He just puts his head down and goes. Like in that moment, I expect him to do the classic Bryce Harper of like this, like that whole stuff. Puts his head down and goes. Like that is it was weird. And I get it. There's storylines attached to some of these Team USA players that don't exist for other players, right?
Aaron Judge.
And that's the one I want to focus in on.
Mr. Strikeout.
Like, if people are acting like Aaron Judge would relieve himself of all of his postseason struggles in one WBC. Not the case, but Aaron Judge acted like it was. And it was just it was a ridiculous display. Team USA, by the very end of it, got to be very unrootable for many, many reasons. And that stinks, but I blame DeRosa for a lot of it.
Congrats to Venezuela, by the way. That was an impressive win.
I mean, it's cool to watch Salvi up there, and there's even Jimenez. There's some fun parts of that team.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Only America. No, America had some fun. Skeens was great when he was actually just pitching and not talking. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of. There's another player, a young player
that we all want to listen. Well, for 30 seconds or 60 seconds, we definitely want to listen because he gave the inside track and how the Ravens treated him.
I didn't get to see the GM at all. I thought I was going to see him when I first got there. I didn't see him for 5 hours. At the end, they're like, yeah, I'll take you up. Joe was like, I'll take you up and you go see the head coach, whatever, just before you leave. And I dap him up, and I could just tell like the energy was a little bit off. And the GM was standing in like the hall, like in the room next to me to the right. And that was the first time I seen him. They sit me down on the couch, and he's like, "Man, I don't know how to say this, but one of our doctors has concerns with the results and whatever." And like, I was terrified because I'm thinking in my head, like, what the like, they know you had your surgery 9 weeks ago.
All right, so they knew. Clearly, they all knew. And the recap on this was that Jesse Minter also acted shady. Apparently, there was a dead body outside of the hotel. I don't know why the Ravens get blamed for the dead body outside the hotel, but they get blamed for that, I guess, too.
Wait. So what you're saying is they backed out of the Max Crosby trade after agreeing to it on false premises, and they killed a guy?
I guess that's kind of what Max was insinuating in many ways. Like, I don't know why people are going crazy with this. Like a dead body outside the hotel. So yeah, the Ravens didn't kill the guy.
It is Baltimore,
It's just
guys.
Baltimore.
Yeah. Like, we have homeless guys. They have dead people. That's kind of how it goes.
But the Ravens GM not meeting with Max once, well, even in Baltimore. Clearly he knew, and the whole story of it is very interesting to me.
Also, Max, real quick, buddy. If you're going to, it's I saw, not I seen. Just real quick. There.
Wow. I mean, come on.
I was like, what the hell? It's like, okay.
I don't know what else you expect.
I don't know. Between the weed and the hits to the head, there's not a lot left there with Max.
And no one in his circle is going to be like, "Hey, Max, this is how you actually say that sentence."
Hey, Max, you should read a book.
He's got no need. Got no need to. He's got no need to.
One without pictures.
Yeah, no, he's got no need to. He has made generational wealth. He is. He's going to be able to provide for his family and his family's family and his family's family and
all the families.
There's really no need. He can stay
if he wants. A third family.
He can stay as dumb as he wants for a while. As
long
long
as be like, I seen my second wife today.
I've seen my bank account go down because I'm stupid with math.
We're about to go full Wahlberg. I seen a twist farmer.
An apostrophe.
I seen a dead body. All right. Chris Mad Dog Russo doesn't just bequeath hot sports takes on First Take. He also has hot movie takes. Two, as shared today.
Who came up with the idea that now we're going to have 10 possibilities for the best picture of the year? It used to be 5. Now they got 10? The movies this year are awful. And by the way, I saw it. One battle after another. Sean Penn was killed 3 times. The movie stunk. It was stupid. It didn't make any sense.
All right. Agree or disagree?
Why do I care how many movies get included? Why is that such a big deal?
I need to hear about your one battle after another take, because I think that is the most concise take I've heard on that mostly overrated movie all Oscar season long.
Was what? That he dies 3 times? Is that what you're saying?
Doesn't make sense, and it stinks. It's overrated. It doesn't stink. I want to reel that one back in.
I'm not.
It's not the best picture.
I liked it much better than Sinners. I've been pretty vocal about that. But it's not.
You would be on an island.
It's not one of my favorite movies of all time. In fact, we're talking like recent winners. I liked Nora more than I liked One Battle After Another.
If that was instead of Paul Thomas Anderson, Goulardi's son, I know we have to talk about it. We don't. But if that was instead of Paul Thomas Anderson, if it was Gary who you bump into with Speedway, that movie never gets any national run. That was the ultimate lifetime achievement award. We've stiffed Paul Thomas Anderson on all his good movies, so let's go ahead and give it for one that is like it's like The Revenant with Leo. What a sack of crap that was. And by the way, this is how we should talk about movies the way we talk about sports, because I listen to all these movie podcasts, and they're trying to be so sophisticated. It's like, it wasn't as good as everybody said. It was fine. It was watchable. I didn't turn the movie off.
I don't care about directors or writers or any of that nonsense. I enjoyed it. It was a good movie.
Not great.
Yeah, I never put it in like a top 10 of my all-time favorites. I just am the only person on the show that seems like I had a decent time watching it for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, because it's overrated. Oh, now Leo's acting stoned. Oh, no. Oh, his character smokes marijuana. How edgy.
I mean, it's not like we have many ways to judge these things, and the ways that we do, they just said it was the best movie of the entire year,
and they were wrong. And Mad Dog and I
they just did this.
Simpatico.
This isn't like they just did this. Oh yeah, Mad Dog, who could just get stoned and watch movies on a Saturday, is like the greatest judge of this.
Yes, those are the people that would know the most.
Mad Dog.
You free your mind a little bit, and then you're relaxed into your couch, and all of a sudden you can really tell.
I'd be shocked if he watches more than 3 movies a year. Mad Dog. That's the critic. That's That's your Ebert and Roper?
Oh, that's just a baseless shot.
That's your Ebert and Roper there?
It's better than these
Couldn't
boring-ass
be me.
movie critics.
Couldn't be me.
The plot.
I don't know. Let me look up.
I would
what
rather
are our
saw
recent
a
winners?
foot off than listen to Sean Fennessy talk about movies. I mean, good God.
I don't think the hit rate is great for them all time for Best Pictures, by the way. I don't think so.
60% of movie podcasts, if you watch an older
There's a
movie,
lot
is
of
talking
ones,
how
there's a lot of
problematic
movies,
is.
There's a lot of movies I just don't typically care for.
What analysis? Couldn't be made today.
All right,
What a thought.
Which ones do you like? I liked Nora a lot. I just told you that. I told you that coming into that. That
very
won in
good.
2025.
Mikey Madison's
Oppenheimer won in 2024, so I'm assuming you like that one as well because we've talked about Oppenheimer.
Another Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, he didn't like that
it's
one.
It's fine. Again, no, it's a good movie. But it's a lot of a lot.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I don't even think I saw that one.
I enjoyed it.
Coda in 2022. I did watch that one. I did enjoy that one.
I watched it and then I watched it again.
Yeah, I like Coda.
Yeah.
I
went back to the beginning.
Just as what it is. Do they get it all right? Is it sometimes a little snobby? Does it feel like you're not necessarily picking the best player? You're just picking the best. I don't know.
I mean, it is a campaign thing.
It's their time.
It is
their
a campaign
time to win.
thing. There's a bit. Okay, so the process is flawed anyways because it's about who campaigns the best. But between Sean Penn beating out literally anybody else, and guys, I get it. He's really intense. Since Spicoli, Sean Penn has not played one character of a different note ever. Oh, we can't really understand what he says, and he's just oddly upset about everything. Oh, it's Sean Penn. Here's Sean Penn playing a children's TV performer. Oh, he's angsty. Oh, my gosh. Watch out. He might hit you in real life. And the best picture. I actually might be madder about the Sean Penn thing than I am the one. No, I'm mad about both.
I can tell you're mad about Sean Penn.
Just overreact. No, overrated, not overreactive. It's a different thing. All right, that is Quick Hits. When we come back, a good night for the Cavs, but not for Donovan. And that's got people talking. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Cold and dry.
each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content for your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes. And I just got $1 bobbed. Actually, no, I got reversed $1 bobbed.
Okay, what happened?
So our friend Paula from NCX is filling out her bracket.
Yeah.
And she was trying to figure out how to do the tiebreaker at the end. And so I was like, so I basically just try to do some very simple math about how much each of the teams I have in the finals are in the championship, how much they score and how well defensively they play. And so I was like, I picked 151 points. And she's like, I picked 150. And I was like, I mean, granted, I still ended up on the better side of this with a $1 bob. I still felt like a $1 bob in one way or another.
Can't help you out there.
We got to get you in on this bracket thing.
I'm not getting in on the bracket. I don't.
You can auto-populate. I think that's what she did.
Well, what fun is that?
You can win a trip, by the way. Not through Odyssey, but through the thing that we're doing with it. Yeah.
Tell me what the prize is. Win a trip to where? Like across the street? What's this trip?
Yes, the CBS Sports is giving away a trip across the street.
Wait, hold on. You think that? Okay, that doesn't constitute as the prize. The prize is because it's set up in CBS Sports. And then if I have the best bracket out of everyone in the country, I win a trip.
I think it's more out of that, or I think there's lesser prizes.
I think you're like, this is the prize. He needs a prize, so I'm going to get you in on playing against everyone. Everyone
You've
nationally.
said there wasn't a prize.
There's not a prize by Odyssey. If I'm playing against people in Odyssey, I'd like a prize. That's what I would like.
Do you want?
We did this whole St. Patrick's Day thing.
Can you spot
there was no prizes. There was zero.
Yes, there was. There was a gift card
for the St. Patrick's Day one.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It literally said it on the box that you put the thing in.
What to where? Where's this gift card?
I don't want to say it on air because I'm not giving away free advertising. Keith is now holding up a bag of Dots pretzels. That is not enough.
Is that the prize?
That is not enough for JP.
I need some steaks. No, that's the funny thing about it. I'll play for very little steaks. It doesn't take much. But it's got to be
like
something.
A $50 league. Or am I confused? I might be confusing you with somebody else.
I'm in a $50 league. A fantasy football
it's a free league. Never mind. You didn't want to play free league.
I did. I played in the free league. And what was my big gripe the entire time I played in this free league with you guys?
No juice.
No juice. Why am I in this free league? And then it was a long play. I'll admit it's a long play. The idea, like, the first taste is free. Last year was the free fantasy football league. This following year, maybe we get it to $25. Maybe we get it to $50. I don't know. You tell me what you feel comfortable with, and then we go from there. But I got to play for something. I can't just be out here just filling out brackets for a trip to Hawaii if I'm the very best out of millions of people.
You have two young kids at home. You need all the distractions you can get.
This is like a free roll, though. It feels like there's a gift card at the end of the rainbow, and I'm only competing against everyone else at Odyssey. There's a real chance there. I'll fill out my wife's tonight. Her company actually gives out rewards, and so I'll just fill hers out tonight.
We're hearing a lot less company man speak here. And again,
I love the enthusiasm. I love the idea that people are trying to make games out of things. But also, if you play games, you got to win prizes.
I think Jeff and Keith hear the truth here.
You don't go to the carnival to go ahead and all of a sudden, knock the 3 cups down to then tell you, hey, that was a fun ride. No, that's a good time. You go to win the stuffed teddy bear.
No, you don't.
Where's my stuffed teddy bear?
You go for the experience.
No, that's not. I go for the teddy bear. Experience.
I think you might have a gambling problem.
Well, welcome to the show. Welcome.
I worked with Dustin for 3 years, so
no.
I'm a little anesthetized to this.
We're in check. I'm good. We're good.
Yeah.
But my life in general does like action to it.
Yeah.
That's
what they say. Jonathan Peterlin loves a little action.
Like a little action.
Yeah, just a little action.
Just a little bit. We don't need a ton.
Yeah.
Just to wet the beak a little bit.
Yeah. Now, for the Cavs fans panicking after the loss on Sunday. Got a little wet beak action there with a win over the Bucks. Now, in fairness, nobody played for the Bucks. Very nice night for Evan Mobley, and yet predictably, all anyone could talk about was Donovan Mitchell's terrible, no good, bad evening.
Oh, I mean, one of the better Harden games. This might be my top Harden game that we've seen, by the way.
Yeah, still talking about that little bit of action.
I don't know about that, but like I think it was definitely one of the better Harden games we've seen, one of the better Mobley games we've seen in a while as well. There was a lot of positives in that. Yeah, Donovan played a bad game.
Yeah,
no other way to look at it. But the encouraging part for myself was the idea that yes, although the game was tight for way longer than it needed to be, Mobley and Harden were able to pick up the slack. I think that's a good thing for the Cavs.
So I would agree, by the way. The only thing is I found myself a little annoyed at the why can't Evan play like this every game? And it's like I think it's simpler than just Evan doesn't want it. And I think I always get very uncomfortable with guys who play at a high level, but maybe not as high as you want, with people then going to the thing of, I just don't think he wants it, because that's really hard to quantify. Like if it's like Jed Wills giving up on plays after 2 seconds. It was really tough to defend Jed Wills at some point. Ricky Davis. It was really hard to defend Ricky Davis at any point because he just gave you so much information to say he really only cared about Ricky Davis.
Yeah.
With Evan, I just think it goes deeper than just Evan doesn't want it or Evan has failed to get where we want him to, which was kind of at the heart of your and my disagreement at the end of yesterday's show.
No, not necessarily. I mean, part of it was, I guess, the idea that I want Evan to be more consistent, and I do think there's more there with Evan. The problem I had with Evan over recent days was the idea that, yeah, his body language does suck in games where he's not playing particularly well. And yes, it does seem like there's levels that he can get to that he doesn't always get to. I don't know that it's a want-to thing attached to it, though. Like, I'm not at the point where Jake is, where he thinks he's unwatchable at basketball. Like,
he got a text from me yesterday.
But what I do enjoy, or at least what I enjoyed out of yesterday, Mobley took 21 shots. Mobley was wildly aggressive. For a guy that averages half that in any given game, Nick, taking 21 shots is something I want to see out of him. I want him to have the belief that when he has the ball, he's the right outcome. He's the right person that should be taking the shot. And there is a lot of times where he gets very passive and a lot of times where it seems like he doesn't believe that himself.
Now, the bigger conversation coming out of last night was Donovan and his month of March and how his numbers look. Most of the time, I would just kind of swat this away and not think a lot about it. But with some of his numbers being down, I think it is fair to ask, is Donovan healthy? Because I do think we've seen Donovan wear down multiple years now. It makes sense given that he is a undersized combo guard playmaker. And it does make sense because he's also 30 years old. So, it's weird. On one hand, I'd be like, well, okay, it's March. Maybe he's taking it easy given that, you got the playoffs ahead. On the other hand, it's like, man, if that groin injury is still bugging him, that is, again, it's just another feather in the cap of the Cavs have a lot of injuries, and how the hell are you going to get healthy enough before the end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, last 10 games, he's averaging 24 and 6, and that's not what his normal numbers are. It is a tick down, more than a tick down, but it's also not something to freak out about either, I don't think. That would explain, though. If, the injury is enough, offsetting a few points, it'd probably be enough of the difference there.
Yeah, so I like the way you put that, by the way. I don't think it's something to freak out about, but it is something to monitor. And I think, and I'm not even talking now. I'm talking about first round of the playoffs. Are we seeing moments where Donovan is maybe just not putting up the same kind of thing that he is, the same kind of numbers that we're used to? And that's also going to be really hard to kind of monitor because I think in the playoffs, there are going to be Donovan games and there are going to be James Harden games. And who knows? Maybe we'll get really lucky and have a Jared Allen or Evan Mobley game. And so there might be nights where he has to take a step back given the way the team is configured now.
Yeah, no, but that's a good thing, though, because it felt like previously it was all on Donovan Mitchell to do the bulk of the scoring and to kind of put on the cape and go for it and save the day. And so I like that he's going to have other options, kind of like what last night presented. I mean, Donovan didn't have a shot last night, and Mobley, he looked at it and said, I got to shoot the ball 21 times. Harden only took 10 shots, by the way, last night. Wildly efficient, 27 points and 10 shots. That was about as good as you can possibly do. And so, if that ends up being what they have in the postseason, that's great. Now, I am curious though. I'm curious to find out what he does for the final 5 games of the year. When he was in Utah, he made a big stink about always needing to go really hard for the final 5 games of the season, and then he did that early on with Bickerstaff here and continued it for the first couple years. And then in recent years, he's kind of been going back and forth on what he wants to do and ramping up for the postseason. If he's battling an injury, I would hope he wouldn't go back to what he did in Utah, where he would go 40 minutes and try to score as many points as possible as his ramp up. I hope he doesn't do that.
216-474-0092. Much has been made about Donovan Mitchell's month of March. Words hard, me, Nick. Are you concerned about Donovan's recent struggles here? Big Sharm in Chagrin Falls. Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Big Sherm. Big Sherm.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's on. Who's that? This is a Matt Corrali move. We're sorry about that, Big Sherm.
It's all right. I'm not a rap with hummus. That'd be Sharma, right? Or Shawarma, whatever that is. So real quick, on Jonathan, have you seen the movie? It's an older movie with Dreyfuss, Let It Ride.
No.
Okay, so you have to watch it, and Nick is like the woman in the movie because it's about racing. And she goes up to the millionaires. I just wanted to tell you this real quickly. Up to the millionaires club, where they're poofy and they're watching the races. And she says to the guy who's betting thousands of dollars, I don't understand. Why do you guys bet? Why can't you just run around in a circle and watch them go? And the whole place goes silent and looks at this lady. So it's just like, Nick, you got to play for something. I don't care if it's for a quarter. Even Jack Nicklaus said when he played for something that made him play harder in golf. So just wanted to get that out there, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Big Sherm, we
Thank
appreciate
Big Sherm. There's all sorts of stories about billionaires that'll play for $1, and you got to see the money transfer. You got to play for something in life.
When I worked at the horse racing track, and again, you understand, Ness and I both working multiple jobs to make ends meet. I'd put $5 on a horse.
Yeah.
And that's when I was working in the booth instead of working on one of the corners or one of the turns.
Oh, not when you're doing the camera work.
Not when I was doing the camera work. And it's when I was really bad at being a Chiron operator. And the amount of crap I got in that booth for only being able to afford $5. And it turns out...
Were they all just degenerates in that booth?
Yeah, it turns out...
I like that, actually.
Our big boss... Somebody else that worked there had to control his money for him.
Yeah.
And hand him out his money so he could actually, make rent
I was
each
going to say,
month.
imagine going to your job and losing money that day.
Yes.
That can't be the outcome if that's you.
Yeah.
I would not have been bullied by that at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I got to play for something. That's just that's mandatory, and it's a company. This is not a small company. This is a pretty big company. You can throw a nice little gift card attached to March Madness at the end of it.
But I think it's an Odyssey Cleveland thing.
And I know
I'm not competing against the FAN in New York on this one.
You act like we can't afford a $20 gift card to a place. Hell, we can get all sorts of people to give $20 gift cards for our little March Madness pool. Just give me something at the end of the rainbow. When I put sweat and tears into my bracket. And then it hits, and I'm rooting this thing out. I'm riding this thing home like it's a pony down the stretch. I'm rooting this thing like crazy. And then I'm watching Arizona win or something like that. And then I'm putting sweat equity into this. At the end of it, for a nice job, could not be me.
You're talking out your ass a little bit on this one. That's okay.
What?
Sweat equity? Sweat equity?
I'd be rooting for the games. I'd want to win, but I'd want to win based off the idea that I would get the gift card at the end of it. It doesn't have to be a big gift card.
You and I have
just has to give me
basically
something.
talked about how little college basketball we've paid attention to,
Yeah.
which means you're more likely to just pick the teams by whose head coach you actually know. And you're talking sweat equity.
Well, no, when the games get going, you get invested into it, and then all of a sudden I would be, if I know the winner of that game is going to be the result of a gift card or not, I'm going to care a little bit more. There's some sweat equity that is built into that for sure.
Ashley Bastock joins us to talk the Browns' approach to the draft, whether we're overvaluing wide receivers in this draft. That's a Jeff Phelps gem and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
SMU at 9:10. Cleveland.com Browns beat reporter Ashley Bastock joins the guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Some tournament talk coming your way. Coming up at 5:20 tonight. Beyond just whether JP will, be a real team player here and get in on the bracket. But Paul Frichner. Is that the one?
I don't know.
Rebound rundown coming up at 5:20. He's actually a good guest, other than the fact I can't say his last name.
Here comes John Fanta recommended, so we're willing to give him a shot. Hopefully it works.
If he's got the Fanta, the seal of approval, he's got our seal of approval, unless it comes on and just isn't very good. And then we're never going to let Fanta live it down.
Oh, I would hate that for John. Hate that for us. Hate that for you.
We did ask.
Hate that for John.
We did ask Jake whether after Jake got the endorsement on this guest, whether John 5 minutes later was like, actually, he's not good. Don't use him. Apparently, we didn't get the old Fanta flip-flop on this one.
That would have been the worst type of flip-flop.
Actually, it would have been really hilarious. If
but
after
not
the
funny
interview,
enough to have us do like a 15-minute segment that sucks.
Disagree.
Okay.
Disagree. We got a lot of time here.
That's 5:20. This isn't,
That's true.
I mean,
That's not 3:20.
No, we like 3:20. That's why Ashley's at 3:20.
So Ashley Bastock on the Make It Right call
Now,
Kyle Wright
2:20.
hotline.
Don't get me started on 2:20.
And if we ever talk about 440, don't even. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. I know we joked last week was probably my flu game, but, I mean, I've been in the trenches since then, illness-wise. So today, I think, is actually my flu game.
Okay.
You can't have multiple flu games.
Is this like Rocky 1 where they didn't give people what they wanted, so they're like, in Rocky 2, we'll do better this time? This feels like you're trying to create a sequel for a flu game, and there can only be one flu game, Ashley.
No, I mean, I was at a primary care appointment like less than 48 hours ago. I have medicine prescribed to me now. Like, it's been a whole ordeal. That's what I'll say. I think my voice sounds worse today than it did this time last week, but I don't know. I'll have to listen back, and you guys can maybe be the judge.
Now, do you get babied when you're sick, or you just power through it?
No, my joke is I never get sick. When I start to feel sick, I tell myself, no, you're not, and try to ignore it for as long as possible. But we got, out of the ignoring stage with this one, which is how it's serious with me.
All right. Well, stop being sick. We like you when you're feeling better there. That actually sounded like I was mad at you. What I meant was we don't like it when you don't feel well. I meant it in like a nice way, not in a, suck it up. That being said, little NFL news to pass along here. The Panthers are trading Andy Dalton to the Eagles for a 2027 7th-round pick. Maybe Tanner McKee could be available. Why would we do that? Hey, played a good game once, and that seems to matter if you're an Eagles quarterback. All right, Ashley, let's go with the initial thought here. There have been multiple people, nationally and locally, who have said 1 week plus into free agency, the Browns aren't any better now than they were before free agency started. Do you concur with that assessment about the Browns offseason?
No, just because they put so much into that offensive line, and like 3 weeks ago, I had no idea who would be playing basically any position truly on the line. And now I feel like we have some more answers with that. So, look, I think unfortunately, the offensive line in Cleveland was such a key staple of this team during most of Kevin Stefanski's tenure. And over the last couple of years, they got more injured. They got older. Look, I think left tackle is still a big question that hopefully they are able to answer in the draft. And the caveat to all of this is we have to see what it looks like come September, right? Like, there's been so many things this front office has done over the years that have looked good on paper or looked better on paper than they turn out to look on the field. But I think they've done a good job of taking the panic out of this O-line rebuild, which is how I termed it in a column I wrote, I think, last week or so. So that, to me, is a good step. It's like the kind of thing I wanted to see them do was devote significant off-season resources to this line, and so far they've done that. They're at least trying to do that, and I think that's a really good start.
Yeah, was it a good enough attempt, I guess would be the question I have for you, because they didn't get Walker, they didn't get Linderbaum, they didn't get at the top of the market, but they also didn't get 5 guys that are just existing either.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, look, they probably couldn't cap-wise, afford to pull off a Tyler Linderbaum deal. Maybe they would have. I mean, Andrew Berry and this front office are really good at the cap. But like you said, I think landing somewhere in the middle, that's going to be key with where they are right now. They're not, one key piece away from having an amazing line. You have to devote multiple resources. And I think, you don't want to obviously be starting 3 rookies. Todd Monken joked about that. I know Andrew Berry at the Combine wouldn't give an answer on how many rookies are too many rookies, essentially. And Andrew said, well, it depends on the rookies. Todd Monken certainly did not sound like he wanted to be a coach starting, more than 3 rookies on his offensive line. He knows the challenge that would be. So I think they did a good job with getting guys who have played, and I think when you have a veteran coach, position coach like George Warhop in that room, you need those veteran guys who know what the deal is. Titus Howard has even played for him before. You need guys to kind of help keep everything in check and keep things going who have that veteran experience. So I think that's why I like addressing a lot of these needs in free agency here.
All right, Ashley, what's the earliest you think the Browns draft a quarterback this year?
The earliest they would draft a quarterback, I mean, if they really like Ty Simpson, is it out of the question taking him at 24? I don't know that they do, though. So I would say my best guess right now, the earliest would be the 3rd round, genuinely. And I think it gets earlier than that if there is somebody that we are not accounting for right now who they think has franchise quarterback ability. But I didn't leave the Combine feeling super oh yeah, they're definitely going to be chasing somebody in the 1st round. I just didn't get that vibe. And I think a lot of times with these things, with the quarterbacks in the draft, there's a vibe, there's a feel to it that you start to get when, oh yeah, they're chasing somebody here. And I didn't have it last year. I don't really have it this year. So that's sort of my gut feeling right now.
We had Cynthia Freeland on, and she had mentioned, conversations she had at the draft. She thought the Browns were in on quarterback, but she'd also then mentioned Carson Beck as a name. She's like, that kid from Miami. Keep an eye on that. Do you find someone like that maybe as something you consider then 3rd round, the area you're talking about?
Yeah, second round for Beck, but I don't know that I feel like they're going to be a 1st round quarterback team. It wouldn't surprise me to see them add another body to that room via the draft, but I don't know given all their other offensive needs. And I think we're going to get a definitive answer on this on the Thursday night of the draft this year. And it's, do they feel better about the 2027 quarterback class than the 2026 one? Because we got that definitive answer very early, actually immediately after they made the Mason Graham pick, I think was when Andrew Berry came out there and talked how, look, projecting across the board, they thought that the 2026 draft was going to be better than the 2025 draft, and that was a big part of their reasoning to make that trade. So I think we're going to kind of get a similar feel this year as well. In how they feel about the future and any moves they make. Are they really setting it up for next year's draft?
All right, Ashley, because we talk about literally any quarterback that could be available and has a pulse, what would your reaction be now that Andy Dalton is going to the Eagles? What would your reaction be if the Browns traded for Tanner McKee today?
Guys, I don't know that I would have a reaction to that. I think it would be oh, okay. I don't think Tanner McKee is going to be a franchise quarterback, but you've added another body to the room. I guess great, but I would be pretty surprised in the sense everything we're hearing from the Browns seems to be so focused on Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. And look, this time of year, you have to be careful with messaging coming from anyone. This is prime times of year for smoke screens. We all know that. I think fans have gotten savvier over the years and know that as well. But right now, I mean, I definitely don't feel like it's going to be a significant resource devoted to the quarterback position outside of those two when it comes to the starting quarterback position on this team in 2026.
All right, you said smokescreen season. Are the Browns trying to throw everybody off with the amount of wide receivers they have coming for these 30 visits, or is it, or are they being very upfront? Like, no, we need wide receivers, and this is how we're going about doing it.
Well, look, I think the top 30 visits aren't necessarily the place for a smokescreen just because, like, teams actually do only have 30 of them, right? Like, you don't typically want to waste them with gamesmanship. There are people you are inviting on those that you do genuinely like. And, look, I think there's not much smokescreen you could do with that position because, like, everyone knows you need more pass catchers anyway. They know they need that. They've been honest about that. They've been honest about knowing the amount of resources they need to devote to the offensive side of the football. So I definitely think there's genuine interest in those guys. I think most people are anticipating they take someone at some point in the first round, whether it's I've seen it mostly in mock drafts at 24. Some people have been bolder and have them going at 6. But for me, like, they are probably going to take someone. It makes sense that these visits are happening for sure.
All right, Ashley. And I'm going to blame this on Jeff Phelps because he had quite this spicy take earlier today that the Browns at 6 could be reaching for a wide receiver. So we had a conversation about Monroe Freeling.
Monroe.
I know. Now I've corrected everybody else. Now I'm doing it to myself. Monroe Freeling at 6 being a bit of a reach. What is a bigger reach with the number 6 pick? Monroe Freeling or a wide receiver?
Well, who's the wide receiver? Because, I mean, again, these mock drafts, Monroe Freeling has been the most popular name at 6. But, look, I know Daniel Jeremiah's draft just came up, and he had them taking Carnell Tate at 6. Like, I don't feel like Carnell Tate would be a reach at 6 at all. But the problem is, like, I don't know. It's like, how are you weighing the needs and the value of the left tackle position? And you know, I think Monroe Freeling has become such a more popular name for them because he was one of those guys, I think, when he got in the combine, did the testing, did the measurements, you saw his stock rise. But also, he is a guy that people are, like, for sure talking about as a left tackle versus a Maui Noah or, oh, my gosh, I'm blanking, Spencer Fano. I was going to say the kid from Utah, but there's 2 kids from Utah. Like, Fano and Maui Noah, people are talking about as more versatile options, as guys who maybe could be better suited playing at guard. And I think the Browns more so need a surefire left tackle. I think that's why he's become more popular. I don't think either position would really be a reach at 6. I quite honestly like either option there right now for them. I mean, these are deep tackle and deep receiver classes. I think outside of Freeling, though, I'd be really curious to hear their own evaluations. Like, that's what it's going to come down to, of a Maui Noah or a Caden Proctor out of Alabama or a Fano, but specifically Fano and Maui Noah, if they view them as more of an interior lineman or better at tackle, because I think that's what it would come down to.
Is there any tell you can get into trying to figure out whether or not the Browns are taking 2026 serious or not? Or whether they're just trying to play for the 2027 draft, and in theory with that, they're trying to lose as many games as possible?
Well, I think, like, no team is ever going to admit that, like, if a front office, because that's, like, the problem with tanking in general, and we talk about this all the time. You can't tank when your coaches are players in the NFL. It just doesn't work. Like, the game is too violent. You would have serious injuries if you were actively going out there and trying not to win, but we know all the time in the NFL when teams in the past have tried to lose, it's like via roster decisions, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know that there's any real tell. Like, I think by now the tell would be, oh, they've done nothing to try to fix their line, and I don't think they've done that, right? Like, that to me, and the problem is, for the Browns, like, if they did want to do that, which I still am not convinced they do want to do, that they are actively going to be trying to lose games, or the front office hopes they lose games, like, this defense is just kind of too good to do that. Like, even this past year, they still won 5 games. That was too many to get the first overall pick. Like, it has put them in this interesting position that I think has made that very difficult, even if they did want to do it.
Ashley, get on the mend. We appreciate you. Did a great job despite feeling under the weather. I will say, as sequels go, it's pretty strong. This is like Godfather 2 level.
And again, the second straight weeks, things have been kept on the rails, and I think it's because you guys are trying to get you better faster.
We know you've been battling.
Leave it off the rails further.
Yeah, but don't tempt us, because we will. We'll go there for the sake of going there.
I do feel like you kind of poked the bear a little bit at the end, like, oh, you guys didn't even let us go off the rails here.
It sounds like I think you miss us going off the rails.
I think you like it.
I maybe I miss it a little bit. I don't know. We're going to have to wait to see till next week. I'm going to hang up now.
That's true. Ashley Bastock there, Cleveland.com, and the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She gave us a lot to think about. We'll get to in the 4 o'clock hour, but fixing something that need not be fixed in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs, no prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We're going to react to Ashley Bastock coming in about 15 minutes here. Should be noted, almost everybody I'm seeing tweet about a potential Tanner McKee trade are hypothesizing Cleveland.
Well, hold on. Like Eagles people or
No.
what
Like
are we talking about?
NFL media people.
NFL media people. Because like the Eagles people, I mean, these are the people that championed him to start over Jalen Hurts.
Oh, I remember.
Like they're insane. When it comes to Tanner McKee, they think that it's like a great talent that is missing there. And what's funny about it, when you ask them, and this is where we get to practice field All-Americans all the time, when you ask them like what goes on at the practices, they legitimately think, and these are like the people that cover the Eagles, they think Tanner McKee is the goods.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd be interested to see exactly what the thought process is there and how this all ends up going down. I will not fall for the banana in that tailpipe. That will not happen.
Would you rather a fifth-round pick for Tanner McKee
JJ
or
McCarthy's
the
answer.
sixth pick for Jalen Hurts?
Oh, what?
Which one would you rather do?
I don't get the question.
Would you rather trade a fifth-round pick for Tanner McKee or the sixth pick overall for Jalen Hurts?
Oh, the sixth pick overall.
Yes.
I thought you meant the sixth-round pick. I said,
No.
what are you doing to yourself? Yeah, it's sixth overall, and you get Jalen Hurts. It's still not even a question.
I think it might be a question for some people who think Jalen Hurts stinks.
I think it's a
Not
question for
me.
people in Philadelphia. Listen, do I think Jalen Hurts is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen? No, I don't. Do I think he does come with some limitations? Yes, I do. Do I think your big board last year that had him as the fifth best quarterback in the sport is wrong? Yes, I do. I'd love to see the updated version.
Yeah, well, he's not the fifth best quarterback in the NFL now. He didn't just win the Super Bowl.
All right, well, when you made the list, that's what he was, right?
Yeah.
He was fifth best.
Yeah, after winning the Super
I think
Bowl.
he's probably like around, I don't know, anywhere from 9 to 12, somewhere in that range. It's a respectable range. I'd give up the number 6 overall pick for Jalen Hurts. I don't even think that's a hot take.
216-474-0092. Is that a hot
You're
take?
giving me your look like that's a hot take. He's not on the board. He's not on the table. It's
six
complete
pick for Jalen
hypothetical.
Hurts does feel like spicy, but I don't hate it. I mean, I would just be happy we have a quarterback. But
well, now I'm trying to figure out how far does this list go of quarterbacks that I would give up the number 6 overall pick. Is that right?
Yeah.
In order to go ahead and have on this team.
I mean, if you think he's anywhere from the 9th, so you would give the number 6 pick up for Baker.
Yeah. In theory, yeah, I would. I guess in execution, I would too.
Yeah.
I had to think about it for a second. Like I think Baker's going to be the dividing line for a lot of fans, though. That's like not fans here because Baker's more loved here, but in general, if you're going through like list of players,
Jared Goff.
Yeah, Goff's older at this point, so there's a lot more attached to that. Let's see. Drake May, yes. Matthew Stafford, no, because you only got 1 year of Matthew Stafford, so we're not doing that. Jared Goff was third highest in passer rating last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 31. I guess Jared Goff would fall on that list. Lamar Jackson, yes. Josh Allen, yes. Jordan Love, yes. Joe Burrow, yes. Brock Purdy, I think, is going to be an interesting one for people.
That's a no for me, dog.
I would bet most people would say no. I would say yes. Daniel Jones, hell no. Dak Prescott, yes. Sam Darnold, coming off a Super Bowl.
Is he a top 5 quarterback? We'll have to find
He's
out.
not
when
a
I do
top
my
5 quarterback, but he's going to be, I would imagine he's going to be somewhere between 10 to 12 for you. I would trade him for the number 6 overall pick. At
Trevor
this point.
Lawrence?
I guess I would. Trevor Lawrence is not a top 10 to 12 quarterback, and so there's some me thinking Trevor Lawrence needs, I don't know, something a little bit different. But yeah, maybe that's where the dividing line is.
Jordan Love? Did we say Jordan Love
Herbert
already?
was 15th last year in passer rating.
That's why you know it's a bunk stat.
And we don't use it for everything. It just gave me a really good list to just kind of go off of to begin with, obviously. But yeah, there's obvious quarterbacks. I think half the league I would trade for the 6 overall pick. Half the quarterbacks that we can talk about probably.
216-474-0092. Which one of those deals would you rather make? Speaking of spicy takes, the World Baseball Classic concluded last night. If you haven't seen this, if you haven't heard this, America lost to Venezuela. Again, somewhat Somewhat ironic given the news of the last year or so. But John Smoltz was on the coverage, and then, of course, he joined Dan Patrick yesterday and talked about how to fix, it was today, by the way, how you fix the World Baseball Classic and make it bigger.
I think you make it bigger when you do it in the middle of the season, shut it down for a week. I've been saying that for years. I think it's the perfect spot to showcase the international talent. You'd have everybody wearing that uniform. They'd be in mid-season form. There'd be no restrictions. You truly get to see the Goliath going against the Goliath without them coming out and throwing, a million arms. I don't know that we'll ever get there. I hope we do. Hockey did it last year. I didn't miss 1 second of it. I was glued to it. It was the most incredible event that I've ever watched. When you see what those players were doing for that country, and it was much more condensed, we could do the same thing. That's how you make it better.
All right, can you divorce your general annoyance with John Smoltz and his...
I don't think I can.
And his baseball coverage with his idea here.
He makes baseball fans dumber. I don't think I can. You get dumber watching and listening to him by every point that he... I mean, the man went on a whole rant about how home runs are bad. I don't know. I don't even know what we are doing with John Smoltz at this point.
Yeah.
He's got producers. The producers have to get in his ear and figure this whole thing out.
Maybe they've got the producers in the ear.
I can't divorce myself from the idea that I think every idea John Smoltz has at this point is just bad.
Okay.
And so I don't want that to cloud the judgment that I have.
It seems like it's clouded.
But it's going to cloud the judgment. And so I feel like instinctively I say no. Because like one of the big reasons why you think that teams are all of a sudden going to give more leeway. I hated what happened yesterday. I hated that DeRosa came out and made this whole thing about Miller and respect to the Padres, and that's why he didn't pitch and all this other nonsense. Meanwhile, Palencia is just throwing a million back-to-back games and doing everything he needs to do in order to get Venezuela the win. I hated that. Hated that story. I don't think that goes away if you have it in a week sandwiched in between what used to be the All-Star game, though. I think the respect for the Padres line, I think it still exists, and so I think Smoltz is full of it in this instance. I don't think it would change any part of that, and that's the part that I need to see changed.
So I think having more players available, even if there would still be some restrictions, and it's not even that, starting pitchers being able to go deeper into games, one, it would massively favor the better countries like America, like the Dominican. But two, I do think it would solve every 4 years, every 3 years, I think it would solve one of the biggest problems for sports in general, which is the schedule of July.
Like, how do we fix that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't think you would do away with the All-Star break. I think maybe you bump it up, and then you have the All-Star break into the WBC, and that's like a 3-week chunk of time. And I think
that's a lot of time.
I think you need to do it where it ends like 3 weeks before the trade deadline or 2 weeks before the trade deadline so that you could... But like, honestly, if you could just go ahead and conclude the World Baseball Classic on 4th of July weekend in general, I think that would be awesome.
I'm not the biggest hockey guy. When hockey does this and they go away for like a 3-week stretch, do fans, I know they don't forget about the NHL, but is it like a reset for them? Like, do you feel like more energized for the second half? Or do you feel like, man, I've missed my favorite sport for 3 weeks. I don't know what I'm doing.
I think between the All-Star weekend and the whatever, I feel more energized. Like, I find myself, and maybe it's because it's the second half of the season, I find myself watching a lot more hockey right after that.
Because, like, I wonder, like, that it seems like an appealing part of the season. Because, like, 162 is very long, obviously. And it does seem kind of appealing to have, it's still baseball existing, but a little bit of a break of what exactly is going on, and like a soft reset for everybody mentally, and then you pick it up in the second half. It could be disastrous, though, for teams that are bordering on losing interest with the fans already, because then they just won't even bother picking it up in the second half.
Would a mid-season World Baseball Classic make the tournament even bigger? And Jeff Phelps made people big mad. You're going to hear what he said about the wide receiver position that had a lot of people not pleased with our guy Jeff. We'll react to that and talk about overreaches at 6 in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
quarterback, and I've been playing in the league at the top level. Coming from Murray State, a small division school, not knowing a lot of linebackers, he basically taught me everything.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know that I would have a reaction to that. Like, I think it would be like, oh, okay. I don't think Tanner McKee's going to be a franchise quarterback, but you've added another body to the room. I guess great, but I would be pretty surprised in the sense, like, everything we're hearing from the Browns seems to be so focused on Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson. And look, this time of year, you have to be careful with messaging coming from anyone. Like, this is prime times of year for smoke screens. We all know that. I think fans have gotten savvier over the years and know that as well. But right now, I mean, I definitely don't feel like it's going to be a significant resource devoted to the quarterback position outside of those two when it comes to the starting quarterback position on this team in 2026.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com giving us her reaction to the idea of a Tanner McKee trade. Listen, if I say I want another quarterback in that room to distance ourselves from this fella named Deshaun Watson,
yeah,
sure, sign me up for Tanner McKee.
You just want anybody at that point.
You give up a 4th rounder for him, I'll probably be a little peeved. But you give up a 5th rounder or 6th rounder for him, sure. Why the hell not?
I do feel like that is the going rate from what people are suggesting online is somewhere around what you're describing. So I mean, a 4th rounder for someone like Tanner McKee.
Where are people getting this price?
I think they're guesstimating. Well,
is this another Malik Willis? It's the Eagles syntax.
So this is exactly what this is. I don't know about the Eagles syntax part of it, but it is the idea that with very, very few passing attempts, 88 passing attempts in his entire NFL career, and it's not as if he looked particularly good last year in the time that he got in. He is built up off of an extreme amount of hype from Philly media and what they see during practices more than anything we've seen with our eyes. But there's enough suckers at the poker table, and there's enough people that will buy this type and are so thirsty and desperate to turn a guy that they perceive to be good into something even better than that. And so here we are.
I'm sensing a player-for-player trade because I'd rather that than give up a 4th rounder for Tanner McKee.
You can't even do the Dylan Gabriel swap thing that you want to do. You can't. It doesn't even exist here.
Unless old Laser Eyes. I see what he's doing now. He's going to give up a 4th rounder for Tanner McKee just to get a 3rd rounder back for Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, but they already got a backup quarterback now. Like, they're good.
No, not from the Eagles.
Different team.
Some other stupid team.
We're going to rope another team into it.
Yeah. Like, fine, we'll give you a 4th here because maybe a 2nd rounder for Dylan Gabriel, huh? Come on, let's just get crazy. None of the things that I'm saying about this hypothetical Dylan Gabriel trade are serious, which is not what I can say about Jeff Phelps from earlier today.
Yeah.
And Jeff Phelps set social media on fire. All of Cleveland sports Twitter had something to say about Jeff Phelps. And obviously yesterday we talked about Monroe Freeling being a potential reach at 6. And that's because of some of the criticisms of Monroe. He is raw. He is not very strong. These are not things you want to hear. He might not be a play week 1 kind of guy. Might be a sit on the bench for a year kind of guy.
Yeah.
Well, Phelps has eschewed that, looked the other way, and said maybe we need to be talking about the Browns drafting a wide receiver at 6 and whether that's a reach.
It's going to be a tough sell if they don't pull something off. And I think it's putting Todd Monken in a tough spot. Hey, you're the offensive guru.
All right, so
here's the same stuff that we rolled out last year. Please do something with it.
They're going to pull something off. I don't. Is it,
at the very least, it's a draft choice.
All right, so let me throw it this way.
Boy, that's tough to put on some kid you might draft with a 6th overall pick. Hi, can you be the answer to an offense that wasn't very good at this point, Andy? I don't know why I feel this way, but I kind of do. I think it's the overall lack of attention to the wide receiver position, other than a couple of trades that this regime has had. If they draft a wide receiver at 6, it almost feels like a panic to me.
Really?
A little bit.
All right, 1, we can't really slough the whole, other than a couple of trades at wide receiver, because the trades at wide receiver tend to be the best moves they've actually made at the position. That being said, I believe I would classify this, and I can't believe I'm saying this about Jeff Phelps. I believe I would classify that last line there if they took a wide receiver at 6 as a reach. I believe I'm going to classify this as an official hot take from Jeff Phelps.
Well, and he doesn't give hot takes to give hot takes. Like, he believes in it, and
although he doesn't know why, which is funny.
Well, that sounded like it was something from his gut or something. I'm very confused in how that works.
At the very least, maybe in the midsection.
I hate when people are like, "Oh, my gut tells me this," as if that's like a reason to get out of it.
I always say my left foot.
Yeah, but it's like that's a part of you. You have to account for that. You don't get to then just use that as an excuse.
My aorta is telling me right now.
It's not a get out of jail free card. Like you are then a part of your body is telling you this apparently, and if you're listening to it, then you're responsible for that.
Also, it could be a real health crisis. If any part of your body is speaking to you, it'd be really weird. Like, okay, guys, is your body telling you maybe you have a tumor, or the Browns shouldn't draft a wide receiver at 6? I'm going to go with your body really only tells you about physical ailments.
So what is the panic here?
I don't see it.
Like you have a need at wide receiver. There's 3 of them you could take at number 6 overall. What's the panic? I don't understand.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, Carnell Tate might end up going before you actually. So it's not like the Browns are the only team drafting wide receivers in the top 10. The Giants have been tied to him. Kansas City has been tied to Jordan Tyson. The Saints, now that they have Tyler Shuck, has been tied to them. Like, other teams in the top 10, even though they don't end up drafting a wide receiver, are seriously consider taking these guys, which I don't know is what we're going to say about Monroe Freeling anywhere outside of maybe the top 11.
I'm just trying to figure out where the panic sets in. Like, on draft night, if you end up going wide receiver, aren't we all just going to, we'll talk about the receiver, but aren't we going to be like, yeah, obviously the team with wide receiver needs took a wide receiver at 6 overall?
I'm going to go out here on a limb and say, if the Browns take Carnell Tate with a 6th pick on Thursday night, Jeff Phelps is not coming out here on Friday saying this is a reach.
No, it's gonna be simple. He'll be like, Jerry Jeudy, you don't know what you got. You need somebody that's dependable and reliable. Carnell Tate has been that. Like, this makes too much sense. I agree with your assessment there. But how did we get to today? How did we get where Jeff Phelps is all of a sudden panicking? It's March 18th, and the man is acting like they just sent the card in and it was something that he hated.
So I think it's twofold. I'm going to suggest that maybe Jeff thought they were going to make more than one move at wide receiver.
When yesterday he was going down this Brandon Ayuk rabbit hole that he continues to go down. Like, he clearly wants them to do something right now that isn't through the draft.
By the way, Brandon has been rough for a couple years, and there are real concerns about putting him into that locker room.
Yeah, but Phelps had this whole setup about this is the time of the year that Andrew Berry signs these type of guys. And he went through, he's not wrong, but he went through, like, when they signed Amari Cooper was March, and when they signed player X. It was all like this part of the season. Is his reaction based off of the idea that then they wouldn't have addressed anything else here, and that he just thinks they're going to suck?
I would rather draft 2 wide receivers in this draft than go out and chase a veteran right now. After looking at the price on Jalen Waddle, who I think is good, not great right now. I understand he's a big play machine. Hadn't made enough of them in the last 2 years.
Jalen Waddle is still much different than even talking about Juwan Jennings or Brandon Ayuk or some of these other guys that have just been bandied about. Like, it's like there is a night and day difference between those guys and then even someone like Jalen Waddle.
But I think when it comes to the wide receiver spot, I understand what Jeff. There's a kernel in there that I actually might be able to agree with Jeff, which is you're taking a kid at 6 and saying, okay, now go fix the offense.
And that's hard.
But the only thing I would actually rebut on that is it's not like there aren't other NFL players in that locker room. I don't know what Isaiah Bond is in the NFL. Other people thought he was an NFL wide receiver. 2 years ago, Jerry Jeudy was a 1,000-yard receiver. The only time that he's cracked that in the NFL has been in Cleveland. You go to Harold Fannin Jr., you go to the fact that they have put significant resources towards that offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not, if the Browns brought in 5 Braxton Joneses as it is on the offensive line, 1-year deals for $2 million or $4 million guaranteed, and then also, only took, Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson at 6,
yeah,
I would understand what he's saying. They didn't. Like, outside of quarterback, the Browns have tried to address some of the flaws on the roster. And it's not as if Carnell Tate's coming in here and in and of himself he's got to fix this. Oh, and by the way, they're banking on internal improvements on guys like Isaiah Bond and some of the younger guys.
But I would imagine they'd look at what happened with the Panthers, for instance, last year with McMillan and be like, we want the offense to look drastically different, and you're going to have to be a big reason and a big part of that. Like, as much as I like Coker, we're all Coke heads out here, aren't we? As much as I like Coker, Like
maybe you guys know so.
It's not, and Leggett, for instance, like it's not as if the Panthers are just littered with great other options. What happened? McMillan came in. It's the best Bryce Young has looked.
They didn't have to overhaul that offense. I just think the Browns have. I think they're doing a holistic thing here. Like they're even if Carnell Tate's your number one receiver and he's only an 800-yard receiving yard guy next year, that's still going to be better than what you had. And I think you're just going to spread the ball around and try and be better as a whole. And I think that is in lieu of a Jamar Chase in this draft. I think the Browns are actually kind of doing that side outside of quarterback, which continues to annoy me. Outside of quarterback, I think a lot of their plan makes sense, this offense, to raise the floor of this offense, which was offensive last year.
Yeah, but a lot of that would become dependent on if you take a guy at number 6, let's say even Tyson, for instance, like a guy that has had a lot of injuries, you're an injury away from leaving us with, again, relying on Jerry Jeudy to save the day. And
a guy that was a 1,000-yard receiver 2 years ago?
Yeah, but he wasn't last year, and he had a lot of drop passes last year.
I mean, guys, fair, and he had a lot of drop passes the year before. But people have turned Jerry Jeudy into an unplayable player.
He's not unplayable. He's just not a number one.
He's not, but like he was your best receiver 2 years ago. I guess my point is, like, I understand that there would be a lot of pressure if you take a wide receiver at 6 on that wide receiver. Get it? It's not an overreach. No, an overreach is Monroe Freeling at 6.
I'm not saying it's an overreach, but I do agree with the sentiment. You are putting a lot on that player at number 6 to then be.
That happens every year in the NFL draft.
No denying that. Like, you're the number 6 overall pick, but that's more to the importance of if you take someone like Tyson, for instance, there is a roll of the dice attached to him with his medical situation, and so like you just got to, again, obvious statement for $1 million. So like you have to get this guy right because you're going to need him to be an impactful wide receiver. The Browns just did not have nearly enough at that position last year.
216-474-0092. Jeff Phelps. I know. Phelps hot take. We're loving it. Saying that he thinks it would show panic if the Browns drafted a wide receiver with the number 6 pick. What is a bigger reach or sign of panic at 6? Monroe Freeling or drafting whoever the Browns think is wide receiver 1. More on this, the Jordan Tyson injury stuff, and Jim and Dan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency and the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
I don't feel like Carnell Tate would be a reach at 6 at all. You know, I think Monroe Freeling has become such a more popular name for them because he was one of those guys, I think, when he got in the combine, did the testing, did the measurements, you saw his stock rise. But also, he is a guy that people are, like, for sure talking about as a left tackle. Fano and Maui Noah, people are talking about as more versatile options, as guys who maybe could be better suited playing at guard. And I think the Browns more so need a surefire left tackle. I think that's why he's become more popular. I don't think either position would really be a reach at 6. I quite honestly like either option.
Ashley Bastock, about an hour ago with us, her flu game 2.0, doing a pretty darn good job there. That was in response to, you know, Monroe Freeling or wide receiver 1, whoever the Browns consider that to be. What's a bigger reach at 6? I think it's Monroe Freeling. And I think people, I think with wide receiver, I think people are conflating here the difference between there isn't a Jamar Chase with this is a bad draft class. It's actually not the truth at all. There are 3 clear guys atop who are like seen as the best, prospects.
Yeah.
And then there's a next rung, and there's a next rung. And honestly, it would not surprise me if the most drafted position this year is wide receivers. It's that or defensive ends because there's so many good players. That being said, that doesn't make it a reach at 6. Monroe Freeling, and I think the Browns are really comfortable with Monroe Freeling at 24. Where, again, maybe you have a little more leeway on whether he plays week 1 or not, or year 1 or not, right?
Yeah, because that's a big alarm for myself.
So, I think, and then because people caught on to the fact there's one guy that is a far and away clear left tackle. Lomu might be able to play it, but it's not a guarantee. You might be able to project a Fano across the other side of the line, although he got a little T-Rex situation going on there because he's got shorter arms. There are other guys that you might be able to develop into starting tackles, but I think the market might have jumped where the Browns were really hoping Freeling would be. I think then it would be a mistake to then push him up to 6.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like Freeling's the move you make if you can convince somebody to trade down, and then you're at like 10 or 11, and then you end up taking him.
Yeah.
And maybe he's supposed to be the 13th player off the board, but you go at 10 and 11, and you just kind of call it a day.
And I think it's impossible right now to know who's trading up and who's not trading up.
Yeah, we just have no idea.
Well, because it's just like I can see somebody maybe trading up for Caleb Downs or David Bailey
I would
or
have thought,
Reuben
yeah,
Bain.
there's all sorts of teams. I would have thought, for instance, before the Chiefs' Kenneth Walker move, that they would have been in play to move up for Jeremiah Love.
And
now it seems like
way,
that conversation has changed.
I think the Titans being linked to Jeremiah Love at 4, I think that also might be a smokescreen in all this to try and get people to jump.
A lot of people are suggesting his market doesn't start till 5 with the Giants.
But it also wouldn't surprise me because it's just it's not a bad draft, but it's a wonky draft because of the lack of blue chippers and the fact that I've heard this a lot. Baldy said it today. Like the difference between pick 11 and pick 55, there's just not a lot from those players.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that helps you with the top 10 picks. Maybe it doesn't. It really wouldn't surprise me if there were no trades in the top 10 at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard. I mean, it's so much of the league is just ramping up for 2027. It seems like they're almost overlooking what 2026 even is.
I know Mac is hot on this and has a defensive drafting Freeling at 6 that I'd like to maybe.
Oh, good, because I think Nick and I are in agreement here, and I'm very worried about the idea of them taking him at 6.
I like the idea of Freeling just because, I look back to one of the guys that Freeling's compared to, which is Colton Miller when he was coming out of UCLA back in 2018. And he went to the Raiders at pick 15 in that draft. But at the same time, he's come out and as he's developed and as he's grown into the tackle that he is right now, he's one of the top 5 tackles in the league. And I know that he was taken in that spot, but if you go back, I'm sure that if you had teams that you would let them know, hey, you know what, this guy's going to be a top 5 tackle in the league, he just needs a little bit of time, I think that teams would have jumped on that at that point. And mind you, in that class, obviously, was the Baker year, so you had 4 QBs that also pushed him down the board as well, where you don't necessarily have that top-end talent in this class compared to previous years.
I think the problem with this comp is, the problem is not, just, hey, it's a bit of a reach at 6. I think it's a probability thing. It's a little bit of an extension of the Anthony Richardson thing. Why I feel like the Anthony Richardson conversation always irritated me so much is, I think you can say former first-round pick, look at the skills, but we're not talking about the probability that happens. So when we talk about guys like Colton Miller and guys who are maybe a little bit of reach for where they were drafted, and they were drafted off projectables and they have to be coached up and all that, the probability of those guys turning into actual Colton Miller, they are the players that when you overdraft them early in the draft tend to be busts.
I also just feel like you were giving us the idea that it's all right, if you could promise me that he would turn into that, sure, it's a different discussion.
Yes.
Like he's got so many red flags that you got to worry about, and there's no such thing as a promise. Like I talked about the Chicago radio when Jed Wills got signed there, and them going over his draft profile years later. And one of the funny things that I just thought was interesting listening to him talk, it's like, oh, Jedrick Wills has no chance to be anything but a good NFL starter. Like, at worst, good NFL starter. Well, we watched Jed Wills. Didn't work out that way.
Well, and the other argument that I have as well against going receiver, and mind you, I like Tate and I like the receivers in this class, but I also think that this receiver class is also very hyper scheme specific, depending on what you want. So there are guys that might go a little bit later that might fit what you want to do anyway, that you can get at pick 24, like an Omar Cooper potentially, or even, Chris Bell in round 2. Like, you can have guys that might go a little bit later that might fit what you want to do, and you don't have to take that guy at 6.
Yeah, but I think my problem with the scheme thing is, because Baltimore's drafted a lot of scheme-specific guys, and they drafted them late first round, second round kind of guys, is their ceiling, and because they're drafting scheme-specific instead of talent-specific. I think that to me is what the crux of this. Like, I hate the game theory argument on 6 and 24. Well, you overdraft the left tackle at 6, and then you'll take a lesser wide receiver at 24, but you assure yourself a left tackle. It's like, how about we do the damn thing, which is focus on, if we're going to draft for need, which already puts me in a pigeonhole that I don't love. Hey, why don't we just go for 5 years from now, who's going to be the most impactful player? I'll take Carnell Tate over Monroe Freely.
And that's how we should look at it. At number 6 overall, if you're gonna put yourself into the two discussions, you got to look at it for who's going to have the most impact.
Yeah.
And by the way, why can't we Uno reverse card this as well and talk about the idea of taking Tate or Tyson at 6 and then just ending up with a good offensive lineman at 24?
Yeah.
Like, it works. The argument works both ways. It works exactly the same each way that you do this.
And right now, you do have two options. I think maybe we're also sleeping on the fact. I think you've got 2 guys that could be your left tackle if you hope that Monroe Freeling falls to 24 or Lomu falls to 24 and they don't. DeJuan Jones did play left tackle last year, and I think Elton Jenkins can be a spot for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's somebody that Mike Renner highlighted when he was on with us as moving to the left side, whereas you don't have anybody at the wide receiver spot.
Yes.
Like, I mean, you're really putting the team in a hamstrung situation if you go to the wide receiver spot and leave it at Jerry Jeudy and then Isaiah Bond to figure it all out.
216-474-0092. What's a bigger reach at 6? Monroe Freeling or wide receiver 1, Jeff Phelps, feeling a little panic on the old taking a wide receiver with the number 6 pick there from the Browns. Let's go with Jim in Strongsville. Jim, welcome to the show, friend.
Hey, guys, let's be honest. Somebody wearing white after Labor Day would have Phelps panicking. So let's put it all in perspective.
He's just old school like that.
I guess. Nick, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, the idea of reaching at 6, I actually think the bigger argument at 6 that I think is going to come up, and I think I've discussed it with you guys before, is what if Reuben Bain or one of these top-edge pass rushers is sitting there? Then I think you got to start really thinking, like, I mean, Reuben Bain destroyed the competition on the way to the national championship game. So, to me, that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to reach for a left tackle just because, well, he could be, and he's the only surefire left tackle in the draft. Well, what's that mean? Surefire left tackle. So I'm going to take him over guys that are better because there's questions whether or not those guys can play left tackle. And the idea of Carnell Tate, what I like about it is he raises the floor of the wide receiver room. Maybe he's not going to be your number one spectacular Jamar Chase guy, but the best comparison I've heard of him that I really like, and I think, God, would be really nice for the Browns to have one of these guys because they haven't had one in forever, is T. Higgins. Yeah, I think I could be okay with that at 6. I think I could talk myself into that being okay. So, and Jeff, the one last thing on the pressure for these guys, look, there's no more pressure on him coming here as a wide receiver. You don't think there's pressure on Mendoza going to the Raiders? I mean, every one of these top 10 picks, they're going somewhere with the idea that they're going to raise that.
No question about it, but I do think situations matter when we talk about this stuff. Mason Graham had all last year, and he played with basically next to no pressure on himself. Like if you're a wide receiver entering this room, the idea that you're responsible for Shedeur Sanders' success, there's a lot that comes with that. Like the fans aren't gonna sit there and turn on Shedeur. Not the Shedeur fans. They're gonna blame this wide receiver if he doesn't work out.
Well, where are these Shedeur fans? Because they certainly don't show up to the games. Shedeur started the last 7 games of the year. I didn't see sellout crowds.
You're online, Jim. You know. Don't act like they don't exist. You're online.
They're a bunch of internet trolls. So I don't care what the Shedeur fans think.
Jim, real quick, would you like to give them your Twitter handle to come talk to you?
I think I'll avoid that. But
yeah, coward.
That's a smart move. Hey, by the way,
bunch of internet trolls. Tough talking Jim until we say, you put your Twitter handle out there, and he goes, I'd rather not.
I like that you two were making men's there, though. He was like, he's trying to make up for yesterday's performance, where you guys got in a little bit of a tizzy. He's like, I agree with Nick 100%. That's Jim extending an olive branch in a way that you typically don't see.
I accept it.
Brilliant.
But there are different levels of pressure on draft picks, even though you can have them both taken in the top 10. And I would use Mason Graham as Exhibit A on that. Mason Graham was fine last year, but Mason Graham felt zero pressure to have to perform week in, week out and live up to those expectations. Meanwhile, you take somebody at 6 overall, wide receiver in particular, yeah, there's going to be a lot attached to that.
Yeah,
there is. Especially when the offense will be baked around that guy with where they're currently set up.
I just don't think the Shedeur thing factors in at all. Like, if anything, again, like Shedeur's playing for his NFL career this year. That's what he's doing. And so if Shedeur goes out there and then fails, and Shedeur fans are blaming Carnell Tate, it won't matter because he'll be on a different roster. Shedeur will be, and those fans will follow him wherever he goes.
I think, but you know how this is going to work, though. You know that they would not be Shedeur did less than it would be. Oh, I guess Carnell Tate wasn't the right guy, and it would just get highlighted that way.
And I think we're going to have to kind of shout them down as well. Dan in Seven Hills, welcome to the show. What you got for us, bud?
Hey guys. So I'd be ecstatic if the Browns did 2 offensive linemen and a wide receiver with their first 3 picks. Order doesn't really matter. And you guys can name names all you want, but then I remember Andrew Berry is the one making those picks. And so the only thing I can guarantee is that the linemen and the wide receivers picked after the Browns make their picks will go on to the Pro Bowls. And the linemen and wide receivers that Andrew Berry picks will be off the team in 4 years.
So, Dan, you don't give many credit for last year?
Last year, what linemen and wide receivers did they draft last year?
Well, they drafted a guy named Carson Schlesinger, was the defensive rookie of the year.
That's not the question Dan was asking. That's not the question Dan was asking.
With love and respect, Dan, your question's a little disingenuous.
Not really. He's no.
Well, no. I mean, I think
Zinter, Wimpler, Wills, those were
that's
all
not his.
Wimpler.
Come on,
That's
man.
the worst name for an offensive
Dan,
lineman.
I was trying to help you out here, buddy.
Dan, we appreciate you, buddy.
But I think he had the right sentiment. If his idea is he doesn't trust Andrew Berry to draft offensive linemen or wide receivers based off the track record, he's not wrong.
Yeah, but I think I'm somewhere in the middle on this. I would have fired Andrew Berry, just so we're clear.
Me and you both, 12 million times.
Last year wasn't enough for me to suddenly feel like Andrew Berry's a new man when it comes to drafting or certainly roster construction. Not thrilled with how he's going about the quarterback position to this spot. At the same point, that's one of the best drafts in Cleveland Browns history. Like, as of right now, your top 5 picks are all going to be significant contributors, and they were, by the way, day one. So they were good day one. Some of them were great day one. They're only going to be better.
I've argued this point, by the way, when people say this is the how did you phrase? I want to make sure I got your phrasing right.
One of the best drafts in Browns history.
Yeah, I think the Baker, Denzel, Nick Chubb draft is better than this last draft. And obviously, we're going to have to let and see how this one plays out.
You love that.
But I think the Baker, Denzel, and Nick Chubb one is so hard to reach and so hard to get to.
So I do have to get back to something that James said just to call back. I would rather, if we're going to we're going to wait on a wide receiver till later in the first round or the second round, then give me Reuben Bain or another immediate like blue chip kind of player at 6 rather than still overdrafting. Like if we're getting in the pantheon of how we're going to do this draft, and like I've even flip-flopped on Monroe Freeling because he's just the hype with him has just gotten out of hand.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem like he's 6 overall level ability.
It feels like we're pushing up the board for need, like pushing him up beyond reason.
Yeah, one more point on Andrew Berry with his draft choices that I do want to highlight. I don't know how much DePodesta's involvement was in the previous drafts, but I do know on the TV screen he was sitting right next to him for the majority of them. And so there's a part of me that wants to believe that Andrew Berry had this great draft last year because DePodesta wasn't as involved in that side of things, and that will continue because of that. The lack of DePodesta will be a reason why it will continue on, but I can't guarantee that to anybody.
216-474-0092. Dan, Mike, Doug, Darby, Ryan, you guys stick right there. A bigger reach at 6, Monroe Freeling or wide receiver 1, and Jordan Tyson, yes, and Jordan Tyson, no, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Paul Fritchner, rebound rundown coming up in about 40 minutes there. Getting close to being able to say his name the right way. I'm not sure if anybody saw this. I think you all saw it. The city of Cleveland did put out a tweet earlier today saying, in efforts to continue to upgrade the parking experience across Cleveland, they're including the introduction of dynamic rates in downtown areas. So when the demand is lower, drivers can now park beyond the standard 4-hour limit at base hourly rates of $1.50 an hour for each additional hour. And as very smart Clevelanders have already pointed out, so that surge pricing goes the other way, right?
Yeah.
And they have not spoken on that one. I'm surprised.
No. Listen. This is not the show or the time or the place or anything like that. But the grift that's going on with these parking meters is insane to me.
Yep.
Like everyone's like, it's such a great thing. We got all these electronics. Now we're into 2026. About time we got there. And it's like, guys, now we have to pay Saturday, Sundays. Mm-hmm. Last weekend, we went to Lago. I took my little brother was in town. He was working the MAC title game. And I had to park. I had to pull out my phone, get everything set. I'm like, if this was 3 years ago, I just park on a Saturday in the flats and don't have to worry about a thing. I just go and that's it. And now it's like I'm paying on the weekends. It's ridiculous.
Oh, just wait for surge pricing.
Unfortunately, it wasn't that expensive. That was nice. It wasn't that expensive. I think I got like a 3-hour window for I think $2.
I think you softened the outrage.
It was pretty. Well, it's still $2 I didn't want to spend.
That's fair.
And surge pricing, Nick, flats on a Saturday.
I'm going to say something.
It's going to cost me $10 to park downtown.
I'm going to say something nobody else is going to say.
Free was better.
That's why I don't come downtown on the weekends. That's not true.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I live in Wadsworth and I work five days a week.
That is a depressing thing when you come downtown every day and then you come downtown on a weekend.
It feels like work.
Yeah, it feels like you're going to work.
Even when I'm going to something fun, I'm like, oh. Because I've obviously park in our, by the way, that's the other part. I do park in our garage because I have my pass. Yeah. So then I'm like, my car goes right where it goes all the time. Great.
How much of work is just driving? Like the battle of work is just driving and then driving home. It's like
most of it.
Yeah, most of it.
But also I need it psychologically.
Yeah.
Now we are talking about what the bigger reach is. Monroe Freeling, or as some like to call him, Monroe.
Like you an hour ago?
That was on accident because I got it in my own damn head.
I know. That's on me. That's my bad. I think I screwed you up with that.
Yeah, because you kept saying you were really shook by the Monroe part of this.
I wasn't shook. It was like it should be Monroe, but I understand it being Monroe.
Why should it be Monroe?
It's M-O-N-R-O-E.
You call him James Monroe? The president, James Monroe?
No, I'm thinking about what I think I always did call him, James Monroe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monroe Falls.
But that's like a different. That's like a last name, not a first name. I don't know. I don't know why. My brain goes to what everybody else does, and you think Monroe.
Only people with fake Southern accents who are weirdly from Stark County say Monroe.
Not to get specific about it.
No, not like a specific person.
No,
I'm saying.
At all. No.
If you're from Stark County and you have a fake Southern accent, or really put it on so people like you more. I'm just saying that would be the kind of thing that someone would do.
You're doing an incredible job right now. You are emoting with your hands, and you are doing all these gestures. And you got the coffee balancing and not spilling, and I don't know how that's happening.
I don't know. I don't really know. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm like Spider-Man. Many people have said.
Oh, okay.
Or as some would say, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Is what you want to correct me from saying.
We've got a ridiculous point here. One point, because we got a bunch of calls on this. I just want to point out Jordan Tyson and some of the conversations about his injuries. To me, it's a red label or not. I think people have I really am starting to get annoyed of you can't take Jordan Tyson at 6, but you can take him at 12. And then you ask him, it's like, well, the injuries. It's like, no. Either he's on your draft board, and he's the best wide receiver or second best wide receiver in this draft, or you don't draft him at all I don't love the condition. Well, I hope he's there at 24. It's like it's not how this should work in a draft of a lot of A-minuses. He might be one of the few guys that I think can be an A+. So what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Like if you loved him at 6, you should love him at 24 the same way. And if injuries are a problem for you, then it's just injuries and that's it.
Yeah, I just think it's an all or
like if you think he's made of glass, then you think he's made of glass. Like getting him at better value isn't going to protect that thought.
Exactly. Or yes, it's a yes or no. It's not a conditional yes or a conditional no. Let's go ahead and, oh gosh, there's so much pressure because we got a lot of guys here that have been waiting on. Let's go with Dan in my old hometown of Lodi. What's up, Dan?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing very well. Hope things are going on well out there in Lodi.
Yeah, not too bad. I hope you guys are having a blessed day.
And we're doing this. We're close to that. We're down the road from it with Surge Park.
Thank you for that. I like to tell people have a blessed day. I like that.
Yeah, I got that from down south. I lived down in South Carolina for a while.
See? Now, finally, somebody who could do a southern accent.
Do you say Monroe Freeling as well?
No. I don't even want to get in that conversation.
That is fair. All right, what take you got on 6 and 24, buddy?
All right, I'm thinking like you are. I mean, I want Caleb Downs. I say you go defense. If you want to keep the fans in the seats, I mean, we might not win many games, but if we're there defensively, you give me I'm a number 1 rated defense, I'll be happy with that.
All right.
I would go Caleb Downs, even what you said, Bain, because, I mean, I know I love Myles Garrett, but, you know, sooner or later you're going to have to go get someone better for his position or whatever. I mean, I go defense. I think this draft is defense heavy, except for, you know, Jeremiah Love. That's a different story. I like to get him, but that ain't happening realistically.
We appreciate you, buddy. Have a blessed day.
All right, you have a blessed day too. Thank you.
Wouldn't that be nice if we were just the show that told everybody to have a blessed day? You want to see Pandering Ken? Come over here.
Is that right?
Now, that being said, I do think there's a diabolical question that is specific to you.
To me.
That I think is now fun to bring up off what Dan said.
Okay.
Would you rather overdraft Monroe Freeling at 6 or take Caleb Downs or Ruben Baines at 6? Bain at 6.
But again, this is the thing. Like, you have wide receivers. You don't have to. They're like part of the whole introduction to this to begin with was that you're going to have enough options between wide receivers and then between offensive linemen that you don't have to put yourself in a Caleb Downs discussion. Like, there's enough good players that will be there at 6. You don't even have to entertain this spot of things.
So you're not answering the specific question. Monroe Freeling as a reach at 6 or Ruben Bain or Caleb Downs at 6?
Let me think on it.
He's thinking. All right, let's go with Mike in Brunswick. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Thanks for taking my call. I wouldn't be surprised. So I don't think any of us would be upset with Downs or Bain at 6 if that's what they did. But I don't think they will do that. Like we all know, they have holes at wide receiver, offensive line, and now if we don't sign Njoku, tight end, because Todd Monken with Baltimore, 39% of his snaps their offense was with 2 tight end set with Andrews and Likely.
All right, Mike, we're having a little bit of phone stuff there, buddy. I'm sorry. I knew you waited a minute there for us, and we appreciate you. That was driving me crazy. Yeah. Only Albert Breer can call us with substandard cell coverage.
I think I've settled on Monroe Freeling. Yeah, I think I'd still take him over Ruben Bain. It's such a need, and then you're still, like, if you don't take him at left tackle, or you don't take a tackle at some point in this draft, then you're really relying a lot on DeJuan Jones, and the whole thing can just fall apart very quickly. I also don't know that DeJuan Jones is ever going to be good or healthy at this point.
What about Elton Jenkins at left tackle?
And it's a different conversation, and that's a different road they maybe would have to go down. I just. Even within that, I mean, he just came off an injury last year too, and it is not as if he made all his bones being a left tackle. He made it being a guard and a left guard, or a center and a left guard. So
he broke all his bones playing guard and left guard.
So yeah, I think Freeling would still have to be the answer. And I it's not that I would love it. It's not that I would sit here and be like this. You have to do this. No, like if they took Bain, I could at least see how they got there based off the conversations we've had. Good thing for them. You got enough wide receivers, you don't have to do this.
Bigger reach at 6, Monroe Freeling, Monroe, Freeling, or wide receiver 1, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive.
All right, last segment I'll give you a compliment because somehow you're doing this like big, elaborate conversation and you're moving your hands, but you're also delicately balancing a coffee cup and not spilling any of the coffee.
Yeah.
And then to follow that up, your trick to follow that up is you moving the microphone and almost hitting yourself in the face.
Yeah, I got too cocky.
Is that what that was?
All right, you gave me a compliment.
One compliment.
Don't ever give me compliments.
Yeah. Law of averages.
Yeah. No, I think it's just I'm bad after compliments. Like this is, I remember I got a great compliment from a boss on the landscaping job I worked in college, where he's like, "You've earned the respect of Fred." Fred was like the badass dude who ran the Hinu truck.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Cool." And 3 weeks later, I got fired.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait.
Just got in your head, man. The compliment went too far. In a weird way, I relate to that. Because I also feel like I'm pretty miserable at taking compliments.
Yes.
And then, because then you just kind of freeze up the next go-round. You're like, wait, is what I did, was that actually good? Do I need to do more of that? Is that how I do that? And then the whole thing, you just turn to mush.
So it's either I'm bad at taking compliments or that guy Rob, who was my boss there, was a real D.
Yeah, he might have just been messing with you.
Oh, he almost got punched in the face. I was so mad.
Not Fred, though.
No, like every other time I've been fired, I got it. I deserved it. 3 weeks after the Fred compliment, what the hell are we doing here?
You can't be messing up landscaping stuff, though. That's expensive.
I didn't. No, he accused me of being lazy.
Oh,
which was actually not the case at that job. I was a brisk 255 after that summer, guys. Yeah, and I only looked like 225. I was Midwest hot. We got Paul Frixner. Rebound.
I don't know about that one. Why don't you just call him Paul?
Rebound rundown.
Just call him Paul when he comes
The
on.
fourth different pronunciation today?
Hey, Paul from the Rebound Rundown.
All right, we're going to get this right now. Fritchner. There we go. That might be his name. Let's get to the lead here. Robert Mays of The Athletic was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He laid out the best and worst case scenarios for Todd Monken in his first year as head coach with the Browns.
The best case scenario, and I've made this comparison since he got hired, I think if you're a Browns fan, the best way that this can work out is that this is like Bruce Arians 2.0, where you have a guy that is a longtime assistant, waited for his chance, and surprises some people in terms of how good of a head coach he ends up being in his 60s. The downside of this, and I think the worst case scenario is this one of those kind of interstitial hires for a bad team where you're hiring Todd Monken as a step to hiring your head coach that's going to be here as you really kind of pull yourself out of the muck. I don't know which one of those it is. If you told me that this was a one-year thing and they're looking for a head coach again next year, just based on the current state of the roster, the level of quarterback play they're going to get, that wouldn't surprise me at all. But I have enough respect for Todd Monken where I absolutely can see the other path working out.
Yeah, there's a lot to this conversation. If Todd Monken knows the plan, and if the plan is to truly not be great this year, there's a lot of ifs attached to this, by the way, then I don't know how you possibly let him go after one season. If he is not privy to the plan, and they are really trying to win games, and he wins like 2 next year, even with a bad roster, then yeah, Freddie Kitchens' style axing is on the table.
Yeah, I think the only way Todd Monken should be treated like Freddie Kitchens is if he's not an adult in the room, which is what Freddie Kitchens was. Rob Chudzinski, for all of his shortcomings as a coach, didn't deserve to get walked out of that building in 1 year. Mike Pettin, for all his shortcomings, didn't deserve to get walked out of that building after 2 years. It's incredibly hard when you're in the midst of a transition year to have success. And you do need, I kind of feel this way about Aaron Glenn already being set up to fail in New York. The guy had some bad moments in front of the public. Yeah, but the point is, you hire these guys, and they have to learn on the job. Smart organizations understand that and shepherd, no matter whether they're 59-year-old head coaches or 30-year-old head coaches, help shepherd that guy to be the best head coach he can be. 1 year, again, unless he's out there boozing and cruising like other coaches have. In a 1 year deal, it's embarrassing. You didn't mean to hire him then. Like, to me, it shows a lack of conviction that I think is just total cowardice.
And again, I wouldn't bet on this to happen, but again, like, part of why this could be in play is that idea that if you have...
It's the Browns.
It's the Browns, one, and we've seen Haslam do this before, but number two is that if you have the number 1 overall pick next year, there's going to be a lot of coaches that want to coach Arch Manning, let's say. And then the pool that you get to then pick from becomes much greater than what the pool was, at least this last go-around, and that might be too enticing for the Browns. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joined us today at 3:20. We asked her when's the earliest she could see the Browns drafting a quarterback this year.
If they really like Ty Simpson, is it out of the question taking him at 24? I don't know that they do, though. So my best guess right now, the earliest would be the 3rd round. Like, genuinely. Like, and I think it gets earlier than that if there is somebody that we are not accounting for right now who they think has franchise quarterback ability. But I didn't leave the combine, like, feeling super... like, oh, yeah, they're definitely going to be chasing somebody in the 1st round. I just didn't get that vibe. And I think a lot of times with these things, with the quarterbacks in the draft, there's a vibe, there's a feel to it that you start to get when, oh, yeah, they're chasing somebody here. And I didn't have it last year. I don't really have it this year.
If we get to the week of the draft and the Browns haven't signed or traded for another veteran quarterback, you are going to see a fat man sweat. Because all bets are off. If they get to that week and they haven't made a move at quarterback, it's going to be tough not to be convinced that they're going to take a quarterback. And the problem is that could be anywhere from Ty Simpson in a trade down from 6 all the way to, I guess we really like Drew Aller in the 4th round.
Already had a good pro day today.
And, the man's got the physical tools. He just needs the right team to kind of develop him. We like Drew Aller. We want better than this spot. A year ago, I would have been all in on Drew Aller, but now...
You did. You loved Drew Aller at one point.
Still do. Got a lot of love for him.
Yeah.
I just wish he would have gone back one more time and found a coach that wasn't a complete schnook.
Yeah, Franklin didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
With
that's okay.
any quarterback,
No, it's not his thing. It's just not his thing. What I find interesting, though...
winning national championships.
No, Ashley at one point in the interview was like, yeah, they don't waste top 30 visits. They have had Ty Simpson in for a top 30 visit. Like, the idea, I think we were so easy to dismiss the Ty Simpson thing because we don't want to see it happen. I think the majority of people, we don't want to see that. The bet I would be making if I were the Browns is take your swing in 2027 if you need to. Don't do it this year. There'll be much better options next season. You can go at it there. You don't have to, at 24, you don't have to go ahead and make Ty Simpson or someone like that the guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you took, let's actually play it even safer. What is a draft exchange? Had the Browns taking Ty Simpson at 39.
Yeah.
If a year from now, let's say you go 2-15 or 3-14, and you've got a number 2, number 3 pick, whatever. But a year from now, you're going to be drafting another quarterback, and you wasted a 3rd, a 4th, and a 2nd round pick in 2 years on quarterbacks. I'm going to ask about your asset allocation here. Just and like a little bit of logic.
Maybe about the processes a little bit.
And the verticals.
The verticals, processes, the whole entire everything.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger joined the Money Boys today, and he said he'd be hesitant to draft Monroe Freeling at number 6 overall.
I like Monroe Freeling. I mean, I actually watched him quite a bit this week. You know, he's got the size. He's almost 6'8", and he ran really, really well. He's on his feet at Georgia. He's just not very strong. I think he's only 21 years old. I mean, he's going to get a lot stronger. If you're willing to be patient with him, I think he has the chance to be really good. But if you're saying we're going to take him number 6 and play him right away, I think Myles Garrett might destroy his confidence. But, I mean, I do like him. It seems awfully rich, though, at 6.
It does seem awfully rich at 6, and the hesitation from people to even figure out if he's going to play this season it's a red flag of sorts when we talk about Freeling.
It's starting to feel like he's a little bit of a combine wonder, and
those
guys tend to stink in the NFL. And I didn't love that. Listen, we don't take comps too literally around these parts because they can be wrong, and it's not scientific.
They're just all over the place.
The NFL comp from Lance Zierlein. Broderick Jones.
I saw that earlier. Yeah, I looked that up.
Not loving that.
Yeah.
Not loving that one, not one bit.
All right, linebacker Quincy Williams was on the morning show today. After saying that he signed in Cleveland because of Mike Rutenberg, he was asked why Browns fans should trust the team's new defensive coordinator.
Those things you'll have to see. Number one, I mean, the talk is talk, bro, but don't nobody really care about it when they until the ball get kicked off anyway. So, I mean, we can talk all we want. But I can tell you right now, and I trust him, and you can watch my game. He's the reason why my game also has been taken off too, though. You can just see the progress from when I first got into the league and I didn't play linebacker at all until I got to the NFL, and I'm an all-pro linebacker, and I've been playing in the league at the top level, coming from Murray State, a small division school, not knowing a lot of linebackers. He basically taught me everything. So, and I'm hard-headed. So if you can teach me, I feel the most confident he's able to teach everyone.
Has a good energy out of Quincy there. It seems to have a fun personality. This being said, the problem for Mike Rutenberg is he's taking over for a really damn good defensive coordinator. That doesn't mean he can't succeed, but I also think he's going to tinker with the scheme after the Browns told everyone, we're not really changing the scheme. I don't think that's entirely true. So I think there is a lot of pressure on Rutenberg because if the offense just gets to passable, you get the 19th best offense, and all of a sudden the defense massively regresses to middle of the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, not a lot changed except that defensive coordinator.
And it's one of the things I think is it'll be interesting to track because if the defense does take a step back, and I know that's got to be the expected outcome, right? If last year they finished defensive EPA at number 2 in the NFL, I got a strong belief that they're going to take some step of a little bit of a step back. And so I can't wait to see how Rutenberg responds to this because I got a feeling the crowd will be restless on that one. But it's I liked his energy. I liked what he had to say. He acknowledged it first out of the gate, though. Like, nobody cares about the talk right now.
By the way, I don't know that we should expect the defense to take a step back. I am leery of Rutenberg, first-time defensive coordinator. I'm leery about him tinkering with a scheme. But you know why? I think this defense, if the offense is just passable, a defense shouldn't be put in as many garbage situations, which they were just countless times last year.
And I think that's why people don't care about, like, the points per game stat that has them around, I think, like 12th or 13th last year. But, like, in EPA, if they were number 2, and they were number 2 overall in EPA defensively last year, like, that's a lot to maintain. Even like really good defenses, that's a lot to maintain year over year. You just typically don't see it the same way that you do. Like offenses, you can be top of the board for 5 years straight and it not really bat an eye. Defenses just go up and down too much for that.
The Cavs started their 3-game road trip with a win in Milwaukee last night. Kenny Atkinson said it was an off night for Donovan Mitchell.
I don't know, a little off, just wasn't grooving. Happens. I thought James and Evan kind of carried us. They're really starting to get some nice synergy, those two, in the pick and roll, and James finding them on mismatches, and he's helping Evan a lot.
I did like that Atkinson highlighted that because Harden had a great game, Mobley had a great game, Harden wildly efficient, but it was in the pick and roll that you saw both of them working really hard, and that was impressive.
It was grooving.
Yeah, I don't know what that commentary was, but you know what? I liked it. I didn't hate it.
This throat coat, it's helping me get through the show. It's grooving.
Is he like is he like a deadhead or something? Is Atkinson? I just assumed Atkinson is only basketball and that's it.
Oh, I definitely think he's tightly wound beyond all repair. I don't think he's putting on some dire wolf and just sitting back with his feet up and like, somebody get me the psychedelics. I don't see him as a Grateful Dead guy.
Once you say grooving, I just feel like it's just now open for everything.
He coached in the EuroLeague, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I guarantee you he puts on some Sandstorm, just raves his rage away.
There's two extremes for Atkinson here. It's either he's a deadhead or he's the second one that you described, which basically makes it seem like he's involved in raves and a lot of hardcore drugs.
And also might be involved in whatever Eastern European gang activities the Jokic brothers are. We race horses. Okay. All right, Vladimir.
You think that's a front for something?
Do I think the other Jokic brothers are not on the up and up?
Don't put it this way.
Do I think they're not on the up and up?
You made their horse racing scheme feel like a scheme and a plot for something insane. No.
Paging Dr. Freud, Jonathan?
I should have said horse racing passion.
Yeah.
Into some sort of like scheme and some sort of like not on the up and up thing.
Yeah, because horse racing in general has been seen as an up and up business.
Their brother's worth $300 million right now. They don't have to do shady horse racing businesses in Latvia.
They're not worth $300 million.
You made them sound like they're from a John Wick spinoff.
I gotta imagine.
Yes.
You gotta imagine they're on the payroll in some
These are the
capacity.
guys that knew the guys that killed John Wick's dog.
Listen,
they didn't do it, but they damn sure knew about it.
Do I think
you should kill the dog?
Do I think they'd fight people that were trying to get within millimeters of Jokic? Yes, I do.
We race horses.
Yes, I do. But their horse racing scheme. I gotta stop calling it a scheme. It's not a scheme.
I think you're telling on yourself.
It's not
you know it's a scheme.
He just loves horses. Damn it.
It's not Equius. Harry Potter loved horses. Look it up. 216-474. We love horse. And the horse would go woo-woo. They race.
In some parts of the country, horse loves them.
That's different European country.
Oh, okay. And parts of
It's
Kentucky.
blasphemous. Hey, we're having fun.
Hey, we're having
Paul, whose name I can't say for crap, from the Rebound Rundown in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
more college hoops talk. Paul Fritchner from the Rebound Rundown joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. I have humbly submitted my bracket, and I can almost remember what my Final Four is. JP is haggling with the local corporate overlords, trying to get some juice in the game for our bracket competition we're doing internally.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a tiny company. You can throw a gift card in the mix.
But it's a tiny branch, just come on now.
A lot of employees, a lot of money generated each year. You can throw us a $20 gift card for the winner. That's all I'm saying.
But to get a lot of takes, many takes on the tournament, who's going to win, what about Akron, what about Miami, what about all the other schools, because there's a lot of them in the tournament there. We head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Paul Fritchner of Rebound Rundown. Paul, welcome to the show.
Gentlemen, how we doing? Thanks for having me on.
We're doing very well. And by the way, we got to start this by saying no pressure. But you come highly recommended from John Fanta. So if you fail, you're not just letting yourself down, you are letting John Fanta down.
Well, so I got a text the other day that I did a request from a Cleveland radio station, and my fingers already started kind of trembling a little bit, thinking to myself, if I say anything out of line here and I get myself and the GOAT Fanta in trouble, then I'm just going to let the whole place down. I'm not going to let that happen, fellas. I'm here to talk ball. I'll keep it straight. You know?
Hey, Paul, no pressure. I mean, Nick and I kind of consider ourselves a little bit of kingsmakers around these parts. Yeah. And does Fanta's blow up have anything to do with appearing on our show weekly? I can't say it doesn't.
We're not the people to say, but many people have said it for us.
I got no evidence to suggest that it doesn't. And so, just a lot of pressure.
So when you're on NBC Sports in a couple months, just again, is it connected? I think you'll know the answer.
Well, that's all I'm saying is when you make it to these places, you can't forget the people that brought you there. And so when that happens, when John and I are, maybe together on Peacock doing whatever we're doing, we're going to call back into the show and say there's a direct connection here as to why we're sitting here at these desks.
And we'll also ask for 10% of your salary, but we'll negotiate that down the line.
We're good about that, though. It's only 10%, not 15. We're not greedy.
We're splitting it.
We're not greedy.
5 for me, 5 for him.
What about the $20 Applebee's gift card that we were talking about before I came on?
Well, nobody brought Applebee's in the equation. I just wanted to. I'll take any gift card, but we didn't bring Applebee's into the equation like that.
If you can't tell, he would totally dig a $20 Applebee gift card there.
Kidding me? You know all the things I can buy at Applebee's for $20?
Yeah.
I basically own the restaurant.
There's like a 2 for deal there, basically.
It's awesome.
Yeah, is there a 2 for $20?
Yeah. Oh, is there ever?
They still got those dollar margaritas?
Oh.
I'll take 20 margaritas. Just so I have the gift card now.
And that's how JP died. All right, Paul, let's get to the tournament here. Akron, Miami, 2 names here locally to watch. We'll start with Akron. What do you think about their path, drawing Texas Tech round 1 and a hypothetical Alabama matchup in round 2?
Well, I don't hate this at all for Akron because I think they have a very winnable game against Texas Tech this weekend. And then if they win that, I actually like Hofstra to beat Alabama this weekend. So I've done a lot of broadcasting in the CAA. I've had a lot of opportunity to see Hofstra. And they have the CAA Player of the Year. They have the CAA Freshman of the Year. And what wins in March? Guard play, both of those guys in the backcourt for Hofstra. And what's Alabama missing? Aiden Holloway gets arrested the other day. He's not going to be part of the team this weekend. So it would not stun me. I'm not saying I'm going to pick them to win, but it would not stun me if Hofstra, the Pride, pull it off against Alabama. And if that's the case, then Akron can win. You're talking about a 12-13 matchup to go to the Sweet 16.
All right, so that seems like one of your bigger upsets of the weekend. I think Fanta told us he's got like 3 different 12 or higher upsets. Which ones are yours for the people to highlight in their brackets?
Yeah, those are 2 that I'm looking at. I also had a High Point game earlier this year. I really liked what High Point brought to the table. Now, the problem is when you talk about a backcourt, they're playing Boyd and Blackwell in Wisconsin, and both of those guys are extremely talented. That's going to be a really tough one for High Point to handle, but it's a winnable game, but I think Wisconsin can get that one done. It's just one that I'm looking at. there are a couple of others. Kennesaw State, I think, could give Gonzaga a game. Again, I don't expect them to win that, but that's one you kind of keep an eye on, maybe. Nebraska, of course, they have all the weight of the world on their shoulders to try and win their first NCAA tournament game in program history. Troy is no slouch on the other side is in that 4-13 game. And I don't know how much of an upset this would be because I think it's like a 2.5-point spread right now. But Santa Clara has all the makings of a team that's able to beat Kentucky.
All right, Paul, let's look at the 1 seeds here. Arizona, Florida, Duke, and Michigan. Not expecting them to get first-round upsets, but of the 1 seeds, which programs do you think are the most susceptible to getting knocked off before the Final Four and the Elite Eight?
Yeah, I would say probably Florida would be my pick for that, only because you have Vanderbilt sitting there who's kind of had Florida's number a little bit. So Vanderbilt, I would say, is the team to look at if Vanderbilt can get there to play Florida in the Sweet 16. I would expect Michigan to get to the Sweet 16 in the Elite Eight. I'm going to have them in my Final Four. But the other thing that makes the road tough for Florida is that they're playing in Houston if they get to the regional. And who's down in Houston that they would meet in the Elite Eight? Well, it's Houston is the 2 seed in that region. So to be able to go up in a de facto away game in the Elite Eight, that's obviously one of the bigger storylines that's gotten a lot of attention over the last couple of days. So something to keep an eye on there. But, I think the difficulties for Duke are a little overblown. I think Duke is so supremely better than a lot of those teams in that region. Even though there are a lot of brands, I think they are better than all of them. I think Duke has a pretty decent path to the Final Four there. They'll have to get through UConn, but UConn certainly struggled in their own right at times. And I don't expect Arizona to lose before the Elite Eight as well, although you could say that Arkansas could give them some trouble potentially with Darius Acuff if they get there.
I'm fascinated by Kansas's Darren Peterson. He comes with a lot of problems. I get that, and it's been a weird season. Some of the comps, though, when you watch him play, they get to be insane. You're like, oh, that's a little Kobe right there, and like you just kind of like you get lost watching him play. I think he's the best NBA player in the entire tournament. Not even a question for myself, but that doesn't mean he's the best college player. Who do you think is the best college player in this tournament?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I guess best college player, although he hasn't. This season, the team struggles have been tough. Braden Smith, it's hard to ignore somebody that's been at school for that long, been a point guard of a team that has accomplished so much. Haven't won the national championship, right, but has been through a lot at Purdue. Certainly not somebody that's probably going to make a lot of name for themselves in the NBA, but Braden Smith, somebody that will be forever remembered at Purdue as one of the best to ever do it there, and a long line of players that have gone through that program. So I don't know if he's the best, but he's certainly one that sticks out. So you would take Darren Peterson over Debanza?
Yeah, I think he's the best NBA player that is playing in this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think if you're going to flip it the other way, that you would say that maybe Debanza would be there outside of him. But I love Braden Smith as a point guard. I know there have been some struggles, like I said, for Purdue this season, but that would probably be my pick.
All right, looking kind of across the whole landscape here, Paul, who are the hardest teams to figure out in the tournament this year?
Kentucky has to be one of them because here we are sitting in the NCAA tournament, and I have absolutely no idea what kind of Kentucky team we're going to see. They could be a team that goes to the Sweet 16 or Elite Eight. They could also be a team that goes out and loses by 8 or 9 points to Santa Clara this weekend. I just have no idea what we're going to get out of Kentucky this weekend. North Carolina without Caleb Wilson playing a really tough VCU team. That's a question mark for me. Texas Tech the same way without JT Toppin. BYU as well. I think BYU is a team that has really made people scratch their heads because when they're great, they're great. But when they're not, they could lose to a Texas team that just had to fly overnight from Dayton to Portland and still kind of getting their legs under them after they get to Portland today. That's one where could Texas potentially win that game and then maybe take down Gonzaga to go to the Sweet 16.
All right, Ohio State, TCU. Any hope for Buckeye fans around here? Obviously for that game is fine, but beyond just that game?
Beyond the TCU game, it would be a tough task for this Ohio State team to beat Duke, in my opinion, fellas. I think Duke has too much to handle. I think there's a reason that they're the number 1 overall seed, that a lot of people are going to pick them to win the title. I will not pick them to win the title, but I think there's a reason that they are there at the top, and it's because of how much talent they have all the way up and down the lineup. They lose 2 of their stars, and they didn't really miss a beat. It would be a massive upset if Ohio State was to beat Duke.
All right, we'll continue the Ohio conversations here. Miami has SMU coming up. They are 7.5-point dogs tonight. Obviously, Miami was the talk of the town when they were undefeated. They then got defeated. How much of a chance, or what does Miami's path of victory look like tonight?
They're going to have to defend, and they're going to have to rebound. They defended at a miserable level in Cleveland, and really their defense has not been great over the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks. They've left a lot on the table there, especially rebounding as well. I think they got outscored 24-8 on second chance points against Massachusetts. That's where you lose the game. Didn't grab the boards, allowed a ton of offensive rebounds, and couldn't defend. And you can't do that tonight against Boopie Miller and Jerron Pierre. SMU's got a 7'2" center. Those are the kinds of things that give you issues. Now, SMU might also be missing 2 of their rotational pieces. So, B.J. Edwards, Corey Washington, potentially not available tonight for SMU. So if those 2 guys can't go, those are some impact pieces that potentially you're looking at for SMU that Miami could catch a break on. The great equalizer in this tournament is the 3-point shot. And Miami takes a ton of threes. They're going to try to make a lot of threes tonight. And at least to their credit, SMU allows the second most threes in conference play throughout ACC play. They allowed the second most threes of all ACC teams. So from that perspective, Miami should be able to get the attempts up. The question is, can they make them tonight?
Why is it you think that it seems like college basketball past couple of years is better? I've always thought that we're having more European players come in now. Instead of taking the European contracts, they're taking NIL money, and now we're getting these guys for longer times and more years. Why is it you think when I put on the TV, relative to even just a couple years ago, the game feels different, it looks different, and it seems better?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons for that. And the biggest one is that a lot of these coaches now are starting to run more conceptual offense instead of just looking back to the bench for set plays. So it's getting out in transition, running faster, shooting more threes. It's more aesthetically pleasing than it ever has been. The counter to that is a team like UConn, who almost always runs a set. They want to slow you down. They want to play in the half court. They want to look back to the bench, get a set, and then run their stuff and get a quick bucket. And hey, look, who's to argue with the team that's won 2 of the last 3 national championships? They've figured it out, and it's worked for them. But at the same time, you look at a guy who was just at Xavier, Sean Miller, right? He takes the year away from coaching after he was fired at Arizona. He takes a step away. He starts studying European basketball. He starts studying some of the offenses like Mark Few ran at Gonzaga and Tommy Lloyd at Arizona, some of these guys that have taken that Gonzaga-style offense of this conceptual-based approach to it, and it allows the players to play more free, and because of that, you're seeing more high-scoring games.
All right, Paul, I'm going to give you my final 4, and I'm going to need you to grade it because I'm going to be very honest with you. I've not paid much attention to college basketball this year, and I'd really like to win that $20 Applebee gift card. You ready?
Okay, I'm with you.
I've got Duke versus Illinois and Arkansas versus Michigan, and my title game is Michigan beating Duke.
Okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't see Illinois coming out of that region. But as far as, hey, look, if you're going to win your bracket pool, if we're gonna get this 2 for $20 deal, you got to be different than the next guy, and that's different than the next guy. So you know what? I'll go B+ on that.
It's like the nicest way to say your Final Four sucks. By the way,
yeah, that was like a B+. You really meant like C-.
Sustainable. I see the vision. Right?
You don't see it. I can tell you don't see it.
Your voice went really high there. That is an indicator that maybe you're not being entirely truthful.
Why are you lying to Nick right now and saying you can see the vision?
I think because maybe Darius Acuff gets hot. Look, I'm trying to spread some March positivity here, fellas. That's all we got to do. You got to go into tomorrow with a mind that you're going to win this thing. So who am I to detract from that?
Now Nick's going to tell you his Acuff joke.
I'm more of a B-cuff guy.
But don't laugh at that, Paul. Don't laugh at that. Don't laugh at that.
My guy.
I've heard that joke 3 times.
Yeah,
3 times.
It gets
Paul.
funnier every time.
Paul, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Run the ball.
Come on now. We will.
As broke as his bracket.
I think you've passed the test. We will let Fanta know that you done good. You done real good. We appreciate you, buddy.
Anytime, fellas. Anytime.
Oh God, we'll start booking you every week if you tell us that. That's the worst thing. Paul Frickner there of Rebound rundown. I was doing that because I was trying to breathe. Not that I couldn't remember his damn name.
Come on.
On the Megan Wright call,
Man's going to be on
hotline
NBC in like 3 weeks.
because of the Nick and Jonathan bump. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a home you love? You're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
I've got Duke versus Illinois and Arkansas versus Michigan, and my title game is Michigan beating Duke.
Okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't see Illinois coming out of that region. But as far as, hey, look, if you're going to win your bracket pool, if we're gonna get this 2 for $20 deal, you got to be different than the next guy, and that's different than the next guy. So you know what? I'll go B+ on that.
It's like the nicest way to say your Final Four sucks. By the way,
Yeah, that was like a B+. You really meant like C-.
It's sustainable. I see the vision.
The two tells.
Yeah.
With a pause.
Yeah.
In between me bequeathing my Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
And then as high as his voice got when I said there's a very nice way of you telling me I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, which in fairness, I believe I led the question with. Now, that being said, this will be the most right I've ever been on a bracket.
Oh, hold on. This will be the most right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, because he doesn't like it? Because the basketball guy doesn't like it?
No. No, because the most research that I've really done.
There's no prize to play for.
As I clicked into the little details about each matchup.
Yeah.
And then based it just off those numbers and not off of really anything other than like a couple things of like knowing the one Alabama guard got busted with a ton of pot.
Yeah, which is, hey, that's knowledge. That's good knowledge.
That's why Akron's going to get to the Sweet 16, baby.
That's why Hofstra's going to go ahead and beat Alabama this weekend, according to the guy we just had on.
I'm not a big Hofstra guy.
No, never have been.
I was a Giovanni Carmazzi guy back in the day, but not a Hofstra guy.
Yeah, get that. Mob references for 1,200, right?
Oh, no, that was former 49ers quarterback, although he might have been a Harvard player.
I just wanted mob references with
That's
Hofstra.
fair.
So anyway, all right. You feel good about that.
Yeah.
I'm happy you feel good about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know how much college basketball we're watching this weekend.
This is the one you got to watch.
Well,
you
so
got to watch first
round. The cool thing about March Madness is that you can watch, like the storylines will come to you. Like you don't necessarily need to do much research going into it, and by Sunday we'll all have an idea of like when Oakland took off. It's like we know we learn the guys, we then know the guys, and then we feel like experts by the time the weekend ends.
So I tend to feel like most years you can miss the Sweet 16. You can, unless there's a team like you've fallen in love with. I don't get the point in not watching the first 2 rounds of the tournament. It's the best time. It is. Because it is the closest thing to cocaine that you can do without doing cocaine.
So it's never been my thing. I've never enjoyed it. Like when I was really doing college basketball and I covered Wichita State, I was like we talk college basketball the way we talk Browns football here, right? Like that was a real deal. I got really, really involved in college basketball.
Greg Marshall wanted to punch you out.
Yes, he did. That's a true story. And
he wanted to punch a lot of people out.
Yeah,
it's not like you're that special.
He was very aggressive in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And so not special at all in that regard.
Except for leaving that job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they weren't kind to him at the end.
Yeah. Well,
they shouldn't have been.
They kind of deserved it.
Oh, 100%.
Didn't Chris Jans, the old BG coach that we talked about earlier, didn't he also come from there?
Yeah, he was an assistant coach. When I was there.
Program.
When I was there, he was assistant coach under Greg Marshall, and he was like the cool one.
Yeah.
He was the one that everyone's like, oh, don't go to Greg. Go to Chris Jans. He'll give you – that's a real straight shooter right there. Like people acted like he was going to be the next Coach K.
Yeah.
And
he was.
Then BG happened, and then
until
there we go.
BG bar, which brought me down too, brother.
Which was just a creepy incident. That's all that was, right? That's not a
lot of guys do that at a BG bar.
Whatever. Not like he had wife and kids and everything like that. No big deal, right?
Or was like the head coach of the men's basketball team.
Ooh. Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
Nice guy
for
though.
Him.
Nice guy. Until that.
Yeah. Not for
and he's like the sane one on that staff, though. That was the weird thing about it. He turned out to he was like that's the level-headed one.
But yeah, I'll be honest with you. I even skipped the Final Four most times.
So no, I used to hate the first 4 days because it was one big all setup to get to the teams that actually were really good and the teams everyone was really like the college basketball diehards were invested in, and then you just got a hodgepodge of it's what turns out is a 3 versus a whatever, but it was like the heavy hitters, and that's ultimately what I like, but that's not what everyone else likes.
Yeah, the drug here that I've kind of put to cocaine is one, the way they schedule it, where you just they schedule it where games are cascading at the right time, and you're going from one fourth quarter to the next fourth quarter to the next one. So even if you get a dud or two in a row, there's always something to look forward to. I will tell you, the one thing that I think the Final Four, I think the first two rounds of the tournament are one of the things that I miss most about not working in sports talk, because even when I had like office jobs before I went full-time at nights, we would like have it on in the office, and it was acceptable that everyone at any time can just go watch a quarter of basketball if you want.
Yeah, that's fun. It's kind of like opening day, right? Like an opening day for baseball. You get to kind of just you have the TV on. Everyone's enjoyable about that. Now, we'll have the games on here.
Yeah, it's not the same because you can't live and die with it. You really can't. You can't pay the kind of attention you like to pay attention to in these specific games.
How do you choose who you're rooting for in the first round? Is it all upsets?
I will tell you, if you're a 12 or 13 seed, I don't even have to like you. I want some of that action. But yeah, pretty much upsets. Or like I'll root for Akron. I have no dog. I mean, like Ness went to Kent. I went to Bowling Green. So like I don't have anything for Akron other than I grew up in Akron.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'll root for Akron. I don't think Miami's going to do diddly squat in this thing, but I'll root for Miami if they advance. The Ohio State thing's weird because it's like, it's so weird to treat Ohio State like Akron. Like Akron,
there's no juice behind that right now.
One win for Akron, and you're just jonesed out your mind. With Ohio State, it's like, oh, that's cute. You know?
To then get hammered by Duke.
Yeah. And it's because the expectation's a little bit higher. But good for Coach Diebler.
Sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this is like the third straight year they've tried to fire him. They being Ohio State honks like Lima. I think Lima might have actually just given up on trying to fire John Diebler.
I think he might have just given up on Ohio State basketball. I mean, because it just seems like there's no juice for that program at all.
In fairness, there's never, outside of Greg Oden and Mike Conley, there's really not ever been a lot of juice. Once every like 4 or 5 years, you get like an interesting team, but mostly Ohio State basketball on the men's side.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
no bueno.
When Wichita State made the Final Four, Ohio State was in the Elite Eight, and I remember that because I almost I saw Brutus with his head off in the back area.
Yeah,
and that's like a big mascot no-no.
Yeah, what was he doing?
He was just like hanging out with with like the head off, and it was like you can't do that. Like I get we're in the back area, you can't do that. I'm pretty sure that was Aaron Craftshear, though. Like they had there was a decent run there. There's some decent teams.
Yeah, but that's the best you can say mostly about Ohio State. That was decent.
Yeah.
Not Michigan. Real basketball school. Daniel Oyafusi just tweeting out here, the Browns have re-signed Julian Aquara per the NFL's transaction wire. So we got one. We got another signing. That actually does matter because he, when healthy, is a decent rotational defensive lineman. And the Browns need one after Cameron Thomas signing in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anytime you get it on the transaction wire, though, I think you know where your standing is in the NFL.
And they didn't put a tweet out about
There's
it?
not a
Good
tweet.
Lord.
No, it's not even like worthy of Rap Sheet or any one of these guys. It's like through the transaction wire.
Daryl Ryder, a picture of optimism and joy in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and Miami will take on SMU at 9:10. To talk all things Cleveland sports, our own Daryl Ryder joins Afternoon Drive next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
It's going to be a tough sell if they don't pull something off. And I think it's putting Todd Monken in a tough spot. Hey, you're the offensive guru.
All right, so
here's the same stuff that we rolled out last year. Please do something with it.
They're going to pull something off. I don't. Is it,
at the very least, it's a draft choice.
All right, so let me throw it in this way.
Boy, that's tough to put on some kid you might draft with a 6th overall pick. Hi, can you be the answer to an offense that wasn't very good? At this point, Andy, I don't know why I feel this way, but I kind of do. I think it's the overall lack of attention to the wide receiver position other than a couple of trades that this regime has had. If they draft a wide receiver at 6, it almost feels like a panic to me.
Really?
A little bit.
Really? 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. In case we missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll see what other kind of trouble we can get into between now and then. But speaking of trouble on the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright hotline. You know him, you love him, a ray of sunshine, a ray of positive energy is coming our way. Our good buddy Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Welcome to the show, sir.
Hello, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
Did you hear Jeff Phelps' take that many people are now mad at him on the internet for?
I'm guessing that was just it.
That was it, yes.
You are correct. That was a very good job out of deducing by you.
No one confused you for Sherlock Holmes there.
It's a little bit of a head scratcher, but okay.
So this leads us to the topic that took over the show in the middle of the show. What do you consider a bigger reach at 6 right now? Monroe Freeling or whomever the Browns deem wide receiver 1?
I would probably say, well, I mean, I'm assuming wide receiver 1 is Carnell Tate from Ohio State. So I would say Freeling.
Why do you assume it's Carnell Tate? Because we talked a lot about
best
Tyson.
Receiver available in the draft, in my view.
Ooh, show your work.
Yeah, just like that.
Grinding that tape. Come on now,
What do we got here, Daryl? Go ahead.
I'm a big Carnell Tate fan, and I'd love the Browns to take him if they can get him.
Why not Jordan Tyson?
What's your objections to Tyson?
I'd take him too.
You can only take one though.
But you like Carnell more than Tyson for why?
I am of the mindset right now when I look at this Browns roster that they, either way, as long as they come out of the first round with a wide receiver and their left tackle, they're in good shape. But right now, like they're basically running it back with this offense, the skill groups, which got you barely 16.5 points per game last season, which is just embarrassingly awful. And yet they have done nothing to this point this offseason to make that side of the ball better. So that tells me that they're obviously going to be focused on making those improvements through the draft. And so they, whether it's Tate, whether it's Tyson, I think that they need to probably use that number 6 pick on a receiver, I don't know that Freeling is the best offensive tackle in this class, and that's kind of where I struggle. He's a natural left tackle. It's not one of those Andrew Berry convert you from right tackle to left tackle specials that he loves, but I don't know that he's the best tackle that's available for them in this class.
So it's interesting. I mean, on one hand, in the first part of your answer there, you said they haven't done anything at the skill playing position, which is fair. And then at the end there, maybe the end of the middle or whatever, you had said they haven't done anything in the offense. I think just in solidifying the offensive line, I do think they've done something. So
I don't think the offensive line is dramatically better today than it was a year ago.
Why not?
I'm saying dramatically better. It's a little better, but I'm not going to sit here and think that they have completely, rebuilt this thing to where I have massive expectations that all of a sudden this offense is going to be able to do a bunch of stuff they couldn't do a year ago.
I think they actually have offensive line that might be able to stay healthy, and I think that was the biggest problem is they couldn't have continuity last couple years because all of their line had gotten old and injured. Everybody but Tevin Jenkins and Elton Jenkins that they brought on are durability guys.
Yeah, I mean, you hope so, right? They have been. You hope they continue to be, but. And that's why I say they're better in that regard because they do have guys that are available to play. But they desperately need to fix this wide receiver room. If you think you're going into next season with Jerry Jeudy, Isaiah Bond, and Cedric Tillman as your centerpieces to surround, whether it's Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders, and all of a sudden, Todd Monken's going to sprinkle the magic fairy dust on this thing with whatever offensive system he's going to put in place, and they're just going to, go gangbusters on that side of the ball. I'd like some of what you're drinking and smoking because I just don't think it's realistic to have those expectations, and that's why I just feel like, even if they add a number one receiver, I don't know that necessarily that fixes all of the ails either. But I mean, this just looking at where things currently stand right now, it doesn't look any better to me than it did a year ago.
Well, let me ask about wide receiver because I agree with you. They have to do some things to the wide receiver room, and if they don't, then they're kind of telling us something. But are they going to do? Do you think there's more than just the draft at play here? Do you feel like we're going to be in on some of these other guys? I know Phelps keeps bringing up Ayuk. I bring up Jawan Jennings. It feels like a decent amount. Like, are any of these other guys, DeAndre Hopkins gets floated around, like any of these other guys realistic options for the Browns, or are we just not going to go down that road, do you feel?
Well, I'm not interested in any problem children. That's number one. They got enough issues they got to work with. You don't need to be bringing people in that have issues. So, and I know Andrew loves the second and third chance thing, but like it just at some point, okay, can we just have no off the field nonsense here? Can we just have some guys that can play the sport and we don't have to worry about anything else with them? When you're really good, then you can have the luxury of having problem children. But the Browns continue to be terrible, and so let's not compound the issues. So if you can have on the field issues, then at least have guys that can keep their noses clean. That's just kind of how I feel about it right now. I really think that Andrew Berry kind of was very honest. I always joke about him lying to us about certain things, but the one thing I don't think he lied about was the youth of the team. And when you look at some of the younger teams in the league last year, the Jacksonvilles, the Philadelphias, Green Bays, those were playoff teams a year ago. So he was right in the sense that just because you're young doesn't mean you're going to be bad. The problem is typically when the Browns are young, they usually are bad. But he had a very good draft class last year. If he can replicate that this year with the 5 picks in the top 110 and have similar results, I'm not saying he's got to go and have 4 starters. I think 3 is, a pretty good formula there with 2 contributing role players. Then you position yourself to really start getting this thing turned around. But I really think that the focus is going to be filling in these holes that they have, especially on the offensive side of the ball. That's left tackle, that's wide receiver, that's the tight end room. Maybe they add another running back to this mix again. We'll see. But I really believe they're going to do that through the draft, and Barry is really intent on draft and development right now because remember, it was him who, without actually saying it, said after they fired Kevin Stefanski that the development of young players was behind one of the reasons they decided to move on from Stefanski. And then obviously they've brought in Todd Monken, who now seems very intent on developing young players. So I think the draft is where Barry's going to be looking to solve some of these problems rather than expending a lot of energy making splashes or moves that get everybody's attention and gets everybody excited on paper. I think that It's got to be, if he does something like that, it's going to be on his terms. It's going to be a player that's going to be, a deal for the Browns to bring in type of a thing, right? It doesn't cost you a lot to bring him in. Maybe it doesn't cost you a lot to pay that player, because, I think that Barry's focus is on he wants to start building a younger team and developing that younger team so that they can build the sustained success that they failed to build coming off of that 1-31 and 4-44 stretch.
Daryl, I'm looking at the our little internal bracket game that we're playing here. I know you got the invite for it here, and I'm scrolling here, and I don't see Daryl Ryder. So
no,
I
haven't filled one out yet.
All right, well, are we going to? Because I already have a Debbie Downer to my right here
Not a
who
Debbie
won't
Downer.
play. He's a Debbie Downer. I need you to be a Debbie Upper.
Well, you know what? I'll do it tonight because I'm in with Ken tomorrow, and I
You don't have to get bullied into this.
Yes,
no,
you do.
You really don't.
It's
That's how
it's not
bullying
that.
works, Jonathan.
I knew I'd have to do it tonight before I go because I know I need one for Ken tomorrow and Friday.
No, Ken doesn't care.
Yeah, Ken's just going to pick Akron.
Ken
and
does
say
not. He doesn't care.
And say Monroe Freeling.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Daryl, my big gripe is what are we playing for here?
Oh, I guess what? Oh, you mean the inner office thing? I'm
Yeah,
guessing it's just like bragging rights to say you're smarter than everyone. You can be the salary cap bro of 92.3 The Fan by winning the
Doesn't do
March
anything.
Madness
See,
tournament.
doesn't do anything for me.
Did you count the Shamrocks?
I need some
Did you-
stakes.
did you-
Yeah. No, I did. That's where part of the frustration came into play.
Which, by the way, they actually had a gift card for it.
And I know they didn't announce that on the thing. I
Still
had zero
played that
idea.
one for free, not knowing about the gift cards.
Yeah.
Now can't play this one for free.
I'm out on doing things for free, Daryl, when it comes to brackets and all this other stuff. Like, you're a company. $20 gift card's not hard here. Put something on the table
Why
for
don't
us.
you buy it this
Put
year
something on the
and
table
start
for
it
us.
and then see if somebody buys it next year?
Because it's a company. That's not on me. They're the ones that make all the money. That's on them, Daryl.
There was a burger bet involved. You'd do it, I think.
Ooh.
Now we're talking.
Daryl versus Jonathan.
Burger bet between the three of us.
Nope.
March Madness burger bet.
Nope.
Now you got me filling out forms.
No, I don't. I think Daryl versus Jonathan.
Now you got me playing.
Because if I continue to kick both of your asses in burger bets, it's just further humiliation. Whereas if you pit each other against each other, all of a sudden one of you actually has hope.
You know what? We really should have done burger bets for fantasy football because I'd be eating free for a month.
Yeah, but you didn't. So you got
Another thing we got to talk about. We're raising the stakes for next fantasy football
We
year.
really
I
aren't.
hope you're
We
on
really
board with
aren't.
this. I can't be doing too many things. I'm playing for zero stakes, and it's just not doing it for me at this point in life.
I think
I don't
there's
even
a
need
number.
a lot. I don't need a lot.
I think
just
there's
need
a
little.
number.
I just need a little
1-800-GAMBLING, I think, is something
I
you're supposed to call.
Daryl, the idea that it's like, for fun, not enough for me. That's not how I have fun.
Well, see, you really are a Debbie Downer. Sometimes you have to do some things for fun, Jonathan.
It sounds like we got a Debbie Upper here and Daryl Ryder.
Let's gamble.
Daryl. Daryl, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
You bet, guys. Have a good one.
Daryl's going to be on with Ken tomorrow. Make sure to listen to him then. Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll react to Daryl. Many other things in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You saw him at the auto show.
Florida and Miami will do battle with SMU at 9:10. The winner of that matchup will take the 11th seed in the Midwest region and square off with Tennessee. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes' time, a little bit of news to pass along here is Ari Myrov, covering the NFL for the 3013, tweeting out just moments ago, the Browns have submitted a rule proposal to allow draft selections to be traded up to 5 seasons in the future. This continues to be a very unintentionally funny moment from the Cleveland Browns because I think we can all understand that if Jimmy Haslam was willing to go to 6 top 100 picks, to the lengths of paying Deshaun Watson in the midst of a lot of very serious allegations and lawsuits, the first $230 million guaranteed contract in league history, that Jimmy would have damn sure given up the extra 2 years worth of first-round picks, 4 years ago, 5 years ago to make the worst trade in NFL history.
Definitely would have burned him, yeah.
It's very amusing to me that the organization that was the brain trust of that absolute dud of a trade is now saying, you know what we should really do? Let's move it to 5 years of trading picks.
Especially when you're in the exact spot to be the type of team that you need to be protected with this type of rule.
Yeah.
Like Andrew Berry might not last after this season, and he's the type of guy that in trying to save his job might be the one to be like, yeah, 5 years of draft picks, let's do this.
I'm much closer.
I'll trade for everybody.
I'm much closer to the Stepien rule with this. Like, I think if you could only trade 2 first-round picks at a time, I absolutely think that should be more on board. I think the NFL is different than any other sport. In the NBA, I think what goes on there is just absolutely beyond stupid. Just unnecessary trading, 4 picks for Dejounte Murray and 4 picks
for Mikal Bridges.
Like, all of these things are just so stupid.
Yeah.
But in the NBA, those picks, it does become a volume game because you're building 5 years at a time for most of these franchises, right? It was roughly 5 years between LeBron leaving and the Cavs getting good again. And by the way, they didn't even have the kind of picks that OKC has. I think it's dumb, but I get why that works. In baseball, I don't see why you can't trade a first-round pick unless it's a compensatory pick like the Comp B or Comp A picks, because quite frankly, so many of those guys just don't work out.
Yeah, you're not staking your whole everything on baseball picks.
The whole point of parity in the NFL is that it doesn't take 5 years to rebuild, and now the guy who engineered, and I quote, the worst trade in NFL history, who also engineered the statement, it doesn't take 5 years to rebuild in the NFL.
This isn't baseball.
Is now making sure that some teams, because of a gung-ho GM or a stupid owner, will take more than 5 years to rebuild in the NFL.
I mean, he's clearly doing this to try to help himself out next offseason, right? And in case he needed maybe use some of that ammo to go get Arch Manning, maybe? Just a quick thought.
I don't think the timing of that.
Just a quick thought.
I don't think the timing of that is a mistake at all.
I mean, well, think about it. I've joked in the past about the idea that if you had a proven NFL quarterback, the amount of picks that I would trade for one, I'm talking one of the creme de la cremes, like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. I've said before, if it was allowed, I would give every single first-round pick until the person retires, and we can just make that the rule until they step away from football. You get every single, because that's how valuable I think it is, right? And so if you're looking around and right now 3 first-round picks in their eyes isn't enough to get the deal done for someone to move off a Arch Manning, maybe they think 5 is that number. And maybe this is how you end up in a spot where a team that would give up the world for what they thought was a franchise quarterback previously will now give up the world for one they don't even know if he's any good at the next level.
Here's my concern. The years of not having a first because of Deshaun were made so much worse because the Deshaun trade didn't work out. But it just kind of stunk. The whole point of the draft is, and the whole point of the NFL is, nobody sells hope better than the NFL. And again, it's that idea of incredible parity and how quick you just need to get one thing right and everything kind of cascades from there. unless you're the Browns or the Jets.
And on top of that, though, selfishly, it's just kind of fun to have something to look forward to in the 3 months we don't have actual games going on leading up to the draft. Like, it's fun to talk draft. It's fun to get into the draft and talk about when you don't have
for all 32 teams. By the way,
yes, of course, for everyone. But when you don't have a first round pick, it is the fun burglar. It does get it gets sucked away.
It's the fun burglar and the hope burglar.
Yeah, and so like that part of it's obviously just miserable. And so, but like clearly they need the guardrails in place because I don't think these GMs can. I don't think they can help themselves. The jobs are too precious. You only get one shot at being a GM as is. And the moment you think it's going to go sideways, these guys are going to be trading left and right with each other with picks that ruin franchises
for
when they eventually do get fired.
Yes, 100%. Vinny Vici. That's his name. And I like to say it as if I were Julius Caesar himself, saying, you're looking at this wrong. I think they're trying to trade Myles Garrett for 5 first-round picks.
I don't think so.
I don't think they'd get 3 first-rounders for him right now. Because I think if they could, they already would have.
Yeah, I mean, clearly. That's what they wanted last time, right? That's what Elliot Wolf at least told a New England TV station that they wanted last time. 3 first-round picks, nobody bit. This isn't about Myles Garrett.
Yeah, it's not about Myles Garrett. And it is, again, I just continue to think that it is cataclysmically stupid that that you would do this. I really don't love this. And I'm here's the thing, I'm just supremely bugged. If any other organization did this, I wouldn't be this upset. But because it's the Browns, and they have this just never ending, ceaseless pit of just gall about this organization.
I know. Listen, I'm a little torn on it only with the idea that I can appreciate how badly they want a quarterback. And if this is just reeking of the idea that they want to eventually trade, 5 picks for Arch Manning or something like that, I can't appreciate how into the quarterback thing and fixing that apparently is to them, because that is how you get better in the NFL. But we need to have guardrails here.
Now, I don't want to upset everyone, but we're going to have to welcome on a real hater here in just a moment on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. The always lovely Anthony Lima of the Morning Boys. Welcome to the show, friend.
First of all, I will get on topic, but your dismissal of Ohio State basketball, which for my entire lifetime has, without exception until the Chris Holtmann era, which we had problems, and he had Athletic Communications contact me for my phone number so he could scream at me over my tweets.
He had a point.
Trying to get him fired over the years. And we had a nice chit-chat. He invited me to practice. Let's go all the way back to Randy Ayers when they made a regional final run. They lost to Michigan. It was a great game. Jim Jackson, you might remember him. Then Jim O'Brien. They might have erased it from the record books. They have not erased it from my memories. They went to the national semifinals. That's called the Final Four for the uninitiated. Scooney Penn, Michael Redd, Jason Singleton, Ken Johnson, George Reese. I'll even throw Brian Brown and John Sanderson in there. And then the Thad Matta era. You want to get crazy? It wasn't just Greg Oden. That was 1 year. The Mike Conley year, the Daquan Cook year, of course, you're probably remembering.
Hey, listen, Anthony, I referenced the game I was at in the Staples Center where they were down 20 to Wichita State at the half in that Elite Eight game.
Yeah, they obviously had all the heroics from Aaron Kraft. All the Dayton fans will rub it in my face all the time when the heroics ran out, but he has buzzer beaters against Iowa State. He has buzzer beater against Arizona. William Buford, obviously the other Diebler, the one I wish could have came and coached, but Ohio law prohibited him from doing so. It's a whole weird thing. Either way, you can't just act like all those memories that were a big part of my formative years didn't happen. I won't allow it.
Per decade, Lima, how many Sweet 16s per decade is Ohio State men's basketball averaging?
Well, hold on. With Thad Matta, you neglected to talk about how many Big Ten championships where not only was he winning them in the regular season, he was winning the conference tournament or vying for it almost every single year for 9 years. I put up AI slop graphic about that if you check out my tweets from a few days ago. And it will make a case, even though apparently there were some mistakes on there. Either way.
I repeat, how many times per decade are they averaging the Sweet 16 or better?
Hold on. I'm looking right now. I'm looking at the first round, regional semifinal, national semifinal, regional final, second round, third round. Then a couple of years off the Holtmann era, a couple second rounders. I wanted them fired. But we can go back in time to the Jim O'Brien era when they had some quality teams, and even all the way back to, like I said, Randy Ayers. I just named 5 coaches. What's the problem, Nick? You're acting like they've been terrible my entire life. They haven't. That's what makes me so frustrated is they've had really good teams, really good recruiting classes, and yet right now they're a completely irrelevant basketball program.
They've been pretty mid. By the way, they're in the tournament this year. You can't call them irrelevant if they're
They
in
are?
the tournament.
Wait, the CBI or the NIT?
I was saying, your first time you've been in there now
one.
for 4 years.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Shouldn't you be celebrating this? Shouldn't you be pro Diebler right
I think
now?
we got one tournament win since 2019. Is that right, Lima?
I think about that.
I will be calling a high school basketball tournament game at the exact same time that they are playing. So I will not be watching. Either way, I think they're playing chess for once and not checkers, the Browns.
But are they good at chess?
They're not good at anything, not good at chutes and ladders. But I will say, hungry hippos, maybe. I will say that I think there's a method to his madness. I think this is about a Myles Garrett trade. I think he wants to land one of the most lopsided trades in NFL history, and that's what he's thinking about.
The problem is it's not 2 years ago.
Yeah, and he couldn't get it before. He couldn't get it last year. No one wanted the 3 first-round picks that Elliott Wolf says he was demanding.
Oh, I think he could absolutely get it now from a contender. Now the problem is, of course, you're not going to get upper echelon first-round picks. So to make up for it, he needs you to trade more than just 3 firsts. Like, if these are all going to be in the 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 range, then it's got to be even more draft capital than that. So that's what I think he's thinking. I think he thinks he's going to take advantage of another GM rather than I know everybody's conventional wisdom is it's just going to be our GM that's going to get taken advantage of again.
So post June 1, should we be on Myles Garrett trade watch?
I think it's next year, honestly. I think the following year is going to be the trade year because I don't expect it to be good this year. And I don't think Myles is going to go on a national crusade again. I think they're just going to know that it's obvious. If they're bad again this year, look, it's all off the table. If Shedor's great or whoever's quarterbacking great and they make a run, every year there's 4 teams that you don't see that could vie for the playoffs. So maybe it's them out of nowhere. I'm not counting on it. I'm not betting on it. I don't think Vegas is going to bet on it. But I do think that if they're just bad again for the 3rd straight year, then it's all up for grabs. I think at that point they've got to trade Myles because now you're kind of crushing his legacy, to be honest. Like the fact that I did this at the end of the year, the fact that TJ Watt, who had a great career, I think it's pretty clear he is losing. He's out of his prime now already, and Myles is ascending. But the fact that the two of them have 2 playoff sacks between them in all their great years of play and Hall of Fame careers, like I just think that at some point you owe it to the NFL, you owe it to Myles Garrett to not go down in history as a guy who only gets a chance to play in 3 playoff games.
Do you think Myles is already a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Do you think he's already a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Yes, 100%.
Then how are they crushing his legacy? What's he losing in all this?
Because show me his highlights in games that mattered. You can't.
Well, no, but the point, if he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, that is his legacy,
isn't that
right?
also like every pass rusher we have right now, like Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, TJ Watt, like all the great pass rushers right now, they haven't played in those big important games.
Well, you have stumbled into the reason why I say the NBA playoffs are the best playoffs in sports because the best players are playing every year without fail, and you get to see them consistently,
and
unlike
James
the
Harden.
NFL where you don't get a chance to do that. James Harden, I heard the mocking tone. James Harden is, I think, top 2 in assists. He's number 3rd in points. He's number 7 in wins with 5 Golden State Warriors ahead of him in current players. So he's actually had a well-decorated playoff career.
How many championship rings does he have, Lima? I couldn't remember.
You wanted the championship? Okay, so you tell me then how many guys you'll count on as the first or second best player on a team that can win a championship if you're saying that because James Harden hasn't won a championship, he's not a productive player?
Is that
he's going to be a Hall of Famer too?
Isn't that how we measure those guys? Isn't that like isn't that the whole point of ring culture? Is that if you're one of the best 2 players?
So in the Eastern Conference, who can lead a team to a championship right now?
I believe there's a guy named Jaylen Brown and Jason Tyson.
What?
Yeah, the 2 of them. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Good Lord, that was rough.
That was a tough one.
That was just on-air
That's
stroke.
2 of them, and is that all we got? So nobody on the Knicks?
You know you have to go through the other conference to do that, right?
Sure. You want to play this game in the Western Conference with Luka? Luka's no good. Hasn't won a championship.
I bet he's been to it more recently.
I was say so is Harden. Harden's been to it.
Kevin Durant too. Boy, look at all those titles Kevin Durant had. Look at that. Look at that.
And Kawhi Leonard at won one on his own, and obviously,
by the way,
when
Giannis,
he's very young, was able to help San Antonio. Giannis has one.
Jokic has one as well.
More.
Yeah,
that's one more than Harden.
Mm-hmm.
So
LeBron.
we have 8 good players.
I don't know what
in
you
the
guys.
league,
I don't know what you guys are trying to establish here.
I think we got a real Harden apologist on the air right now.
Listen,
I think he needs to soften.
I've defended the Harden take because Nick sometimes makes it seem like him and Donovan are the same as far as postseason accolades, and it's night and day for me. Like Harden's been to 3 different conference title games. You went through his Rolodex of actual success from a point standpoint, assist standpoint, everything else in between. Like Donovan's the one who hasn't made it out of the second round.
When has Donovan played with Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul? Oh gosh, who was the other one he played with in Houston that I'm now
any
blanking
of those
on?
guys complicit
What about Kyrie and Kevin Durant? What about Kawhi Leonard? He's played with an All-NBA team, for the love of God. What has he won?
Kyrie abandoned the team, so I think that was
That's
kind
what
of
he
a pretty
does.
big deal that year.
That's part of his appeal.
Now with Cleveland, I have a championship with Kyrie. I'm good
They
with Kyrie.
literally abandoned us in 2017, Lima.
I'm just saying there are other players. Last year, James Harden had a masterful Game 6 in that opening round. And, had a terrible Game 7, but he's the only reason that team got to Game 7. Nobody remembers the good Harden games, and he's got a slew of them. I have them written down if you want to go over them one day for a podcast.
That's because he hasn't won an NBA championship yet. I'm sure he'll get there, though.
Right.
I'm sure it's different now.
Like 98% of the superstars in the NBA, he also has 0 championships.
By the way, would you like to crap on Donovan before we go?
No. So here's the thing. I am wondering what it is about his game that he can, on one leg, score 40 or 50 in a playoff game, but he is on fumes at the end of the year almost every year. It is incredible. It speaks to how skilled he is, but also why I think it's tough. Even a guy built like Adonis, like he is, the fact that he's just only, 6'2" or whatever, I just think there's something about him that's why he needs so much help, and it's why, unfortunately, Evan Mobley has not been on the same timeline as him in terms of greatness. I have loved what I've seen out of Evan Mobley over the last month. He's been a lot better. He's taken his game to another level after that injury. I think people got to pay attention to that.
We got people on this show that say he's unwatchable right now.
That's Jake Murrin, not me. That's Jake Murrin.
Yeah, what was that? I heard that. That's insane.
Yeah, Jake's a live wire. That all that personality can't come out all at once. All right, Lima, be good, buddy.
Thanks, Lima.
Have a good one.
All right.
See, that was more content. We battled a little bit more.
I didn't know what either guy's points were for like a 4-minute stretch.
My point was show me the title that James Harden won, and his point was name me a lot of NBA players that have won championships.
Okay.
Which there are more than James Harden. Anyways, great stuff with Lima there. Final segment of the show. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. We got Ashley Bastock, her second flu game today. Come on now. 320, knocked it out of the park. Good stuff on the Browns, wide receivers and whatnot. Paul Frichner.
Oh, man, not even close.
Frichner.
Hit a house, kid. Hit a house.
Rebound rundown. He was actually great.
He was very good.
Name, not so much.
Yeah.
But him, wonderful. Daryl Ryder, it's 6. By the way, we talked with Paul about the NCAA tournament. He loved my Final Four. And then Lima talked like 5 minutes of Ohio State hoops.
That was a lot of Ohio State basketball.
But we thank him as well. The Miles take about the first-round picks is already up there as well on social media.
Yeah.
A little bit of news to pass along here is the Browns signing A.J. Epinesa to a 1-year, $5 million deal. Now, what's interesting about that number is, we'll see how much guaranteed money is and all that other nonsense. Cameron Thomas, who left the team earlier this offseason, got 1 year, $3 million in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And the idea was that was too expensive for a fourth edge for the Cleveland Browns. 1 year, $5 million is, again, we'll see what the guaranteed money is, but is a little bit more than you would normally pay for a fourth edge rusher, making you wonder, is there a potential trade coming from the Browns? Whether it's, I don't think it'd be Alex Wright because they just signed him.
Right.
They also just signed Miles, but the obvious odd man out might be Isaiah McGuire, because Epinesa is not big enough to transition into the inside the entire time. So I think this is interesting.
Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. He's not been a particularly good player in a while, but that's fine. For $5 million, that's the exact type of person you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, 3 years previous to last year, he was about a 6-sack player a year. So it kind of reminds me of the Adrian Claiborne deal, if we remember him back in the day as the third edge rusher for the Browns. If you don't, it's okay, because it was mostly when they were terrible.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how he got squeezed out, because it was I'm going through like Bill's history in my head here and how he got, because he was at the front of that for a while, and then he just kind of turned into this rotational guy, and it's not like they've always had some sort of massive log jam there.
No, I think he's the victim of expectations. This does happen a fair amount. I can't remember if I think he was a second-round pick, but he was a top 64 pick. And just never developed beyond a rotational
it was
player.
After they took Russo, because then they signed Von Miller that same offseason, and then it was the two of them, and that kind of put him to the back burner. Because before that he was legitimately, I mean, he was one of their main guys.
Yeah, but he, again, like if you're a top 64 pick and all you ever are is a rotational edge rusher, eventually teams stop bringing you back. And I kind of think I really do like this value, and I'm curious to see if it leads to another move for the Browns.
Yeah, he had a lot of numbers, like 2022 even after what we've talked about there. 6.5 sacks, 10 quarterback hits, 14 quarterback pressures, 16 total tackles in that. Like, that is, at a fumble recovery, like, I mean, that's a really good run, all things considered.
Yeah, like, this feels much more like and by the way, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to throw this out there.
Please do.
Isaiah McGuire. The Eagles do need edge rushing help. So, Isaiah McGuire for Tanner McKee. I'm not saying I love that idea. I'm saying we were trying to find a way to get Tanner McKee here. We weren't. No, that's not. Let me rephrase that.
Are we an Eagles show all of a sudden?
We were trying to find a way to not give a pickup for Tanner McKee, who's maybe the most overrated prospect in football.
Ask Eagles fans, man. I tell you.
But this Isaiah McGuire, and again, I think Isaiah's a free agent next year. These would be the kind of things you'd talk about there, even if I wouldn't give up Isaiah McGuire for Tanner McKee.
We have an AJ Epinesa call.
Oh, well, we got to get to that.
I'm shocked by this. I'm just curious more than anything.
Just unload your Epinesa essence on us.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, guys. So the way the Browns are set up, this guy is like, he's immediately like the second best pass rusher right now behind Miles on the team. And you got to understand, Alex Wright, he can play inside too. So these guys, when you talk about money downs, like passing downs, you know, it might be like you could be looking at like some combination of Miles, the guy that just signed, Alex Wright could be on the inside along with Malik Collins. Or you could mix and match Alex Wright and Mason Graham. But, right now Alex Wright's probably a better pass rusher. So the thing about it is you can mix and match those. But he's automatically the second-best pass rusher on the team right now. You're saying fourth edge? Like you're talking about
you mentioned the second-best pass rusher, and that's Alex Wright.
Yeah, we got Boogie there, buddy. Well, I would also say there's a guy named Malik Collins. We're saying pass rusher. So you can slip Alex inside. They've done that already. I don't think Alex Wright, I know he's a big guy. He's like 6'7". He's like 290 pounds. Unless they see something different, I don't think he's a full-time defensive tackle.
I don't see that. And also, he was really good as a defensive end last year. Like, really good. Like, he was like top 20 in PFF.
He was also your second, your starting.
I don't get the take. I got excited, AJ. I got excited with that take.
Yep.
Then it kind of fell flat.
Now,
you never know.
What I will say about Eddie is we weren't talking about him as a fourth. We were saying he's making too much money to be a fourth edge rusher on this team.
Yeah.
Listen, Eddie,
we all got what you were doing.
All right, big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Hey, tyranny's wrong, but Supreme Leader, you did a hell of a job today. We also want to say thank you to Jake Murrin. And on the board, yes. For holding down the fort on 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel. If you missed a second of today's show, all 5 hours up there. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked. And big thanks to Matt Corelli. Oh, that AJ Epinesa just moments ago. Loving that breaking news, baby doll. We thank him as well. JP, a nice little Wednesday show.
Yeah, it's a fun little Wednesday. Yeah. And I'll see you tomorrow for Thursday.
We got that's how the week goes, so we'll go to Thursday tomorrow.
Yes, it is. You're right about when you're right, you're right.
Listen, you can debate me on a lot. You cannot debate me about how the weeks go. Cannot slip one by me here.
Okay.
Oh, tomorrow's show's a Tuesday. I think not.
Did you just tell me earlier today you had a whole day yesterday thinking that it was Wednesday into Thursday?
That was yesterday.
Every now and again.
Tomorrow's Thursday.
There we go.
See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.